Gentlemen, let us take our seats, please, so that we can begin. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you had a nice evening and you're ready for today's discussions. We have some progress. We made some progress yesterday, and we expect that we make more progress and at a faster pace so that we'll be able to cover or examine paragraphs 1 to 18. That's definitions, scope, aims, guiding principles, and part of the action areas, as well as begin discussions on the title. As we are running behind schedule, I would like to confirm that we will have an evening session today until 9 p.m. Before we proceed to the examination of the text, where we left off yesterday, that is on definitions, point 1G on global citizenship education, I would like to remind you a few points. First, we bracketed some text, notably in paragraph 1, which I suggest we return to at a later stage, that is before ending the definition section. We have heard your concerns about having a discussion only once the text is projected in English and in French, and once the two are aligned. As such, I propose that each paragraph is read out loud with proposed amendments so that with the help of the interpretation, we can align both versions. Once this is done, we can begin the discussion on the paragraph. The typist will only make changes once prompted after the general debate on the paragraph. If amendments received on a particular paragraph are complex, I may propose a base for discussion. We shall also make reference to the original text of the second draft, just for the sake of having clarity and having a clear picture on what had been proposed. Finally, and actually to facilitate discussions, finally, since we did not have the time to hear from the observers yesterday, they will be invited to take the floor after lunch at 3 p.m. Those who had registered to intervene yesterday will be invited to make their interventions first. The speakers list for observers will close at 12:30 p.m. Please sign up at the document booth to my right. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, in the spirit of collaboration and consensus, I would urge all of you to focus your interventions only on the key issues that require our collective attention. I will try to guide us towards consensus and will spare no efforts to ensure that our work is carried out under the best possible conditions and in a true spirit of dialogue and cooperation. I'm confident that together we will handle the task ahead of us effectively and efficiently. And in advance, I thank the Secretariat for their continued assistance in this endeavor. So without further ado, let us continue the discussion from where we left it yesterday. Definitions, number 1G, global citizenship. I kindly request the Secretariat to put up on the screen English and in French versions.
Thank you. I will start by reading, as agreed, the text as it is in the second draft. 1G. Global citizenship education is an approach to education that aims to equip learners of all ages with the knowledge, skills, values, attitudes, and behaviors which are needed to build a just, equal, equitable, inclusive, healthy, non-discriminatory, sustainable, and peaceful world for all. I will now read through the amendments proposed on this draft by member states prior to this meeting. English version. Russian Federation proposes the removal of the paragraph. Next, global citizenship education is. Italy proposes to remove an approach to education that Italy proposes to remove aims to equip learners of all ages with the knowledge, skills, values, attitudes, and behaviors which are needed to build a just, equal, equitable, inclusive, healthy, non-discriminatory. Italy wishes to include democratic after non-discriminatory. Italy to include democratic after non-discriminatory. Thank you. I'll just stop here 1 second and then go to the French. Burkina Faso proposes to remove tous, de tous les âges, and to insert selon leurs âges, of tous selon leurs âges. And before that, sorry, the Burkina Faso wishes to add to should aim to, instead of, yeah, should aim to. Reading through, so selon leurs âges, les connaissances, compétences. Burkina Faso proposes et valeurs, donc compétences et valeurs. That would be its competence and values. France proposes to add universel, les valeurs universelles. Universal values, so valeurs universelles. And then, yes, and Burkina Faso proposes to remove attitude et comportement. Nécessaire pour bâtir un monde juste, égalitaire, équitable. Le Burkina Faso propose de enlever inclusif et la France d'enlever sain. Donc ce serait sans inclusif et sans sain. Enlever inclusif et sain. Et non discriminatoire. Et la Burkina Faso propose de retirer non discriminatoire. Et durable. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, we want to open the discussion with Russia, because Russia, you propose to remove the paragraph. Please explain briefly. 1 minute.
Спасибо, господин председатель. Насколько нам известно, нет до сих пор международного консенсуса или какого-либо документа, где определена глобальная гражданственность. И мы категорически против в использовании в разделе определения тех определений, по поводу которых нет международного взаимопонимания и нет международного консенсуса. То есть сейчас мы с вами просто пытаемся дать определение тому, по поводу чего нет ни консенсуса, ни взаимопонимания. То есть мы можем работать весь день. И то, что сейчас мы видим на экране, нам нужно согласовывать с нашими ведомствами, с нашей столицей. Спасибо. Это тоже займет время.
I would like to ask the member states or propose member states, or those who are there those that agree or disagree with Russia's position, that we delete the paragraph? Korea?
Thank you, Chair. I would like to respectfully disagree with our Russian colleague on the grounds that global citizenship education is very much talked about and also rooted in international commitment on how to take the next step in education in the 21st century. I believe that, well, I'd like to remind everyone that most of the core concepts that we are discussing for this conference involves the key concepts that we have inherited from the last century. And I think new recent concepts such as ESD or global citizenship education are concepts that reflects the needs of our times. And along those lines, I would consider global citizenship education a necessary part of our endeavor that we are doing here. And also, let me remind you that according to Education 2030 framework, we do have an international consensus on the definition to a certain extent. Thank you.
Finland?
Thank you. Finland could not agree more with the Republic of Korea. We do recognize global citizenship education. It's the strategic objective number 3 of UNESCO's midterm strategy. It's been in the narrative in different documents, not only here at UNESCO, but also in the UN General Assembly, etc. So we discussed yesterday already that the ESD would not have been sort of defined in a solid manner, which also is not true in that respect that, as we heard, there have been many world conferences and so on. So the global citizenship education is of importance. It is at the core what UNESCO does within education. As we see it, it really embeds the entire education agenda of UNESCO. So for Finland, it certainly exists, and we cannot leave it out. For us, we would have a proposal for a way to move forward, because we have also taken a look at the second proposal, which is beneath this first one. And our proposal would be that we recognize the framework for action. For us, it's fine to go back to the original text. We can, of course, discuss, but for us, a good way forward would be, if you can kindly type, global citizenship education.
Excuse me. I think before we dive into the substance, I think so that we also have a preparation to project. Yes.
Yeah. As it was mentioned, the other proposal, I will continue with the other proposal that I think is the text you may suggest. I will read that. This is an amendment by Belgian Republic of Korea. Is to replace the paragraph that is in the second draft with the quote. Please scroll up the English version. With the quote from the 2020 agenda. I think we have it here, so I may just read it through just for clarity, but the translation is already there. Global citizenship education aims to equip learners with the following core competencies. This is a quote from the 2030 agenda. A deep knowledge of global issues and universal values such as justice, equality, dignity, and respect. B, cognitive skills to think critically, systematically, and creatively, including adopting a multi-perspective approach that recognizes the different dimension, perspectives, and angles of issues. C, non-cognitive skills, including social skills such as empathy and conflict resolution, and communication skills and aptitudes for networking and interacting with people of different backgrounds, origins, cultures, and perspective. And D, behavioral capacities to act collaboratively and responsibly and to strive for collective good. Please scroll up. Oh, sorry, scroll down. Good. Yes. And then there was a third proposal. Eventually would be to, as for culture of peace, scroll up, to not include a full write-up of the definition, but just quote the source, which is global citizenship education is understood as defined in the Education 20 framework for action. So this may be Finland's proposal.
Members, we have the two proposals, including those individual interventions made by member states. Shall we, let me ask, maybe we could debate on these proposals provided in our approved documents, one of them being the first presented by Korea, or the second, which is summarized, presented by Korea as well. To be consistent, we did one of these yesterday, and we took the summarized, the second one, which is global citizenship education is understood as defined in Education 2030 framework for action. We borrowed from there yesterday, and I think that will lessen our burden if I propose that we adopt this particular proposal. Belgium.
Thank you very much, Chair. We can perfectly live with a simple solution where we make the reference, as long as there is then maybe a footnote where people can find it. It's paragraph 62, footnote 13, if I'm not mistaken, where you can find it, so that in the monitoring, these different aspects can be followed. But if people think that the quote is too long, we can certainly live with the proposal of Korea to shorten it, as long as there is the reference to the framework for action.
Hungary, you have the floor. Hungary.
Thank you. I couldn't agree more with the proposal from Finland that global education is, first of all, an agreed international concept. On top, there are quite a diverse and rich ongoing research into this topic, and also some regional and international mechanisms, such as the one led by Jean, the Global Education Network Europe, to establish language, which was actually adopted in the Dublin Declaration. So either Hungary can support the short definition as proposed here by Korea, or I would say, or I would suggest for borrowing language from the Dublin Declaration, and also emphasizing the role and the relevance of formal, informal, and non-formal education in this topic. Thank you.
Palestine.
يعني فيما يتعلق بمفهوم المواطنة الكونية، أنا مع أنه يعني بالأمس وجدت أننا بنهرب من مفهوم منحى ودخلنا بمفهوم متناقض شوي مالوش علاقة بالتعليم، يعني بعيد شوي. فأنا بقول هنا بإمكاننا نقول التعريف الأصلي مع تعديل بسيط بالبداية: التعليم الذي يمكن المتعلمين بما يتناسب مع المرحلة العمرية، ونكمل من الكفايات، طبعا بنحط من الكفايات والباقي بيظل مثل ما هو. يعني التعريف الأصلي اللي موجود فقط في البداية: التعليم الذي يمكن المتعلمين بما يتناسب بالمرحلة العمرية من الكفايات، معارف إلى آخره، إلى آخر النص. شكرا.
Oman.
Thank you very much. Good morning to everyone. Good morning to the President and the panel there. Regarding this term, global citizenship education, I don't know why we want to reinvent the wheel again. This term has been used for years. Even in our ministry's structure, we have a section, a department for global citizenship. And therefore, I don't know why we are debating it. I mean, the education sector, they should have a full knowledge about the correct and the suitable definition for this term. And I think what is provided in the document handed to us is a fair definition for that. Otherwise, if you want to change, I would like to go with the Korean suggestion. Thank you.
Niger.
We will also go by the suggestion from the Korea, where explanation is given about the global citizen education.
Can you repeat, please? Niger, did we get you clearly?
C'est maintenant que j'interviens. J'avais pas fait d'intervention tout à l'heure. C'était Oman qui intervenait tout à l'heure. Bonjour, Monsieur le Président. Donc, comme tous les précédents orateurs, je suis tout à fait d'accord qu'on garde cette notion d'éducation à la citoyenneté. Il n'est pas superflu de faire des rappels. Aujourd'hui, dans ce qui se passe dans le monde, quand vous prenez l'Afrique de l'Ouest, avec tout ce qu'on a comme problème au niveau de nos frontières, cette idée d'éducation à la citoyenneté est assez importante de garder. Mais alors, dans une des définitions, moi je préfère qu'on biffe le mot inculquer. On n'inculque pas à des apprenants. Les apprenants sont dans un processus d'apprentissage. On n'inculque pas une compétence, on la développe. Donc je voudrais bien si on maintient une définition qui contient inculquer, de changer inculquer par permettre. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Rocco.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je rejoins mes préopinants pour insister sur la nécessité de garder la définition à la citoyenneté mondiale, parce que c'est vraiment au cœur de cette recommandation pour la paix et la compréhension mondiale. Et donc, je propose qu'on garde la version qui nous a été proposée dans la version révisée et éventuellement, je soutiens les propositions du Burkina Faso pour l'enrichir un petit peu. Merci.
Azerbaijan.
Dear colleagues, in short, global citizenship education is one of the key terms for this document. We can't remove it completely. We agree with the second proposal of Korea. Thank you.
Austria.
Thank you, Mr. President. We appreciate the way of leading this conference and dealing with engagement of all of us, trying to bring into the recommendation our points of view. Of course, needs also compromises sometimes and a clear positioning in other moments. This point for us is a point for clear positioning in the meaning of maintaining the paragraph. UNESCO defines global citizenship education as UNESCO's response to the crises and challenges of our time and futures. It is one of the core educational concepts of UNESCO. for the wording, we can living with the original version of the draft and also with the proposed versions on the screen, the shorter one and the more elaborated one. Thank you.
Sweden.
Thank you, Chair, for giving us the floor. Let me start by congratulating you, since it's the first time I take the floor, on your election, as well as the Bureau, and to the Secretariat for preparing the draft that we're discussing today. We support the previous speakers and believe that it's important and vital to keep the definition. We can either go back to the original text or agree with the version that Korea has suggested, or the longer quoting as well. Thank you.
Member States, there are many of you have raised your nameplates to speak. I still have your list, but I get a sense that we're going in a particular direction so that you can reach an agreement as soon as possible. Now, what is apparent is that we want to keep, Member States want to keep global citizenship education. Now, the question is the definition. The two proposals. We take the original second draft version, or we take the short version proposed by Korea. We need to have a discussion around that so that we can quickly agree on which direction to go. Korea.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to clarify our rationale for the alternative suggestions. We felt that the original text seemed to be too comprehensive, and it does not highlight the strengths and potential contributions that global citizenship education can have in the roadmap toward education for our future. Thank you.
Kuwait.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I tend to go with the original text, and because when the Koreans amendment, the second one, for sure, I mean the Finland, I mean Belgium and Korea in the middle, this is more in the aims, not in the definition. So for sure that, we are not comfortable. The second amendment by Korea, my only issue is, now we're talking about the global citizen educationship and the education 2030 framework for action. Was that, we have the, the SDGs when all member states agreed upon. Then we have introduced the global citizenship, the global citizenship education. Did that come after the agreement of all the SDGs? Because we know we have to differentiate. We have all member states approved the SDGs, but then this came later on? So this is my question. If the Secretary says, it was agreed by all member states, I can go ahead with the second amendment of Korea. If not, I'd rather the original text. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Secretariat, please.
The discussion, I understand, it was made before the finalization of the frame for action.
Cuba.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Nuestra intervención es para plantear que consideramos, a partir de que hay una definición en el marco que nos está acercando a este concepto, yo estoy de acuerdo en que pudiera aportarse como lo plantea Corea.
Uganda.
Thank you, Chair, and congratulations because this is your first time. I would like to say that we, as Uganda, we go 2030 because we have even started implementing, trying to make sure that it is integrated in the curriculum. And it is one of the things that can help us because this document needs global citizenship as a key concept.
Brazil.
Thank you, Chair. We agree with the importance of retaining the reference to global citizenship education. Of course, it's a concept that is in the 2030 agenda, and we believe that the short solution put forward by the Republic of Korea is more than enough to offer a reference in that sense. Maybe, just if delegations find it helpful, we could also say global citizenship education is understood as outlined in the Education 2030 Framework for Action. Thank you.
Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think we agree with the Korean proposed shorter version as put in the screen. Thank you.
Canada, take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. I just wanted to also wade in to say that for Canada, it's very important that this be included within the text. I think what we're hearing from the floor is that everybody thinks that it needs to be included into the text. And so far, outside of a question that was asked on the short version, there doesn't seem to be a problem with going with this alternative proposal from Korea. I would wonder if anybody would actually object to the short Korean proposal with a substantive argument for how it should be changed at this point. Perhaps we can actually just move for adoption of that short version. Thank you.
Finland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So sorry that we didn't have the opportunity to put forward our proposal in the beginning of this discussion, because we would have liked to merge the two. We've heard a lot of references to the Framework for Action, so why not simply adding in the very beginning of the original paragraph, global citizenship education, comma, in line with the Education 2030 Framework for Action, and the rest would follow as in the original text. For Finland, it is slightly a matter of principle. We have yesterday discussed about the ESD, and now we are talking about this sort of sibling concept, global citizenship education. And we are not prepared in this room to say anything about this. It's a pity. So for us, it would be more balanced if we could have a small narrative, just as we had on ESD yesterday. But of course, we go along with the consensus on this issue, but as long as we have the reference to the Education 2030 Framework for Action. Thank you.
Liberia.
Thank you, Chair. For us, I think the Education 2030 Framework for Action clearly defines global citizenship, and it is detailed. So I think we can go with Korea on the second proposal.
I have a sense that we are agreeing on this, that we take the short majority are saying that we take the short version proposed by Korea with a few amendments. The other option was that we take the original text, but we add the 2030 framework for action somewhere at the beginning. So can we put that up so that we can see Secretariat, please?
Yes, will do. Thank you. Maybe Finland is best placed. Could you please instruct that so we can go back if we can have, yes, the original text that's there. Thank you. Original meaning what was in the second draft. We would simply add, right, in line with the Education 2030 for Action is an approach. Correct? Okay, thank you.
So now I don't see it. I believe
it's hidden a bit. Can you scroll it a bit down? Scroll again. Okay.
Exactly.
just
So
have-
it's global citizenship education in line with the Education 2030 framework for action, and then it goes along with the original text.
That way, the way it has been put on the screen? Because we are put on the screen with the original text.
That's correct, yeah. If I may just ask the typist for clarity, if we could, yes, have the option, the two options next to each other, so we have Finland and then the short version now on the screen. Yeah, the two. Thank you.
Korea, do you agree with that?
I think it's a reasonable compromise.
Okay, thank you. What is up, Bangladesh? You take the floor.
Well, thank you, Chair. Chair, this is more of a general observation on our part that we are in the definition section, and there are agreed definitions of many of the elements that we have in the document. And as the Ambassador of Oman has said, that we do not need to reinvent the wheel. Once we start qualifying, once we start picking certain elements, even from the agreed document, it actually affects the balance and understanding and the framework under which the entire document was agreed. So we run the risk of omitting some of the elements, and I think that is not a prudent path to follow. Therefore, we would recommend that we try not to qualify and try not to add words, phrases to already agreed definitions. And therefore, we would strongly support the original Korean proposition. Thank you.
We get you clearly, and I want member states, we need to make a decision and move forward. Now, there is the short version of it. Belgium also made a comment and said we do a footnote for it on the specific page where that definition is. If someone wants to make reference, they can be able to make reference. I think that would be a fair decision, and I propose that at this point we adopt the shorter version with a footnote so that we do not omit some concepts from the original agreed upon definition. With a footnote. So shall we adopt Morocco?
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Moi, je souhaite retenir la proposition équilibrée qui a été faite par la Finlande. Il faut quand même un minimum de texte, tout en se référant au cadre. Donc, si j'ai bien compris, si c'est la proposition, moi j'appuie énormément la proposition équilibrée de la Finlande qui retient aussi bien la version qui nous a été envoyée, plus le petit rajout. Merci.
Norway.
Thank you for the floor, Chair. We would like to support Finland's suggestion to keep the original text, in addition with a specific reference to the Education 2030 framework for action.
Spain.
Buenos días, señor presidente. Felicidades porque es nuestra primera intervención y queremos agradecer el gran trabajo que está haciendo. Nuestra propuesta, desde luego, no vamos a discutir el valor de lo que supone la ciudadanía global, porque lo tenemos en la mayoría de las normativas de sistemas educativos de todos los países. Así pues, nosotros apoyamos la propuesta de Finlandia. Gracias.
Cameroon, please, take the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, et je vous félicite également d'avoir été élu à ce poste pour diriger les travaux. Le Cameroun est favorable à l'intégration des deux, c'est-à-dire la définition prévue dans le texte et l'ajout de la référence de 2030. Cependant, nous sommes également favorables au changement du concept d'inculquer, parce que le DGR a proposé le fait de favoriser les compétences des apprenants. Nous intégrons les deux, mais le terme inculquer peut être remplacé par favoriser le développement des compétences et non inculquer. Merci.
France, take the floor.
Oui, bonjour, merci Monsieur le Président. La France est attachée évidemment à ce que l'éducation à la citoyenneté mondiale soit intégrée dans le texte. Toutefois, la proposition de la Finlande nous pose quelques problèmes sur le texte et nous avions fait des amendements sur certaines formulations, notamment sur l'inclusion. Sur le qualificatif saine qui, en français, pose, selon nous, un problème, et puis sur le qualificatif universel. Donc c'est pour ça que nous sommes plus favorables pour une version courte de la Corée.
Estonia, take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We would like to express our support to the very good compromise wording proposed by Finland, but we can also live with the proposal made by Korea. Thank you.
Greece, take the floor.
I'm fine, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. I raised my flag earlier on, but I'm fine now. Thank you.
Russia.
Господин председатель, мы не против использования в тексте концепции обучения в духе глобальной гражданственности. И единственное, что хочу подчеркнуть, мы против использования дефиниций, которые не имеют универсально признанного на межгосударственном уровне толкования. Что касается повестки дня 2030 и корейского предложения, мы в духе консенсуса готовы согласиться на него с одной оговоркой. В рамках действий не дано определение образованию в духе глобальной гражданственности. Давайте называть все своими словами. Там дано его толкование на данный момент времени. Но, в принципе, нас устроит корейское предложение с маленькой поправкой. Спасибо.
It seems to me that we need to engage now on editing the second option, the Korean suggestion, the short version. We edit it and end the discussion on that paragraph. There are those who have suggested they have no problem with either, but majority are saying we go by the short one because it incorporates all the aspects of global citizenship education. Belgium has suggested adding a footnote. Here are the suggestions. Can we agree that our base now to make the decision is on the second one? The basis to make a decision on the second one. We agree. I see no objection. So let us now, those who have amendments to the proposal by Korea, the short one, then we complete our discussion on that. Gambia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Of course, we want to believe that global citizenship education is mutually reinforcing with ESD and also EIU. So we will also suggest in keeping the paragraph. However, we want to suggest that we include 21st century skills. So if we can get them incorporated, that will occur very well for us. Digital skills, critical thinking and problem solving. These are important skills for global citizenship education. Thank you.
Austria, take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. We would prefer the Finnish proposal because it's an excellent compromise. We can also live with the shorter version, of course, and would also find it interesting if the Belgium suggests, in this case, we chose for the second, the Korea proposal, that we add a footnote in the meaning of the original draft.
I get the sense, members, that the definition proposed by Finland leaves out some concepts, leaves out some aspects, important aspects of global citizenship education. So how do we accommodate them? I thought basically the direction of argument, of agreement here that I see more or less consensus is that we take a more encompassing definition based on already approved documents, especially the 2030 framework for action. And I thought that accommodates our concerns, or Finland's concerns, and the concerns of those who feel that their concepts, key concepts left out, various aspects of global citizenship education left out. That is the rationale that we could wish, if you agree, that we amend the second proposal to accommodate whatever concerns that are there. But I see a majority of member states want to go the shorter way. So if we are in agreement, those who had suggested correction, suggested some comments to be included in the short amendment or shorter proposal by Korea. Yeah, global citizenship education is understood as not as defined. I think it's understood as not defined. I think it should be properly drafted. Yeah, Belgium.
We can also say is understood as referred to in.
Is understood as referred
The typist can please go ahead.
In. Yeah, make the statement so that we can correct it. Typist, please, you correct as she states it. As Belgium states it. Sorry.
Do you have to repeat? As if defined is a problem, we can say is understood as referred to in the Education 2030 Framework for Action.
Brazil.
Thank you, Chair. We support your approach, and just to remind that we have made a proposition earlier to this in this precise direction, which would be to say also understood as outlined in the education. I believe that we can go along with both formulations. Thank you.
So you have no problem with us referred to? Okay, thank you. Iceland.
We are okay with this proposal from Korea.
Thank you. Nigeria.
Nigeria, we're okay with the latest modification referred to. We are done that.
Kuwait.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I think we had enough discussions. What we have is a good compromise. So if you know, with all my colleagues, if we can just adopt it and move forward, this is my suggestion.
We are Mali. Mali, take the floor.
Oui, bonjour, Monsieur le Président. C'est la première fois que je prends la parole. Je profite pour vous féliciter pour votre élection et féliciter les membres du bureau. Donc, je voulais dire que la seconde proposition, celle de la Corée, est bonifiée par la note de bas de page proposée par la Belgique à notre assentiment. Mais dans la note de bas de page, je pense qu'il est bon peut-être de faire le rappel du contenu tel qu'il est dans le document cadre. Merci.
Egypt.
شكرا سيدي الرئيس. باختصار كنت أود أن أؤيد ما ذهبتم إليه من البناء على المقترح الأخير المختصر المقدم من كوريا، مع إضافة ربما هامش للإشارة أو للرجوع إلى الوثائق المرجعية لمن يريد الاستزادة، وأن نبني عليه بإضافة أي تعديلات مقترحة نتوافق عليها فيما بيننا. شكرا سيدي الرئيس.
Switzerland, please take the floor.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Comme c'est la première fois que je prends la parole, je me permets de vous féliciter aussi pour votre élection, ainsi que les membres du bureau. Je remercie le secrétariat pour tous leurs efforts en vue de travailler sur ce texte. La proposition de la Corée nous semble être une bonne solution. Elle nous permet de rester succinct et de nous baser sur un langage prédéfini. Toutefois, la version actuelle en français me paraît peu compréhensible et il faudrait peut-être travailler un peu sur le texte. Merci beaucoup.
Members, I want to propose that we adopt the second statement, the short version, as it is, and the footnote shall be supplied, with the footnote that will be supplied. Burkina Faso.
Bien, merci Monsieur le Président. Bon, c'est la première fois que le Burkina Faso intervient. Bon, je voudrais aussi dire félicitations pour ne pas faire l'exception. Alors maintenant, s'agissant de la définition, moi je pense que pour être cohérent avec nous-mêmes, mais ce qui est proposé, ce n'est pas une définition en tant que telle. Parce qu'une définition, on l'a dit, et toutes les définitions précédentes là ont dit clairement ce à quoi on s'attend, ce que le concept signifie. Mais là, on renvoie à une note. L'éducation à la citoyenneté mondiale s'entend comme il y est fait référence dans le cadre d'action d'éducation 2030. Et c'est vrai que la Belgique suggère une note de bas de page, mais c'est en fait la note de bas de page qui va définir le concept. Bon, non, moi je pense qu'ici, il est mieux, comme les précédentes là, d'aller directement à la définition. Parce qu'on renvoie à quelque chose. Et il faut aller à ce quelque chose-là pour trouver la définition. Donc pour moi, une définition serait de dire clairement ce qu'il faut entendre par l'éducation à la citoyenneté mondiale. Voilà, c'est ma proposition, la proposition du Burkina Faso. Merci.
I respect the opinions of every member, but we shall need that we arrive at a compromise. I think we have had sufficient, almost a full hour, discussing this particular paragraph. And for the sake of making progress, I have a sense that there is consensus, or close, to taking up the statement or the paragraph that was proposed, the short one proposed by Korea. We did this yesterday, and we can make reference when we're making definitions. Honestly, we often make reference and say, as defined in the Constitution, then you'd make reference to specific clauses in the Constitution, articles in the Constitution. It is okay to do that. I think it's conventional. And I would propose the adoption of the statement that we have before us as is. An objection? Mali, your flag, your nameplate is up. It should be down because it's from before. Greece, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We totally agree with what you said. And it doesn't really matter if it's in, we did yesterday the reference, so it doesn't really matter if it's a footnote or if we put the text in there as long as it's referred to the Education 2030 framework. And we agree with Belgium's proposal as referred to. Thank you.
I go back and ask the question, an objection to the adoption? I see no objection. Adopted. Let's move to the next paragraph. Thank you very much. Should be up on the screen. There is a new paragraph from Germany, which Secretary is going to read.
New paragraph proposed by Germany is to include the term inclusion as a definition, a word to be defined as such. Inclusion is seen as a process of addressing and responding to the diversity of needs of all learners through increasing participation in learning, cultures, and communities, and reducing exclusion within and from education. It involves changes and modifications in content, approaches, structures, and strategies with a common vision which covers all children of the appropriate age range, and a conviction that it is the responsibility of the regular system to educate all learners. And this is a quote from UNESCO Guidelines for Inclusion 2005, page 13.
I would call upon Germany to explain or to introduce the paragraph.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I will be very short. We have in this text several dozens of times we speak about inclusive education. So we thought it is important to have among the definitions also an understanding of what we mean by inclusive education. In order to be constructive, we have just seen in the previous paragraph a strict shortening of the text to come down to a reference where we find the definition. We could do the same here. We could say, just to be short and to avoid a lengthy discussion, inclusion is defined as by the UNESCO guidelines for inclusion of 2005, such that we reduce all the text and that we avoid a lengthy discussion. Maybe this finds a faster agreement, and on the spirit of compromise, we would suggest that we have a shorter definition as we have done in the previous paragraph. So we would suggest to shorten it to inclusion is defined as in the UNESCO guidelines for inclusion of 2005, such that we move forward quickly. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That should be the base for discussion. Member States, your reactions? Canada?
Merci, Monsieur le Président, et merci à l'Allemagne pour cette proposition sur l'importance de l'inclusion et la définition. Nous sommes très favorables, en fait, de la première proposition allemande. Nous trouvons, en fait, qu'il n'y a rien de mieux que d'appuyer tous les jeunes qui ont besoin d'avoir des apprentissages, ils ont besoin de développer dans toutes leurs capacités, et nous trouvons que la définition telle qu'écrite par l'Allemagne est très très précise et non controversée. Donc nous, on peut appuyer entièrement ce paragraphe et nous demandons, est-ce qu'il y a des pays qui n'appuient pas cette définition telle que ça a été proposé au préalable? Parce que j'apprécie beaucoup la flexibilité allemande, mais s'il n'y a pas d'opposition à ce qu'on inclut, ce qui nous semble une très bonne définition d'inclusion, notre préférence serait de le garder tel qu'il est. Merci.
Belgium.
We can live with the shorter version that Germany proposed. but I would like to draw your attention that this inclusion only applies to children, and that our recommendation is about the whole range and all the levels. So this definition can be a basis, but there are definitions of the UN on social inclusion as well, where there is like the process of improving the terms of participating in society, particularly for people who are disadvantaged through enhancing opportunities, access to resources, voices, and respect for rights. So there are several definitions, and then we can maybe say that it's one of the definitions that we use. But we can live with everything.
Belgium, I see the definition says needs of all learners. It doesn't say children. And learners could be learners of all ages. It's all learners, regardless of the age. Am I seeing a different document? As inclusion is seen as the process addressing and responding to the diversity of needs of all learners through increasing participation in the learning, cultures, and all that. I don't know where children are mentioned. Perhaps...
I'm sorry, I was just looking at the screen and I saw covers all children of the appropriate age range.
Yes, covers. Okay, it is an elaboration towards the bottom with a common vision which covers all children of the appropriate age range. Yeah. But the first part is learners. Through, all learners, not children. I think as it goes down, then it isolates the group of children. So it is all encompassing, I guess. Romania, take the floor, followed by Hungary.
Thank you, Mr. President. We also think that inclusion should be in the list of the definitions because it is referred in the text. And also we think that a good compromise would be to keep only the first paragraph, so from inclusion to it involves, and then continue with define as it appears in the UNESCO guidelines for inclusion. I think that it is important to at least, have a reference of why this is important before sending to a UNESCO document, because in this way you'll have an incentive to go and look deeper if you're interested in the topic. Thank you very much.
Hungary, take the floor.
Thank you. Hungary supports this proposal of including inclusion, and would prefer to go to the original proposal of the longer version because it's a guideline and not a framework we are referring to. So probably the longer version would be better in this case for us. Thank you.
India, please take the floor.
Thank you. In fact, in this particular statement, inclusion is referred to cultures, learning, communities, but also different languages is also very important. But secondly, the next part, which states, and reducing exclusion within and from education. So you are still talking about reducing exclusion means you are accepting exclusion. So I think we should remove this part of this particular statement.
Kuwait, take the floor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, so our colleagues don't get confused. Please, Germany submitted a proposal. Then they said our proposal is too lengthy and we're proposing a new one. So on the screen, the first one should be crossed because the member state who submitted saying that's too lengthy and we're proposing the new one, the last two lines. So the first one has to be crossed, that's gone. The member state who submitted, they're saying this is too lengthy, we can live with a new definition, which is the last two lines. So please, Secretariat, cross the first, 10 lines, because that's the member state requested from the beginning. So we don't complicate the discussion. And just leave the inclusion is defined as it appears in UNESCO's guideline. So this is the proposal, Germany, and we should discuss this. Is it good or not? Since I took the floor, I think this is a good, consistent what we've done, and we should adopt that one. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Secretary, please cross the first 10 lines so you don't confuse people.
We have two things. We have agreed that we are going to keep the paragraph, sure, and now there's a suggestion that actually the proposal by Germany, I agree with Kuwait, the proposal by Germany was that let us have the shorter version. I propose that we have the shorter version as the basis of discussion, as the base for discussion. So Secretariat will remove the rest and leave the shorter version on. And now we have a discussion on the shorter version. If there are no discussions, we do the adoption. Austria, take the floor. Your microphone was not on.
Sorry. Only thanks to Germany for having done this proposal, and we agree with the shorter version.
Egypt.
شكرا سيدي الرئيس. كان لدي في الأول تعليقات على الصيغة الأطول، لكن بما أن التوافق أو الآراء تتجه للصيغة الأوجز أو الأقصر فنؤيد هذا التوجه. شكرا.
Mali.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous sommes d'accord avec la version plus courte, mais je précise qu'il est bon, comme pour la précédente définition, de faire un renvoi de bas de page pour rappeler les lignes directrices auxquelles elle renvoie. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Suggestion, the footnote, we should supply footnote to that. Morocco, take the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. C'est intéressant d'inclure une référence, plutôt définir l'éducation inclusive, mais j'ai une petite préoccupation. Si dans toutes les définitions, on ne fera que référer directement aux textes qui sont déjà adoptés, donc là, je crois qu'on aurait mieux fait de mettre un paragraphe en haut du paragraphe définition et dire que pour les concepts suivants, la présente recommandation s'aligne sur les définitions, etc., etc. Parce que là, nous sommes en train d'affaiblir d'une certaine manière la proposition. Et je propose que si on veut intégrer l'éducation inclusive, là, l'UNESCO a une définition. L'UNESCO considère l'inclusion comme une approche dynamique de répondre positivement à la diversité des élèves et de considérer les différences, etc., etc. Donc, on fait un choix. Soit on intègre avec un minimum de clarté, de précision pour que le texte soit cohérent. Si on ne fait que renvoyer à ce qui est déjà adopté, donc honnêtement, je ne vois pas vraiment la valeur ajoutée. Merci.
Not all, I'm sure, Morocco, you know, it's not all the definitions that have gone that direction. I think there are a few of the definitions. We have dealt with huge texts within this recommendation. And of course, we are also concerned not to have 100 pages of a recommendation. So we are also being, you know, minimal and still within whether in the intellectual world, in the academic world, this is acceptable, in the legal world, this is acceptable. So the few that have been suggested, I think, we have already agreed on doing this to reduce the volume and avoid excluding some concepts because they're too long to put them on. I want to ask, if you allow me, that we adopt this proposal as is. I want to give my secretary here to say something.
Just simply that there is actually a more recent document than the 2005. It dates from 2017 guidelines. So we'd ask the Secretariat here to propose the exact, if the title has changed, the exact language, but it's just the 2017 guidelines for inclusion, I believe. That's correct? Okay. And so if it is in the language, there is no need, in fact, for the footnote. It's actually, the text is inclusion is defined as it appears in the 2017 UNESCO Guidelines for Inclusion.
Okay. I want to propose, I think that's clear. I want to propose that we adopt with that amendment. Kuwait.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. With due respect with the Secretariat, if we put 2017, that will limit us. Things will come in the future. So make it as general. Don't limit yourself in 2017 because in 2025 we might have a new one, right? So I don't, I'm not, aiming to put the year on the decision. Just make it as it appears in UNESCO's guideline. And if you want to put in the footnote or whatever, you put the years there. So we don't tie ourselves in the future. Thank you.
There seems to be an agreement.
There seems to be an agreement. We could go that direction. I think the guidance provided by the Ambassador of Kuwait is actually very important and accurate, that we do not have to say the year there, but on the footnote. On the footnote. In future, 2025, then we change the footnote. So I propose that we adopt Hungary.
And Russia is asking.
Thank you, Chair. I would still, or Hungary would still have a slight objection to the shorter version, because the document states, I mean both the 2005 and 17 documents state that they are living documents, as Morocco expressed, not a standard setting, which might mean that the text could change. So we are adapting something which might be something else in the future. So I would better agree with an agreed text, the longer version, because then I know what I'm agreeing with and not agreeing with something which might be different in the future. Thank you.
I thought we had discussed that and moved out of that. We agreed that we should move to the shorter version. And that's what we are dealing with now. I request Hungary to compromise on this so that, and Germany, who proposed, in most member states, I see there is a consensus that we adopt this paragraph as is now. Russia?
Спасибо, господин председатель. Мы благодарим Германию за предложение, и мы предпочли бы в данном случае сохранить формулировку 2005 года, которую мы видим на экране. Понятно, что она со временем претерпела изменения, и либо нам нужно время, чтобы ее найти и посмотреть, в каком виде она сохранилась в 2017 году, либо мы соглашаемся на ту версию, на короткую версию, но с формулировкой, которую мы видим на экране. Формулировка 2005 года, с которой все делегаты сейчас могут познакомиться. Спасибо.
I again present this statement. Cyprus.
Thank you, Mr. President. There is no objection for the short version of inclusion. However, I think that we must be consistent with the document. For example, yesterday, Finland include in the human rights a specific reference. So in this case, if we keep the inclusion is defined as it appears in the UNESCO guidelines for inclusion, I suggest to put a reference on this. Otherwise, this is very general and might not give the exact impression by what we mean as inclusion. Thank you.
We have two opinions here. One, we agree with the short statement, but we are grappling with the issue of where should be the reference. It should be in between 2005 UNESCO guidelines for inclusion, 2017 or we have 2005 and 2017 in the footnote. That is what we are grappling with. I would like us to make a decision on this. We have back to Germany.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As indicated, we are very flexible on this, and in our understanding, there is no substantial difference between the 2017 guidelines on this basic definition and the 2005 one. So we would strongly support what has been said before by the Ambassador of Kuwait, that we have it as is indicated on the screen right now, and I would like to ask you to move forward to adoption because we are short of time.
I move to adopt that we adopt this statement as is. The dates will be indicated in the footnote. We adopt as is with the dates in the footnote. Russia? Is it old or new one?
Мы бы предпочли сохранить ссылку на UNESCO Guidelines for Inclusion 2005 года. Спасибо.
So Germany, Russia, you have an objection to having it at the footnote? I see we need to strike a compromise because we almost unanimously agreed on this so that we can make progress. Russia is something you can live with or you can live by?
Нам подходит вариант ссылки внизу страницы на UNESCO Guidelines 2005 года. Спасибо.
We adopt the statement or the paragraph. Let me read as it's being adopted, yes. Inclusion is defined as it appears in the UNESCO guidelines for inclusion. Full stop. We leave it at that? That's where we leave it at. Whether it will be 2005, 2017, 2030, whatever it will be. No objection? Adopted. Let's move on to the next. H.
Paragraph H, defining transformative education. If you can move up the English. Okay. Thank you. Transformative education, as is stated in the second draft, involves co-created teaching and learning that recognizes and valorizes the dignity and diversity of learners in educational settings, eliminates all barriers to their learning, and motivates and empowers them to reflect critically, become agents of change and protagonists of their own future by taking informed decisions and actions at the individual, community, local, national, regional, and global levels that support the building of peaceful, just, inclusive, equal, equitable, healthy, and sustainable societies. Global citizenship education and education for sustainable development are transformative approaches to education. There are several amendments here. I will read them through, mainly in English. Russian Federation proposes the removal of that paragraph.
I want us to start here, members.
Maybe I can read the rest of the changes first.
All the changes? You want to read
Yes.
all the changes? Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Italy proposes to delete involves and to replace by refers to or is. So a transformative education refers to or is proposed by Italy. Norway proposes to remove co-created teaching and learning that recognizes and valorizes the dignity and diversity of all learners, proposed by Norway to include all, in educational settings, eliminates all barriers to their learning and motivates and empowers. Norway proposes to remove them by empowers learners to reflect critically, become agents of change and protagonists of their own future. By Canada proposes to remove taking and to replace with by making informed decisions, and Canada proposes adding taking actions at the individual, community, local, national, regional, and global levels. Brazil proposes to add including through approaches such as global citizenship education, education for sustainable development, and human rights education, among others, comma, that support the building of peaceful, just, inclusive. Belgium proposes to add here participative and democratic. Are we okay here? The French? So after learners, so Canada proposes to, after protagonists of their own future by, so it's protagonists of their own future by, Canada proposes to remove taking informed decisions and to replace by making informed decisions. Then Canada proposed taking actions at the individual, community, local, national, global levels. Brazil proposes, in addition, after global levels, which reads as follows, including through approaches such as global citizenship education, education for sustainable development, and human rights education. A Brazil amendment to be added. Merci. Okay. So we continue. That supports the building of peaceful, just, inclusive, participative, and democratic. Proposal by Belgium. This is after inclusive, where we say just, inclusive, then Belgium to add participative and democratic, equal, equitable, healthy, and sustainable societies. Portugal to add after societies where human rights, so Portugal to propose after sustainable societies. Just wait for the French here, participate, okay. So in sustainable societies, Portugal to add where human rights are universally respected, semicolon. Human rights education, comma. In Finland to propose to add within planetary boundaries. Semicolon. Global citizenship education and education for sustainable development are Saudi Arabia proposes to add are examples of transformative approaches to education. And Italy has proposed at the end to add, including, at the very end, including digital technologies, artificial intelligence, and other innovative technologies.
Everything's done in both English and French. I would like us to start with requesting Russia to explain why we should remove that paragraph.
Спасибо, господин председатель. Все очень просто. Мы не против transformative education, мы не против использования этого понятия в основном тексте рекомендации, но это явление достаточно новое. Все мы помним саммит по трансформации образования, который заложил основы для transformative education, и пока даже вы видите по правкам, которые вносятся, нет единого понимания, что оно должно включать. Это в ближайшие годы мы должны с вами посоветоваться на нескольких саммитах, на нескольких встречах и понять, что же такое transformative education, что оно должно включать в себя, а не давать сейчас ему определение. Как правильно сказала госпожа Джанини вчера, это рекомендация на долгие годы, это рекомендация на 30-50 лет. Поэтому если мы сейчас зафиксируем какие-то понятия в этом новом рождающемся подходе, у нас не будет возможности дальше его расширить. Поэтому мы бы оставили это в тексте, но избежали бы определения именно в этом пункте. Спасибо большое.
Thank you, Russia. That is before us. Any member state that want to keep this? The member states agreeing with Russia? Kuwait?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, wow, this is not a definition. This is a new recommendation. The para is so lengthy. Let me give a general, hopefully a general guideline for the approach. We are here discussing definition. I see some of the amendments is the how to implement this definition. So I think we should not deviate from this is a definition. So to me, the beginning, what's Italy? This is like some language. Was Norway, Italy, the first few ones, even Canada, up striking, taking, making. I'm fine, but once we go down. With due respect, with Brazil amendment, I think this is we going and it's Belgium all the way down. We're going into how to implement these things. So I think I'm okay with the first changes, few words, and maintaining the original document, Mr. Chair. With the few, I'm flexible with the few linguistic changes, from Canada, Norway, Saudi Arabia. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So do we keep again? It should be really quick contribution or comments on we keep or we don't keep. But the comment Ambassador of Kuwait has given is important, very, very important, and we shall look at it a little in a few minutes. We want to see if member states want to keep, then we discuss how do we want to keep it. Gambia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the Gambia, we will...
and please lower your nameplate as
sorry.
Yeah.
The Gambia will support the removal of the content within the paragraph, but the concept, I think, transformative education, I think, is useful for us to define. But when we read what is under this concept, I think it's just a combination of earlier concepts that we have defined. Peace, education, sustainable development, and things like that. So I think transformative education is more like transforming education systems, not on the learner. The focus is not on the learner. That's our understanding. Thank you.
Trinidad and Tobago.
Thank you, Chair. I think attempting to define it, especially with the additions, is more problematic. And in fact, the first suggestion that refers to makes it much less than what it is when you say what it involves. So I would not support. So I'm inclined to believe, or we're inclined to accept Russia's to leave it, but also, to take it out, but to also mention that Article 22 actually contradicts the definition. You have another definition in Article 22 as a transformative approach to education. So with all of that, I think it is more sensible not to try to define it.
For a moment, I'll ask the Secretary to read the French amendments.
There are indeed a few French amendments here. In French, If we can scroll down the French from Burkina Faso. Burkina Faso proposes, after the Brazilian amendment, that I read now out again, y compris par le biais d'approches telles que l'éducation à la citoyenneté mondiale, l'éducation au développement durable et l'éducation aux droits de l'homme, entre autres. C'est l'amendement du Brésil, suivi par en vue de l'édification de sociétés pacifiques justes. Le Burkina propose d'enlever inclusive et égale. Donc, le Burkina propose d'enlever inclusive et égale. La Belgique, ensuite, propose participative et démocratique. Nous avons ensuite équitable. Le Burkina Faso propose de rajouter et pacifique, virgule. Donc, et pacifique après équitable. Et le Burkina Faso propose d'enlever durable et axé sur la promotion de la santé. Est-ce qu'on peut baisser un peu le texte en français, s'il vous plaît, pour que je puisse voir s'il y a d'autres amendements? Voilà, c'est tout. Merci.
Brazil.
Thank you, Chair. Just to begin with, I feel that it is difficult to make a decision on whether we want to keep or not to keep without agreeing on what we want to keep or not to keep. So I feel and I hear very clearly the cautious note by the Russian Federation. I think it's important to take this into account. We are in a process of together substantiating what we believe to be the transformative education approach. I think this is a good opportunity to discuss it because it's an intergovernmental Category 2 meeting of UNESCO, so we are prepared to engage substantively on what we want to define as transformative education. So we are flexible if we feel that the room is not ready to move into the direction of adopting a definition, we are flexible with dropping it. But it depends on what we can achieve in terms of substance. I just wanted to make a technical comment. The Brazilian amendment is not to include anything. We just took the final sentences that referred to education for sustainable development and global citizenship as examples of transformative approaches, and we merged into the text because we felt it would read better. And we wanted these examples not to have any restrictive value over the definition. That means they could be taken as examples, but not restricting the meaning or the reach of this concept. And that's why we included human rights education. It's a concept that is that has a definition. It has a General Assembly resolution that establishes a world program on education for human rights. We felt that this should be included as a good example of what transformative is meant to be. But again, it is a process. I feel that if we are not mature enough in terms of discussion, the issue might not be ripe for a definition, and we accept that fact, but it depends on how the discussion goes. Thank you.
Finland, take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Finland fully supports keeping this paragraph. We can't say that transforming education is something new because it's the very basis of again, coming back to the framework for action, where it is clearly outlined that the entire SDG 4 is transformative. It is aimed at transforming lives through education. So that's the basis. It really is a no-go of letting go of it. For the sake of compromise, Finland too has proposed amendments, but we believe that the original text is very fair one. It's comprehensive enough, it's flexible enough. So our proposal would be to go back to the original, and Finland is ready to pull back our amendment. Thank you.
Niger.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Alors, quand j'interviens, je fais toujours référence au cadre d'apprentissage. Quand on met des apprenants dans des situations d'apprentissage, on ne leur donne pas, s'il vous plaît. On leur crée les conditions pour qu'ils apprennent. À un moment donné, dans cette définition, il y a un endroit où on dit qu'il les motive et leur donne les moyens. On dit qu'il les motive et crée les conditions aux apprenants pour développer leur sens critique. C'est une proposition. Maintenant, vers la fin, si on peut faire monter un peu, s'il vous plaît. Voilà. On dit, y compris les technologies numériques, l'intelligence artificielle et d'autres technologies innovantes. Dans un texte pareil, quand on n'est pas très sûr, on ne met pas d'autres. Récemment, au niveau mondial, on est en train de critiquer l'intelligence artificielle comme étant quelque part des solutions qui peuvent amener des soucis. Ce que je propose ici, c'est de mettre y compris les technologies numériques, éducatives, innovantes. Point. Voilà, merci.
Ukraine, take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ukraine supports the proposal to keep this notion in the text because of the importance of this notion in the current conditions of life. But we support the proposal of Finland that this notion must be shortened and must be simplified. Thank you.
I'm hearing that from the floor that we have those who are suggesting that we go to the original text, that we put up the original text and see, because it's simpler. I thought that was Finland and supported by other member states, that we can look at the text, the original text. So Secretariat, can you put up the original text? Yes, next to it, and we see the comparison right there. And I want to ask member states, this is really, I could say, is one of the complex paragraphs that perhaps requires that we either look at the original and we do it on the floor, or perhaps if we need more time, we can ask some, to have a meeting, side meeting over this paragraph. But let's look at the original. If the original, if you allow, we can have the original as the base for our discussion. Morocco.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je peux très bien me mettre d'accord sur votre dernière proposition pour trouver un consensus. Et dans ce cas, pour raccourcir quand même ce paragraphe, je propose que l'éducation à la citoyenneté mondiale et l'éducation au développement durable sont des approches transformatrices de l'éducation, peut être enlevé parce qu'on sait qu'on a déjà fait référence et ça n'ajoute rien. Normalement, même si ça ajoute quelque chose, ça allonge la définition. Donc il y a ce choix-là. Il y a le choix d'adopter la définition qui a été adoptée par l'UNESCO lors du 5e Forum mondial sur l'éducation transformatrice et le développement durable en 2021. Donc nous avons, voilà ma proposition. Merci. Donc je répète, je propose d'enlever le dernier paragraphe qui fait référence à ce que voilà, aux exemples. Ce sont des exemples.
Norway.
Thank you very much, Chair. We would support leaning towards the original text. However, we would like to support Kuwait's recommendation on looking at some of the more technical changes that were made by both us from Norway, Italy, and Canada to make sure that we have a good wording in the text. Thank you. So that would be the first changes, all up until Brazil's amendment.
Sweden.
Thank you, Chair, for giving us the floor. We strongly support the inclusion of the paragraph and the suggestion by Finland to have the original text. Thank you.
Argentina.
Estamos de acuerdo con sostener el párrafo anterior y con la última eliminación que hizo Marruecos, porque me parece que es repetitiva como la propuesta. Y me parece que podemos avanzar si es necesario en algún cambio más técnico, pero me parece que sería importante poder avanzar. Gracias.
Chile.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Nosotros apoyamos también su propuesta de volver al párrafo original. Entendemos que, por lo dicho por la delegación de Brasil, ellos también estarían disponibles a ir por el consenso. Entonces, si eso es así, en cuanto a sus enmiendas propuestas, entonces, si eso es así, nos gustaría también volver al párrafo original. Gracias.
Egypt. Please take the floor.
شكرا سيدي الرئيس. بالمثل يعني نحن نرى أن المقترح الأصلي هو شامل وجامع وموجز وينقل الفكرة بصورة كاملة، لكن نقدر في الوقت ذاته المقترحات الإضافية التي أبدتها بعض الوفود للتفصيل من حيث تعداد الوسائل أو المناهج التي يمكن تحقيق بها التعليم التحويلي أو الترانسفورماتيف إديوكيشن، وبالتالي نرى كمقترح إذا رؤية يعني الإبقاء عليه، وهو ما يمكن وهو ما اتبعناه سابقا وما يمكن أن نتبع في مواقف مماثلة. ممكن أن نورد تلك التفاصيل المتعلقة بالمناهج أو الطرق أو الوسائل كعلامة هامشية أو يعني إشارة في الهامش كمزيد من التفصيل، لكن في ذات الوقت نبقي على الفقرة الأصلية كما هي إذا كان لذلك مسوغ. شكرا.
Now, members, there is a suggestion which was mentioned by, which I would like to propose here. I've had the views, several views that you have presented, and I would like to propose that we have a group side meeting to be able to do this, so that we can have consensus. And it appears that we'll have to work on the original text, and we have a group that will go out and be able to strike out a balance that we can discuss the outcome later in the course of the day. I propose that we have this meeting done in this room at 6 p.m. with the translation provided today at 6 p.m. to be able to settle that matter. And all the countries that, or the floor can give me the countries that can be able to discuss this. And they can choose their chair, or if there's need, one of the vice chairs can be in, and also a member of the secretariat to help with any technical issues that they may require. Trinidad and Tobago, then Oman.
Thank you. I don't object to your methodology, but a clarification and a comment, because normally we are still in definitions, and normally a definition is given if you're going to be using the term in the text. And perhaps the group can also look to see whether, in fact, that term, transformative education, is actually used, in which case you need to define it. I don't think it is. As I explained, Article 22 uses a different concept, transformative approach to education, and gives a different definition, which is why I said perhaps we don't need to define it, but also I think all of the ideas are already captured in the text in other areas, all these ideas of dignity and diversity and all of these things already in the text. The fact that we don't have a definition doesn't mean that we don't have the ideas, transformative education, so which is why I think there's merit to the suggestion that we don't actually need a definition. So perhaps the work that the group does could look at that as well.
I would like to give a chance to Edigi to comment on that contradiction. Trinidad and Tobago are talking about between what is on the screen and what is on 22 of the original text.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you allow me, and good morning, still good morning, almost good afternoon, Your Excellencies. Just a more general comment, if I may, on this added value of this exercise, which is about actually building a glossary or a vocabulary for education based on the language and the debate which has been evolving over decades. So that's the importance of including or not including some definitions. So coming now to even if it's a definition in the shorter version which goes back and refers to previous documents, UNESCO or other UN treaties and standard definitions and language. Having said that, when it comes to transforming education and the notion of transformative education, as we all know, it's at the very core of the recent important evolution of the debate and the process within SDG 4. So I think it's very much important. It's up to member states to decide that this notion is somehow considered in this vocabulary you are building. And there is no standard definition for this notion, of course, as it's quite new, but it's possible to build based on the old documents, guidelines, and outcomes of the Transforming Education Summit as well, to reach out to the proposal that actually is on the left side of your screen. We are, of course, open to any decision. I think the methodology you suggested, Mr. Chair, can help to find the way to find consensus. But I do believe that all the language which is included here is very much coherent with the SDG 4 recent evolution and can also inspire the future, which is a bit the sense and the added value of this exercise.
Now, members, I would like to propose that we have this matter sorted out in a group, especially if you agree that we have those who have proposed amendments, and it's open-ended, and whoever wants to join should be able to join so that they can craft a consensus definition, which will again come to us to be able to discuss and finalize. If that is agreeable, then we can move forward. Brazil is putting it down, so it's not going to speak.
Yes, if you allow me just a small comment, Chair.
Go ahead, Brazil.
Just to advance a bit on that sense, I support your proposal very much. It's just to say that the amendment that we proposed, it's equivalent to striking out the last sentence of the paragraph. So if we strike out the specific mention to examples, global citizenship, education, and sustainable development, etc., then it's fine, it's done for us. I mean, we could go along with the original text, just to advance that a bit. But we support very much your approach of having a separate discussion. Thank you.
Now, the typist should strike out those words, those terms, so that we hand over. If we're going to go for a side meeting, then we'll be able to, if that will be agreeable. Germany?
Actually, Germany is, once more, since we haven't taken the floor on this, we really need a paragraph on transformative education. We are fully in line with working on the original text. We think that we are already very close to a consensus on that. And in our understanding, we should retain the last sentence, because really for the purpose to say that we are not speaking about something separate here. Because UNESCO has been propagating GCED for 10 years, it has propagated ESD for 20 years, it has a rich experience, that this is not something which comes on top, but is fully integrated into the work of UNESCO. So we, in our understanding, we should really keep the last sentence. Thank you very much.
I have the sense that we need to take that to a side meeting, which should take place at 6 p.m. in this room. We shall have a break at that time. We meet in this room, or they meet in this room and choose their chair, and then we shall have support from the Bureau and also from the Secretariat. Oman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And we are also not objecting for your decision. But we do think now most of the country thinks that we have reached a consensus to go back to the original text, and we adopt it now. If we are going to go at 6 o'clock again, we are going to repeat the same discussion, and we are going to waste time. And therefore, I do beg you to go back and we adopt this. A lot of people, most of the country, they agree on the text, the original text. If we want to take the last sentence, that's it. I am sure we are going to go to the same circle to discuss the same word. Everyone is going to repeat, and therefore, I don't think we need that. Several countries said that we need to adopt this original text. Thank you.
It is okay then, if it's agreeable. I propose that we adopt the original text.
What about the deletion of the last sentence? Most of the...
With the deletion of the last sentence?
Yes.
Brazil, could you please reiterate the proposal to delete the last sentence? Which sentence?
Sorry, Chair, we're doing some internal consultations on the matter, but again, the purpose of our amendment is to have an open concept. So if we are happy to strike out the examples because we believe the substance is retained. But if we want to mention sustainable development education, global citizenship education, we would like to include human rights education and a clause in the sense of among others, just to keep this open, because there are a number of approaches that can contribute to a transformative education in our view. This is the gist of the Brazilian proposal. Sorry.
So Brazil, you retracted and you added human rights education, among others.
Correct.
At the end of this, the original statement.
In the sense of putting the sentence in the text before is just to make it sure that there was a wording that we came up with, which is including through such approaches, as is the idea to give to make it clear that those are approaches among others that contribute to transformative educations. They are not the only ones. They are not. They don't have a special status, if you will, within the possibilities of a transformative education. Thank you.
Okay, just to be clear, if I may, to the typist simply. So the idea would be to move up after after community, local, national, regional, and global levels, to add this suggestion, including through approaches such as global citizenship education, education for sustainable development, and human rights education, among others, period. So this would be the paragraphs I've received to be adopted.
I hope, typist? Yes. Where's the list?
So it looks like.
Do we still need to take the floor, or we go straight to adoption? Adoption?
Adoption.
Then let us Bangladesh.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, this is just to echo what the Ambassador of Kuwait mentioned, that in definition, we cannot say how this is to be implemented. And therefore, the word by, after become agents of change and protagonists of their own future, the word by is problematic. And because that is stipulating how this is going to be implemented. So this is specifying and limiting that how this is going to be implemented. Therefore, we would suggest, instead of by, we say which enables or which helps taking informed decisions. And then the rest of the things, whether you keep global citizenship education or education for sustainable development, can all be open. So that is a compromise suggestion, but we would really have difficulty using the word by because of its restrictive nature. Thank you, Chair.
Typists, please put up. By should be replaced, which enables informed, which enables informed decisions. Note taking, which enables informed decisions and actions at individual, community, whatever national. Is that okay, Bangladesh? Okay. So shall we now move to adoption? I propose that we adopt a Canada.
Just a small editorial grammatical fix, if we can just say, which enables informed decision-making, because it'll be clear in the text. Thank you.
Which informs decision-making, enables decision-making. Okay. Get the S of here. Enables decision-making. Okay, there is... there is Morocco. Morocco, you take the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Désolé de revenir encore. C'était juste pour répondre aux préoccupations premières énoncées lors de l'ouverture de cette session, à savoir que les exemples, il y a un guide qui sera élaboré par la suite, qui va contenir des exemples, les bonnes pratiques, et que notre travail doit aller pour l'adoption d'une recommandation plus concise. J'apprécie énormément la proposition du Brésil, mais si on peut alléger et réduire un petit peu en mettant les bonnes pratiques et les exemples dans un guide, ça serait mieux, mais au fond, je n'ai rien contre. Voilà le souci que je partage. Merci.
Can we now move to adoption? Shall we? I propose that we adopt the paragraph as is. Russia? Yes, Russia.
Спасибо, господин председатель. Как мы говорили изначально, мы были против определения Transformative Education именно в этом пункте. И для достижения компромисса хотела бы, чтобы вы в устном докладе отразили нашу позицию. Мы забываем о целях, для которых мы собрались. Мы пересматриваем рекомендацию, а сейчас мы просто тратим время на несогласованное определение. Спасибо.
We get your sentiments, and we include that in our report. Should I propose that we adopt the paragraph as is now? Any objections? No way, not sure.
Thank you. There was no objection, but I would just like to thank Brazil, Bangladesh, and also Canada for making these textual amendments to the text. As I read the room, also with a comment from the last member state with regards to the report, I think, Mr. Chair, you have reached the end point where you can go to the adoption of this para. Thank you.
Shall we adopt? Saudi Arabia?
Thank you, Mr. President. I think the original text is quite explanatory and good, and we agreed with it. Most of the members agreed with it as well. We can agree with this one, but the previous one is clearer and easier to understand. Now it's moving towards how to implement. But we can agree with both. Thank you.
Any objection to the adoption? We adopt. Adopted. Now, there is a paragraph, new paragraph that is proposed by Romania. Let's have it on the screen. Romania.
New paragraph proposed by Romania is to include the definition of culture in this section. And it is a quote from Mondial Cult, 1982. Culture is the whole complex of distinctive spiritual, material, intellectual, and emotional features that characterize a society or social group, including not only the arts and letters, but also modes of life, the fundamental rights of the human being, value systems, traditions, and beliefs.
Also in French? Translation or interpretation in French? Yes. Yes. Now, Romania, take the floor to explain briefly.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will be very brief. We know that the list of definitions should be short, but we think that this definition it's very much linked with the overarching aim of this recommendation, as defined in the section 2, to infuse into education the aims and purposes set forth for the Charter of the United Nations, Constitution of UNESCO, and Universal Declaration of Human Rights. So we think that it is in the recommendation that we believe in the power of the education to create and to develop the specific competencies that are effective in advancing international understanding, cooperation, peace, human rights, and fundamental freedoms. Therefore, we should foresee that the true added value of this recommendation is reaching a cultural impact. So this is why we also took into consideration to include this definition. Thank you.
A discussion on the same? Belgium?
We agree with the inclusion as intercultural understanding is an important part of the whole recommendation, so it can be useful to have this definition.
No hands, no plates up. Trinidad and Tobago?
I think in a legal text, which this is, you have a definition if you don't understand something and you want to explain it. So I'm not convinced, or we are not convinced that we need to explain culture. And while it's a wonderful quote, it's also not clear that culture necessarily means fundamental rights of the human being. So I don't think it's necessary, especially if we want to have a shorter text. I think we all understand what culture is, and it is a definition section.
Colleagues, we're having a bit of a switch for a short period. I just would like to take the opportunity right now to ask if there's any other speakers that wish to take the floor. I have Kuwait.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm here. Hello. I'd like to thank Romania, but I also agree with the previous speaker. I don't think it's the right place to have the definition of culture. We can go communication, we can, we had the culture of peace. That's very specific previously, and we define it. So I don't think, this is proper to have it here. So I suggest that we delete the para. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I have India followed by Bangladesh.
I think this is a very important aspect which Romania has brought out. Either here or elsewhere, it has to take place in the document. So this is the right thing which Romania has suggested. We must include it either here or elsewhere.
Duly noted. Thank you, India. Bangladesh, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think it is perhaps not the purpose of a meeting to define the basic concepts, although this is very relevant to our work. And I see the reference to Mondia Cult, 1982. And then we had another Mondia Cult last year. But I'm not sure whether the text was a negotiated and agreed text, because the outcome document of the last Mondia Cult was not a negotiated text. Thank you.
Thank you, Bangladesh. A very cogent point being raised there. I have a few other speakers. I have 4 speakers currently on my list. I think we'll go through those 4 speakers and then I'll make a proposal. I have Kenya followed by Iraq. Kenya, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving us the floor. I think we agree as Kenya with the previous speakers that if we are to define culture, then all the other aspects that education includes will need to come here. So for us, our proposal is to not have this para at this point and probably move it to the other areas of the text. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenya. Iraq.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. لا نؤيد التوسع بالتعاريف إذ أن المفهوم culture الثقافة هو مفهوم واضح، لذا لا نؤيد ذكره ضمن التعاريف. شكرا جزيلا.
Thank you very much. I have Cameroon followed by Austria. Cameroon.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Nous pensons qu'il n'est pas nécessaire de définir le concept de culture ici, parce que s'il fallait définir tous les concepts fondamentaux sur lesquels l'UNESCO se base, on serait amené à définir également la santé, le droit et d'autres concepts qui n'ont pas été évoqués. Je pense que ce n'est pas le lieu et nous soutenons la suppression de ce paragraphe. Merci.
Thank you very much. The last speaker that I'm going to give the floor to before proposal is Austria. You have the floor.
We can understand the need to define culture, but culture is a very broad and in some meanings also very dividing concept, which in the German discourse, according to Adorno or Niklas Luhmann, has replaced race, and we know why. So I would find it very problematic, define it without references to the interwovenness and interconnectedness of cultures in the sense of transculturality. Without such reference of the intercultural connections or transcultural connections, we would be against this proposal.
Thank you very much, colleagues. What I'm hearing from the floor is basically we have another definition being introduced that has a lot in it that isn't necessarily the mandate or the clear area of specialization of this particular group meeting on this particular recommendation. I sense a good deal of discomfiture with putting this into the text. I do, however, understand, of course, that we all very much support the idea that transformative education and education for all of those good things we've been discussing so far is ultimately to impact on our culture. But I would appeal to Romania at this point as to whether or not they would accept withdrawing this paragraph, because there is simply not enough support in the room for it, with a view to seeing whether or not at some other place in the text, if it's warranted and if it can be found, that we come back and see if culture could be introduced. I realize this is maybe not the optimal solution. I have heard from those who have supported the idea, but there are very few and far between that are very much of the Romanian position. Romania, you have the floor.
Thank you, President. Yeah, we agree to, I mean, we are happy that we had this discussion first. And if we are able to reflect on the impact of what we are doing on culture in the next line of discussions, it will be a good thing, I think, and it will be in the spirit of our proposal. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this flexibility, Romania. I'm sure the entire room appreciates it, because we need to move through this text, and I'm sure that colleagues will therefore be supportive of the spirit of the proposal that was made as we go further on through the text. I would now propose then that we delete this paragraph. It has been deleted in both languages, has it? Yes. Okay. So we have agreed to, we're going to gavel it through just to make sure it's decided. Colleagues, at this point we've reached the conclusion of this section on definitions. You will recall that at the beginning of our discussions, we had a debate over paragraph 1A, which was reopened and is in brackets. So if I could ask the typists to bring back up paragraph 1A and put it on the screen in both English and French, please. So we now have the text on the board. We had a proposal that was a consensus proposal, and which was then adopted, and then it was reopened. The question for the room, and I would just like a nodding of heads or a shaking of heads so that we can get a general sense and not have 50 interventions on this, is whether or not we reopen this for the Russian Federation. All those in agreement, please nod. Those who would just like to stick with the fact that this has been adopted already? We have more in favor of just retaining the paragraph, is my feeling. I'll offer the floor to the Russian Federation for one comment on this, and then we can see what we do. Russia, you have the floor.
Большое спасибо, что вы предоставили мне слово. Дело в том, что когда рассматривался этот пункт, наша делегация несколько раз поднимала табличку, чтобы принять участие в дискуссии, и слово нам не было предоставлено. Поэтому рассмотренным мы этот пункт не считаем. Нам просто не дали слово. Поэтому мы хотим продолжить дискуссию. У нас есть замечания по этому пункту.
Thank you, Russian Federation. I would ask if you could take the floor with what your recommendation for change to this text is, and then we will have one round of discussion on it, and then we'll move for adoption again, reverting to this text as it is, if there is no support in the room for your changes. Russian Federation, you have the floor.
Спасибо, госпожа председатель. Мы хотели бы привести данное определение в соответствие с тем, что уже зафиксировано в Международном пакте об экономических, социальных и культурных правах. В частности, текст, который начинается to develop and develops to their fullest potential. Далее, the full development of the human personality and the sense of its dignity, это даже можно закавычить, потому что это точная цитата из указанного пакта. И можно даже поставить сноску в конце.
In order for the typists to be able to put on the board in both English and French, could I ask the Russian Federation to kindly repeat at dictation speed the exact proposals that they wish to see reflected in the text? Thank you.
После everyone, так, everyone learns, дальше, develops to their fullest potential, запятая, the full development of their human personality and the sense of its dignity. Это цитата и из Всеобщей декларации прав человека, и если мы говорим уже о нормативных актах обязующих, это Международный пакт об экономических, социальных и культурных правах. В частности, статья 13. И the whole of their personality мы предлагаем зачеркнуть, потому что в данных документах, где у нас дается общепринятое определение образованию, такого словосочетания нет.
Okay, I think we have a bit of confusion with some of the translation, and I would like to ensure that the typists actually, in the English as well as the French, mark the addition in a different color or something so that we can see it as an addition, yeah.
Of its dignity. It's okay.
I'm just waiting for the text to be perfectly on the screen.
Suggested is taken from the Convention on the Rights of the Child.
Oman, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. We thought we had exited this paragraph. However, now I can see what the colleagues from the Russian Federation, that they are inserting. I don't see any problem in this phrase or sentence, except that we don't know what does human personality means. So if an explanation brought by them, I don't see any objection, and we can exit this. Thank you.
Germany, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With all due respect to the Russian Federation here, we cannot understand and follow our colleagues here what the problem is, because we have sincerely taken note. In our notes, the Russian Federation was given the floor the most of all member states on this paragraph. So there were all of the opportunities to state that. And indeed, Germany made this consensus proposal not because we had made any amendments to that originally, but just to include from the proposal of the Russian Federation also some relevant words like sense of dignity. That was included into a consensus. We have not seen anybody taking the floor immediately when the chair proposed to adopt it, just afterwards. So we are not ready to reopen this discussion because everybody had the chance to voice his or her opinions, and I would really like to close this discussion. There's absolutely no reason why we should choose this one quote from the Covenant on Economic, Social, and Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights. This is an important quotation, but the other quotations that we have in the original version of the Secretariat, this is the original version that we have worked on, developed to their fullest potential, the whole of their personality. This is not introduced by any amendment. This was in the second version that we have seen. So I would really ask you to move forward and to accept, for the Russian Federation to accept that we have a consensus here and that everybody agreed on it. I'm not, for Germany, I'm not prepared to accept reopening this text here.
Thank you, Germany. I will hear Sweden followed by Belgium, and then I'm going to render judgment on the current situation. And we have the UK as well.
Thank you for giving us the floor. We just want to support Germany on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Belgium.
Yes, if we look at Article 13 of the Covenant on Economic and Social and Cultural Rights, it's indeed the full development of the human personality and the sense of dignity, but it's a big pity that this comes up only today. We could have heard that yesterday already, and I don't know. We can go along the earlier text, the agreed formulation. It doesn't change much, but yeah. We could have heard that yesterday already.
Oops. Thank you, Belgium. UK.
Yeah, we would just want to agree with Germany and to resort to the original consensus text. Thanks.
Okay, I have clearly heard from the room we do not have support for a change to this text. It was already adopted. And I just would like to take this opportunity for all of us to think about how we move forward as we go through a very difficult text. Consensus isn't unanimity. This is a recommendation. It's one that we should all see ourselves reflected in, but where we're never all going to be happy. And here is an example of where we're not going to be happy, but we're all going to have to live with it because I think we clearly have a very isolated position. And so I have no choice but to propose this, that the typists remove the Russian Federation's proposal and that re-adopt this text asking for the forbearance of the Russian Federation clearly does not have support in the room for its change. Russian Federation.
Спасибо большое, госпожа председатель. Ну, в духе консенсуса мы не будем настаивать, но хотела бы, чтобы в итоговом докладе было отражено, что представителю Российской Федерации в рамках дискуссии по данному вопросу не было предоставлено слово, и дебаты были закрыты до того, как я попросила право слова, и не закрывать дискуссию по этому пункту, а также отразить наши предложения хотя бы в устном докладе по приведению в соответствие формулировки образования с вот конкретным документом, именно Международным пактом о экономических, социальных и культурных правах. И меня очень сильно удивляет, что делегации возражают против общепринятой формулировки. Спасибо.
Thank you for the flexibility, Russian Federation. I'm very glad that I won't be the person reading the report, but of course we will have it noted in the text of the oral report so that it's reflected there. I then propose that we adopt this. I see no objection. It's adopted. Something weird happened. We're just shifting gears as we move into the next section. Please bear with us a moment. Thanks. I'll take this opportunity to make an administrative announcement, just to let everyone know that the list of speakers of NGOs is now closed.
I can read the list.
We have the list, and we'll take this opportunity to read it out so that all are aware of the list as it stands. I'll ask the secretary to read out the list.
Excuse me.
Thank you very much.
Forgive me, the writing sometimes is difficult if I get it wrong. We have the International Federation of Business and Professional Women. We have the Association Mondiale des Radiodiffuseurs et Communautaires. L'Organisation Mondiale excusez-moi, pour l'éducation préscolaire. The African Union Commission and l'Association Montessori Internationale. Ce seraient les 5 intervenants après à 15 heures. Merci.
Thank you very much for that. I would now want to open our discussion of the next section on aims. I will ask the Assistant Director General, Stefania Giannini, if she could introduce this section briefly and then we will move directly into the text.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Very briefly, the section contains two parts. Part number 1, paragraph 2 to 5, which describes the overarching aims of the recommendation, and part 2, paragraph 6, and its subparagraphs A to I, which defines the aims of the recommendation at an individual level in terms of the learning outcomes or competencies to ensure education supports lasting peace, international understanding, human rights, fundamental freedoms, and sustainable development.
Thank you very much. I would now just want to make sure that we have the full texts on both screens, so I'll ask the Secretary to read them out. Thank you.
Paragraph number 2. The typists can please align, starting with the English into the French. The overarching aim of this recommendation, actually, sorry, I will be reading the paragraph just once with the amendments immediately. The overarching aim of this recommendation is to provide guidance to member states in their efforts to infuse into education, amendment by Germany to add as a multi-stakeholder endeavor, endeavor. The aims and purposes set forth in the Charter of the United Nations, the Constitution of UNESCO, and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Poland here proposes to remove particularly Article 26, paragraph 2 of the last named. Moving to the French version, to align the French now amendments into the English, shall we read the French? La présente recommandation a pour principal objectif de guider les États membres dans leurs efforts pour, le Maroc propose d'enlever faire en sorte que, et de remplacer par pour aligner, les États membres dans leurs efforts pour aligner l'éducation comme entreprise pluripartite, je continue à lire, s'inspire des fins énoncées dans la Charte des Nations Unies, l'acte constitutif de l'UNESCO, et la France propose de enlever le « et », donc l'acte constitutif de l'UNESCO, virgule, la Déclaration universelle des droits de l'homme, avec un majuscule à H en français, et la France rajoute à la fin du paragraphe, après la Déclaration universelle des droits de l'homme, propose de rajouter et le pacte international relatif aux droits civils et politiques et le pacte international relatif aux droits économiques, sociaux et culturels.
Merci. Je crois qu'on est arrivé avec un texte complet maintenant, quasiment. Je ne vais pas demander à chaque intervenant qui a proposé un amendement de parler de leur amendement, sauf le Maroc, parce que le Maroc voit très bien qu'il y a un petit problème de coordination de verbes maintenant qu'on a eu l'ajout aussi allemand. Donc, Maroc, je vous donne la parole.
Très bien.
Madame.
Merci Madame la Présidente. C'est pour ça que je voulais prendre la parole depuis tout à l'heure. Il y avait une mauvaise transcription de la proposition du Maroc. Le Maroc, il avait proposé que la présente recommandation a pour principal objectif de guider les États membres dans leurs efforts pour aligner l'éducation avec les finalités énoncées dans la Charte des Nations Unies, l'acte constitutif de l'UNESCO, etc. Donc voilà, c'était un problème de transcription, d'où le problème de s'inspire. Merci Madame la Présidente.
Si c'est possible de retirer, voilà, merci. S'inspire des fins à retirer.
Vous voulez que je reprenne?
Peut-être répéter une
bien.
fois, juste pour s'assurer qu'on l'a bien inscrit dans les deux langues.
Très
Merci.
bien. Donc, a pour principal objectif de guider les États membres dans leurs efforts pour aligner l'éducation avec les finalités énoncées dans la Charte des Nations Unies, l'acte constitutif et le reste sans changement. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Je crois que ça marche dans les deux langues. On a un petit ajout à faire. Il faut juste ajuster dans l'anglais que ce qui a été supprimé par la Pologne est placé plus haut dans le texte. Juste à la fin, après Human Rights. Très bien. Merci. Tous ces amendements sont assez clairs. Donc, je veux demander d'abord si chaque intervenant peut dire s'il peut accepter le paragraphe comme tel. Et si oui, le faire de façon concise. Sinon, indiquer exactement quelle modification n'est pas acceptable. En ce moment, je ne veux pas de proposition de langage pour mélanger les choses ou ajouter des nouveaux concepts. J'aimerais traiter tout simplement ce qu'il y a déjà sur les écrans. Donc avec ça, la liste que j'ai actuellement, c'est Belgique, Cuba, Niger, Finlande, Allemagne, Qatar, je vois pas les plaques. Okay. Donc Belgique, vous avez la parole.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We can live with the paragraph as it stands now, although the multi-stakeholder endeavor could go in another paragraph, but that's not a problem for us. And if there would remain a reference to Article 26, the reference should be to the whole of the paragraph, which is the article on education, and not only paragraph 2, but if you just strike it, there is no problem for us. So we agree.
Thank you, Belgium. And in fact, it's referring now in the current form to the entire Universal Declaration of Human Rights, so I guess that isn't an issue. Cuba, you have the floor, please.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta. Nosotros realmente preferiríamos el párrafo original podríamos aceptar la propuesta de Marruecos, pero ciertamente preferimos el párrafo original y en el caso de la última enmienda de Polonia, al igual que Bélgica, podríamos aceptar que fuera el artículo 26 y no especificar el párrafo 2, pero creemos que la mención al artículo 26 debe permanecer y con el resto de las enmiendas ciertamente preferimos el texto original presentado por la Secretaría y podríamos aceptar la enmienda de Marruecos. Muchas gracias, señora presidenta.
Merci Cuba. Là, j'ai Niger, suivi par Finlande.
OK, alors, merci. Alors, j'ai juste un souci. La phrase, elle est longue et à partir de, comme vous dites, les États membres dans leurs efforts pour aligner l'éducation comme entreprise pluripartite avec les finalités énoncées dans la Charte des Nations Unies, l'acte constitutif de l'UNESCO, la Déclaration des droits de l'homme, il y a un « an » qui vient s'interposer, là. Voilà. Après, vous avez « et le pacte » et vous avez 4 « et ». et le pacte international relatif aux droits de l'homme, civils et politiques, et le pacte encore international relatif aux droits économiques, sociaux et... Est-ce qu'on peut enlever et le deuxième pacte international? Et comme ça, on aligne civil, politique, économique, sociaux et culturel. Voilà, merci.
J'apprécie la précision française Niger. On a supprimé le « on » supplémentaire. Maintenant, est-ce que c'est possible de dire les pactes internationaux relatifs aux droits civils et politiques et je ne sais pas. En fait, je demande aux interprètes de le faire. Maroc va nous aider.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Oui, je suis d'accord avec le Niger, il y a beaucoup de « et ». Donc on peut très bien, après les droits de l'homme et les pactes internationaux relatifs, ou sans les, et les pactes internationaux relatifs, avec un S, aux droits civils, enlever le « e » et, civil, virgule, politique, virgule, après politique, économique, sociaux et culturels. Merci Madame la Présidente.
Je vois très bien votre logique. Si des francophones suivra, qu'ils ont une opinion là-dessus, ils peuvent intervenir à ce moment-là. Maintenant, je vais continuer avec la liste de gens qui avaient demandé la parole déjà. Donc, j'ai la Finlande suivie par l'Allemagne. Finlande, vous avez la parole.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Finland was actually more comfortable with the original wording on infuse into. It sounds slightly old, but it's a direct quotation from the 1974. And as we replace it with align, so maybe as a question to the Secretariat at this point, does it change the meaning? Because as we see it, infusing into, it is about, and now we come back to the UN Declaration on Human Rights Education from 2011, where we have education for, through, and about human rights. It's a much broader aspect, quite similar with the idea of infuse into. It is broader than aligning it when we only have these particular instruments. So our proposal would be either to go back with infuse into or add and all other relevant international human rights instruments. Thank you.
I'm going to give the floor to the ADG just to comment on this as we're talking about the agreed language in the original text. Please, Madam.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Yes, of course it changes. More than broader, I would say it's stronger. Infuses means to embed into education the principles. And so align means, of course, to be, you know, the meaning is, it's a very semantic issue. I mean, of course, it changes. It's a question of what you prefer to highlight. There is no... The Secretariat proposed infuses not by chance, because we feel it's stronger, of course.
I'd like to ask Morocco to consider whether or not, with this explanation, there might be some flexibility in retaining infuse, but I will continue with the speakers list while some thought is being given to that issue. I have Germany, followed by Qatar. Germany, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Germany supports in general all the additions that have been made so far, so I think we are already quite close to a text which we could adopt. We understand the concern that has been raised by Finland on a possible change of meaning. We are not sure. I think we should really hear from Morocco what the purpose is of changing, infusing to align. to understand whether it should be stronger or weaker, because I don't have a good feeling for that. Since I have the microphone, just for one sentence explaining why we have proposed to add as a multi-stakeholder endeavor. We want to really ensure that while this recommendation speaks to the member states and the member states only, but if we implement it, we have to rely on all partners in the educational system, all stakeholders like teachers, the parents, the private sector who runs schools, private sector schools, religious communities, etc. So it is a multi-stakeholder endeavor as laid down in multiple normative texts, and this is very important for us that we add this here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Germany, for this explanation. I'm going to give the floor to Qatar, and then I'm going to revert back to Morocco, because I think she has something to say about this infusion issue. But I'll give the floor to Qatar, as promised, first.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We are in full support of the text shown on the screen, but we think, that either we refer to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights as a whole, or we go to the Article 26 in Universal Human Right, and preferably we go with the whole, documents. Thank you very much.
Merci, Qatar. Le Maroc, je vous donne la parole.
Merci Madame la Présidente, merci à l'ensemble des États parties qui ont exprimé leurs interrogations, et je réponds directement à l'inquiétude, c'est que le Maroc, en proposant proposer s'aligner sur les objectifs et la finalité, c'est pour plus de force. C'est pas pour réduire la portée, parce que s'inspirer reste très large. On va s'inspirer dans quelle mesure? Mais quand on aligne l'éducation sur les finalités, les objectifs, ce qui voulait être atteint par ces textes fondamentaux, ça veut dire qu'on appelle à un engagement beaucoup plus fort, davantage une certaine conformité et pas uniquement une certaine inspiration qui peut être plus ou moins légère. Voilà l'objectif, et c'est ce qui explique la proposition du Maroc, et je vous remercie.
Merci pour cette explication qui est très, très utile. Il faut dire que je note qu'il y a peut-être une différence déjà dans le texte français avec ce qui a été dit en anglais. Donc je demande au secrétariat juste de vérifier le langage qui a été dans la recommandation de 74 à l'origine, pour s'assurer que « infuse » a été traduit de la même façon cette fois-ci. Parce que peut-être il y a une solution avec le français, c'est ça que je veux dire.
Mais je vois aussi, si je peux dire, Madame la Présidente, que le texte français ne correspond pas exactement à les deux verbes qui sont utilisés. Le texte anglais ne correspond pas aux deux verbes qui sont utilisés dans le texte français, originaire, je veux dire, parce que c'était faire en sorte que et s'inspire. En anglais, on a simplement infuse. C'est là qu'il faut vérifier la dyscrasie. Ouais, they're put into work in such a way.
Est-ce qu'on peut changer le français d'une autre manière pour que ça corresponde à infuse en anglais, mais de manière qui satisfait les francophones dans la salle? J'ai la Belgique avec une proposition, la Belgique.
Oui, merci Madame la Présidente. Je crois que infuse peut se traduire par imprégner. Ça, c'est normalement la traduction de ce verbe. Donc, c'est vraiment qu'il y a un impact sur l'éducation et pas que l'éducation s'aligne. C'est vraiment ce sont les droits de l'homme qui vont imprégner l'éducation, influencer l'éducation.
Merci beaucoup pour cette suggestion. Je vois que les francophones réfléchissent. Il y a la France qui a demandé la parole aussi. Je ne sais pas si c'est avec une suggestion de langage sur ce point précisément ou c'est une intervention à part. À part. OK. Maroc, s'il vous plaît.
Donc, si on arrive à aligner la version française sur la version anglaise sur celle française, et après avoir écouté la Belgique, on peut modifier le texte de cette manière. Pour principal objectif de guider les États membres dans leurs efforts pour que l'éducation s'imprègne, des finalités énoncées dans la Charte des Nations Unies. Donc, si on veut infuse, mais à condition voilà, si on peut reprendre pour qu'il n'y ait pas une mauvaise rédaction, leurs efforts pour qu'on enlève aligné, aligné pour que l'éducation, comme entreprise pluripartite, s'imprègne des finalités, on enlève avec, des finalités, des énoncées dans la charte. Voilà comment je comprends les choses maintenant. Merci.
Merci beaucoup de cette suggestion. C'est reflété dans le français, mais je crois que l'anglais a besoin d'un peu de travail encore. Je ne comprends pas pourquoi on a « work in such a way », pourquoi ça a été ajouté. Ça devrait être juste supprimé. Oui. Infuse doit être remis dans l'anglais, s'il vous plaît. Donc, on peut dire « ensure that education is infused as a multi-stakeholder endeavor with the aims and purposes ». Do you want to? The secretary is going to read out the text.
Thank you. I'll read the paragraph. If the English could please align with my reading. The overarching aim of this recommendation is to provide guidance to member states in their efforts to infuse into education, as a multi-stakeholder endeavor, the aims and purposes set forth. There we go. Thank you.
I just asked the typist to add some commas because we'd have to have a comma after into education, comma. Correct. Thank you. I think we may have it on the board in a way that is coordinated and clear.
Colleagues, I'm aware of the shortness of time. We are currently at 1.5 minutes to 1 o'clock. Our interpretation staff, who've been hardworking, have been with us, and we want to keep them with us all through the night. So I would just ask if anyone would have, at this point, those who are already on the speakers list, any objection to adopting this paragraph as it's now been rewritten in both English and French, taking on board the Moroccan proposal. For those who have an objection, keep your flags up. Okay, I have. Russian Federation was first.
I see Cuba, Mali.
Or were you? Okay.
Mali. I see 1 second.
Okay, the secretary has corrected me. I have 5 speakers. I have Canada, Russia, Cuba, Mali, China, with a late-breaking Saudi Arabia. Canada, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. 2 corrections, surtout en français, peut-être en anglais. Commençons par la fin. Je ne pense pas qu'on puisse merge les 2 pactes, surtout en gardant la majuscule à pacte. Ce sont 2 pactes internationaux distincts. Ça fait beaucoup de « et », mais il faut vivre avec les « et » si on veut les nommer. Donc, je pense qu'il faudra garder virgule après droits de l'homme, le pacte international relatif aux droits civils et politiques et le pacte international relatif aux droits économiques, sociaux et culturels pour une plus grande clarté, puisque ça reste 2 pactes distincts à notre sens. Ensuite, pour le fait que l'éducation soit une entreprise multipartite, sans s'opposer au principe même du fait que de la nécessité d'impliquer des partenaires pluripartites, multipartites. Je ne pense pas qu'on puisse définir l'éducation comme étant une entreprise multipartite. Donc, on pourrait proposer une autre formulation, que ce soit l'éducation, virgule, en utilisant une approche pluripartite, virgule, s'imprègne des finalités énoncées dans la Charte des Nations Unies, ou une autre formulation comme telle, mais l'éducation en soi n'est pas une entreprise pluripartite, puisque ça... Voilà. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Merci beaucoup. J'espère que ça a été bien capté par les gens qui contrôlent les écrans. I think in English it should be a multi-stakeholder approach. Yeah. Okay, I think the English is coming along. I will now give Russia the floor. Madam, you have the floor.
Спасибо, госпожа председатель. У меня было похожее предложение, как у коллеги из Канады, сохранить изначальные названия этих пактов. Они разные. Мы рассматриваем серьезный юридический документ, и, соответственно, все документы должны называться так, как это принято. Спасибо.
I take your point. I suspect others probably share that view. Anyone want to nod their head if they share that view that has just been expressed by the Russian Federation about naming the 2 pacts separately? Yeah, I see quite a bit of nodding of heads across regions. So I think we will do that if the typist then can just make sure that the 2 pacts are listed separately, even if it's long-winded with a lot of Pacte International in the French and A's all over the place. Thank you. Cuba, you now have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta. Nosotros, bueno, creo que lo explicado por Canadá nos deja sin necesidad de argumentar más con respecto a la enmienda de Alemania. Agradecemos las explicaciones que nos ofreció el colega de Alemania, sin embargo, compartimos lo expresado por Canadá en que de la manera que aparece en el párrafo pareciera que es una definición de educación. Y hay una sección más abajo en la recomendación, en la parte de gobernanza, partenariado, en la que ya se incluye la participación de otras partes interesadas en la implementación de la recomendación, por lo que no nos parecía adecuado esa frase en este párrafo. Creo que la propuesta que hace Canadá podríamos aceptarla, quizás añadiéndole cuando sea apropiado, generalmente podemos poner when appropriate o where appropriate, más when creo que where, después de la propuesta que hace Canadá, creo que así podría ser más aceptable para nosotros. Y un comentario general, porque en el debate se reflejaron diferentes propuestas, los países expresaron diferentes propuestas, pero no todas fueron reflejadas en pantalla. Se mantuvo más bien el texto original, o sea, las propuestas presentadas antes, pero hubo países que se expresaron por mantener el artículo 26 o por mantener que preferían el texto original, y ninguna de esas propuestas apareció nunca en pantalla, y en este sentido apelamos al apoyo de los tipistas y la Secretaría, que siempre trabajan muy profesional y lo reconocemos, pero en este caso no se expresó nunca estas propuestas de mantener. En cuanto a nuestra posición con respecto a la última enmienda de Francia, si hay un apoyo en la sala a mantenerlo los dos pactos en aras del consenso, podríamos avanzarlo, si bien realmente preferiríamos no mencionarlos en los pactos. Quizás la propuesta que creo que mencionó Finlandia de otros instrumentos relativos a derechos humanos podría ser más aceptable. Pero bueno, sí nos gustaría que si pudiera quedar el artículo 26, y en el caso de Canadá, que no aparece todavía la propuesta que estamos haciendo, es luego de la propuesta de Canadá poner when appropriate o una formulación similar por las razones ya expresadas. Ya lo decimos, por el consenso podríamos aceptar la última enmienda, pero agradeceríamos que también se tuviera en cuenta nuestra posición con respecto a las otras enmiendas. Muchas gracias, señora presidenta.
We will have the report reflect your comments. Of course, colleagues, I'm in your hands here, but we are trying to reduce the number of points of friction within this paragraph. We're clearly trying to find a consensus on that, in which we can have a consensus with as little friction as possible. We have only 7 minutes left on the clock. It would be lovely if we could actually close with having adopted this paragraph. I will therefore at this point ask Germany whether or not they can live with the Canadian amendment, and if they could live with the Canadian amendment with the proposal by Cuba, which would weaken the amendment, but nevertheless have it included in the text. So I would like to put Germany on the spot. Could you please comment on that? And then I will take separately the issue of Article 26 of the UN Declaration. Germany, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Germany fully accepts the rewording of Canada. We are absolutely fine with that. We are not really very happy with the addition of Cuba. I think this unnecessarily weakens the proposal, but in the spirit of compromise, if the room supports Cuba's amendment, then we can grudgingly also accept that.
Thank you for this very gracious move to be flexible on this text. Could I simply ask whether or not there is anyone who would really object to the inclusion of as appropriate, as suggested by Cuba? I have Belgium. You have the floor.
I would object because of reasons of precedence. Otherwise, we are going to have where appropriate everywhere. Moreover, in the previous text, we said something about co-creation of education policies, so that multi-stakeholder perspective or approach is something that we have in education. So I would prefer not to speak about multi-stakeholder perspective rather than say where appropriate, for a sense of logic. And, but I will not block the consensus.
Thank you, Belgium, and taking note of that and taking note of the fact that a multi-stakeholder approach isn't obliging multi-stakeholders in every instance in any event. I will move to Brazil. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We do share some similar concerns with Cuba on that sense. For us, the multi-stakeholder approach is something that we take to tackle an issue, or it's a method, and to have it this as Canada's suggestions also in a way indicates as a qualifier of education, we would prefer to have expressions here that translate a broader sense of integrality, such as whole of society approach, if you will, or whole of society perspective, or even whole of society as the definition, as one component of education. So in that sense, I understand where Cuba is coming from with as appropriate, because I mean it would be to indicate the use. But anyway, on a more editorial note, I was wondering, in any case, I'm happy to live with any solution for the sake of consensus, but do we need by having, or would it be easier to say just through a whole of society or multi-stakeholder approach as appropriate or not? I mean, sorry, just...
I very much appreciate Brazil's cogitation on the problem and looking for alternatives, but I'm going to try to limit alternatives at this point because we already have quite a few opinions that have been developed on the text as it is. And I would remind everyone in the room that those who didn't propose written amendments to this text could live with the paragraph as it was originally crafted. So let's try to keep our creative juices flowing, but let's just see where we can get to in the room. So I now have Mali, followed by China. Mali, vous avez la parole.
Okay. Merci, Madame la Présidente. Moi, j'avais des préoccupations en lien avec l'énoncé correct des pactes. Je pense que le Canada et d'autres pays ont fait des remarques sur la question. En lien aussi avec l'approche multipartite, j'avais une formulation, mais plus proche de celle du Canada. Mais la formulation, en tout cas l'utilisation du mot imprégné, ne nous convient pas, parce qu'on se demande jusqu'à quel niveau il faut être imprégné. Donc nous, on préférerait la première formulation faite par le Maroc, qui pourrait être plus contraignante dans la mesure où il s'agit de s'aligner sur les finalités énoncées, et non de s'imprégner. Parce que si on veut obligatoirement mettre en relation le français et l'anglais, souvent il y a des traductions qui ne passent pas. Jusqu'à quel niveau d'imprégnation il faudra être imprégné, et cela ne me satisfait pas du tout. Donc je souhaiterais que la première formulation faite par le Maroc elle est beaucoup plus, en tout cas pour moi, rigoureuse, et elle demande de s'aligner sur les finalités. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Merci, Mali. Je vais retenir votre commentaire. Je vais passer maintenant à la Chine avant de revenir sur cette histoire d'infusion permis et les autres possibilités en français. La Chine, vous avez la parole.
谢谢主席。我们主要对前面这个问题，我们感觉到原始的版本，更为可取。当然，我们也不反对加拿大这样一种修改的方式。我们主要关切的是在您刚才讲的第二个问题，就是在教育的问题上谈到公民与政治权利国际公约和经济社会文化权利公约之外，我认为更重要的还要谈上后面的发展，就是儿童权利公约 和残疾人权利公约，所以我希望如果要把他们这个加上的话，我希望把另外2个权利公约也加上去。谢谢。
So we have a proposal for an exhaustive list, and we also have interpreters that are now going to move out of the room as they go for their well-deserved break. I will give the floor to one more intervener, and that's Morocco, given that there was a discussion of the proposal that they had brought forward.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Juste pour répondre aux préoccupations de la Chine et autres pays, si on ne veut pas mentionner d'une manière exclusive les 2 pactes jumeaux, on peut dire, juste après la Déclaration universelle des droits de l'homme et autres instruments internationaux pertinents en matière, instruments internationaux en matière de droits de l'homme. Là, parce que si on commence à énumérer chaque traité, on ne va pas terminer. Donc là, au moins, on aura l'avantage d'être global.
Merci beaucoup. Nous avons perdu maintenant l'interprétation. Ils vont arrêter. On va refléter votre proposition sur l'écran. Et nous allons reprendre les discussions à 15 heures. Et je vous souhaite tous un bon appétit. Merci.
I would just like to remind before closing that we will start at 3 p.m. with a statement by observers. Thank you.
J'espère que tout le monde a eu la chance d'avoir un bon repas pour se fortifier pour le reste de la journée. Nous sommes en arrière de notre plan. We had hoped to be through till paragraph 18 today, and we will get there. I believe in us. I think we can do it. But as was mentioned right at the end of the morning session, we now are going to give the floor to observers who will be allowed 1 minute to speak. I'd ask for everybody to take their seats so that we can start with the observers. They only have 1 minute. Let's take care to listen attentively to what they have to say. Go ahead.
First speaker, first observer is the International Federation of Business and Professional Women. You have 1 minute. Thank you.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Terribly sorry, but we have a point of order. Oman, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I would like also to know whether those observers are registered to UNESCO or not. Thank you.
Yes, they are. They're all registered. They're all on the formal list of participants as observers. So again, we will now ask the BPW International Federation of Business and Professional Women to take the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. BPW International remercie le secrétariat pour la transparence et l'inclusivité du processus de révision de la recommandation 1974. Nous sommes membres ECOSOC depuis 1947 et nous luttons pour l'égalité professionnelle femmes et hommes par l'éducation et tout au long de la vie, pour leur pleine participation et leadership dans tous les domaines pour le développement durable et la paix. Parce que l'objectif de la révision est sa mise à jour dans un contexte de défis multiples, dont le déni du droit à l'éducation pour les filles et les femmes dans certains pays, il semble opportun d'adopter une terminologie inclusive et non discriminante envers les femmes dans la traduction française de Human Rights. Sachant que le Haut-Commissaire aux Nations Unies pour les droits de l'homme utilise la terminologie des droits humains à l'occasion du 75e anniversaire, nous avons une question pour le secrétariat. Peut-il confirmer ou infirmer qu'il y a un changement de terminologie au niveau des Nations Unies? Et si oui, nous proposons de s'aligner pour la révision et traduction en français dans le corpus du texte des droits humains, en gardant bien sûr les références historiques, notamment la Déclaration universelle des droits de l'homme. Je vous en remercie.
Merci, Madame. Je donne la parole maintenant at the World Association of Community Radio Broadcasters, à Marc. You have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Merci à l'Assemblée de nous accorder ce temps d'expression. L'Association mondiale des radiodiffuseurs communautaires, c'est 4000 radios dans le monde, croit à l'importance de l'action de l'ensemble des acteurs de la vie sociale sur les enjeux de l'éducation pour les enfants, les adolescents, les jeunes adultes, garçons et filles, de tous les milieux et tout au long de la vie. Nous croyons à la force de la complémentarité de terrain entre acteurs de l'éducation formelle, non formelle et informelle. Aujourd'hui, toutes les générations, et les jeunes particulièrement et de façon très sensible, sont soumis à des flux d'informations porteurs de fake news, de désinformation, de manipulation volontaire de l'information à des fins d'intérêt particuliers, économiques ou politiques. Face à ces flux, la marque qui représente les médias citoyens issus de la société civile et pour beaucoup engagés en éducation aux médias et à l'information souhaite que soit mise en valeur dans la recommandation nouvelle l'importance de l'éducation aux médias et à l'information. Dans la partie, par exemple, objectif partie 2, 6i, nous suggérons dans la rédaction, comme pour les items précédents, une phrase formulée en termes de compétences, par exemple, comme visée transformatrice, des compétences en matière de connaissances.
Je suis désolée, monsieur, est-ce que je peux vous demander de terminer?
Je termine. Des compétences en matière de connaissances, de compréhension, d'appropriation des médias et des capacités d'attitude critique et de discernement face à l'information reçue et dans sa propre expression médiatique. Merci à vous.
Merci. La prochaine observateur, c'est l'OMEP, l'Organisation mondiale pour l'éducation préscolaire. Vous avez la parole.
Madame la Présidente, l'Organisation mondiale pour l'éducation de la petite enfance, présente dans 69 pays, vous remercie de donner la parole aux représentants de la société civile. L'OMEP œuvre depuis 75 ans pour l'éducation à la paix et la défense des droits humains des garçons comme des filles dès la naissance. Nous sommes satisfaits de l'inclusion de 4 paragraphes dans la partie 5.2 sur l'éducation et la protection de la petite enfance en accord avec l'agenda 2030. La petite enfance a longtemps été oubliée des politiques publiques et prise en charge essentiellement par le secteur privé. Aussi, l'OMEP, en accord avec les recommandations de la 2e conférence mondiale sur la petite enfance de Tachkent, souhaite sensibiliser tous les gouvernements et institutions à assurer des services d'éducation et de protection de la petite enfance de qualité, équitable, inclusive pour tous les garçons et les filles dès la naissance, à renforcer les systèmes d'éducation et de formation du personnel, et pour cela, les persuader de mobiliser des ressources financières en fonction de la petite enfance. Protéger les jeunes citoyens dès la naissance en donnant la priorité à leur santé, leurs soins, leur éducation, leur développement moteur, socio-affectif, leurs émotions, en assurant la réalisation de leurs droits, garantit la
Madame,
paix,
je vous
la
demande de
justice
terminer.
et la cohésion sociale pour tous les êtres humains et notre planète. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup. Prochain orateur comme observateur, c'est the African Union Commission. You have the floor. I don't see.
Qu'est-ce qui était là?
We'll pass to the next observer on our list, which is AMI, l'Association Montessori Internationale. Vous avez la parole.
Thank you, Madam President. We are very grateful to be present at this revision of the recommendations of the 1974, and wanted to share that the Association Montessori Internationale was founded in 1929 by Dr. Maria Montessori. As a medical practitioner specialized in physical and mental health, she understood profoundly that education must begin with young children and must be an education for peace that respects the fundamental universal requisites of human development. At the founding meeting of the UNESCO Institute for Education, now known as the UNESCO Institute for Lifelong Learning, she proposed to the founding board that they start with young children. Now we are at a period where the quality education of young children has come to be understood as a priority issue following the Incheon Declaration and the 2 world conferences on early childhood. EMI supports the revisions in the paragraphs of section 52, 41, 42, and 43, and hopes that these revised recommendations will promote closer
terribly
collaboration
sorry, but I have to ask you to finish.
for quality professional training for early childhood educators, as early childhood education lays the foundation for lifelong education, promoting global citizenship, sustainable development goals, and peace. Thank you.
That's the end of our list of observers who are inscribed to take the floor. I would just call one more time for the African Union Commission in case they've been able to join us. I don't see them. Can we have microphones off, please? Because I think some may be still on. Thank you. We'll then end this session for the observers, and we'll move back into the text. Dear colleagues, we had made some progress on a text, but I think I have a point of order from Nigeria. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's not a point of order, but I want to draw your attention to a document that was sent to us before this meeting, a submission from Holy See. And all the while, we have not made reference to their submission. I want to just ask the Secretariat, are we going to do anything with this document? Well, we have taken some decisions so far. Thank you very much.
I'll ask the Secretary to respond to your question. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. As an observer member state, the amendments were not integrated in the document, but we are actually checking with Legal Affairs if what is the situation, if we can share, and if we are, we will certainly do so. Thank you.
Thank you. So back, can we get the paragraph that we were working on, paragraph 2, back up on the screens, please? In both English and French. Now, before I open the floor to any further debate on this item, I think we've gone around through this text quite extensively. I think there have been some really good proposals that have improved the text. I think there's a very good feeling in the room towards what is on the page in French, at least, because I don't believe that the English has been completed. If the typists could add at the end of paragraph 2 in English, translation of et autres instruments internationaux pertinents, which was an addition that was made in order to have a fix on the fact that this is not an exhaustive list. It's up there. Well, why is it up there? Okay, better, thank you. I'm going to make an appeal to address this last issue about the translation of infuse. I think we have a word which offers scope for each individual member state to apply these principles. And it is somewhat open-ended. I mean, to infuse, you can put it everywhere, or you can put it in specific places. Infusion means that you're going to try. And if this text is about anything, it's about trying. So I would ask whether or not the one state who had a problem with s'imprègne in French, whether or not we could maintain imprègne, and then I would propose that we adopt this as it is. Does anybody object to the word imprègne in the French version of this text?
Portugal has an amendment.
I have two flags up. I have Portugal and I have the Russian Federation and Mali. Okay, Portugal, apparently that was a leftover from this morning. Russian Federation, you have the floor.
Большое спасибо, госпожа председатель. Я хочу вернуться к окончанию параграфа. Мы действительно здесь уже запутались в перечислении. Можно поставить точку после Universal Declaration of Human Rights и не забывать о том, что у нас очень подробное приложение к рекомендации, где перечисленные правовые акты уже есть.
Thank you, Mali. Vous avez la parole.
Voilà. Ok, merci, Madame la Présidente. Moi, j'ai un souci avec le champ que couvre le verbe imprègne. Ça me semble assez large. Et jusqu'à quel niveau il faudrait que ce soit imprégné. Donc, dans ce sens, c'est ce que j'avais dit avant de sortir. Je proposerai une autre formulation, c'est que les États membres alignent, en tout cas s'alignent sur les finalités énoncées dans la charte et non s'imprègnent. Voilà ma vision. Merci.
Merci. Juste sur ce point, je pense qu'il y a un problème parce que infuse et aligner, c'est pas la même chose. And align et aligner, c'est pas la même chose non plus. C'est des faux amis en anglais et en français, et c'est là où on a un problème. Je reviens au point qui a été mentionné aussi par la Fédération de la Russie. C'est vrai que nous avons un annexe qui existe dans le texte qui nomme tous ces documents et autres documents. Mais s'ils sont là, on les reconnaît comme essentiels à cet instrument, pourquoi pas les nommer? Est-ce qu'il y a d'autres États membres qui voudraient présenter une objection à ce qu'on inclue les deux pactes et les autres une référence à d'autres instruments internationaux, à part la Russie? J'ai Cuba. Madame, vous avez la parole.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta. Es solo una clarificación porque me parece haber entendido que la propuesta de Marruecos era poner y otros instrumentos internacionales pertinentes luego de la Declaración Universal, que así nos parecía bien porque, como dijimos, no somos favorables a tener los dos pactos en el párrafo, y la solución de Marruecos nos ofrecía una buena salida de que estén todos, porque ahí quedaría incluido eso, y como también había mencionado la delegación de China, hay otros instrumentos que podríamos incluir, y la idea no es hacer un párrafo extenso, porque como se mencionó, los derechos, la Convención de los Derechos de las Personas con Discapacidad, podíamos poner los derechos del niño, podíamos poner la de la eliminación de todas las formas de discriminación hacia la mujer. Es decir, hay muchos más pactos que esa frase propuesta por Marruecos los incluía a todos, y nosotros habíamos entendido que esa era una propuesta para ponerla justo después de la Declaración Universal de los Derechos Humanos. Muchísimas gracias, señora presidenta.
Thank you, Cuba. I take your point. I'm going to give the floor to France, and then we're going to see if we can have another proposal. France, you have the floor.
Oui, merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. On comprend tout à fait le souhait de réduire la liste des textes internationaux. En revanche, on pense que ce serait vraiment très utile d'avoir mentionné expressément le pacte international sur les droits civils et politiques et celui sur les droits économiques et sociaux, en plus de la Déclaration universelle des droits de l'homme, puisque c'est vraiment en fait le socle en matière de droit international des droits de l'homme, et c'est celui sur lequel on se base et on s'appuie. Et donc on pense que c'est vraiment utile de les mentionner en ce qu'ils constituent justement la Charte internationale des droits de l'homme, précisément dans ce paragraphe qui concerne les objectifs. Merci.
I'm going to revise my list. I'm going to listen to Saudi Arabia next, followed by Ukraine and Nigeria. And then we'll have to get to a fix because I've promised the chair that he gets his seat back and he's waiting. Saudi Arabia, you have the floor.
I think we agree with the original text, with agreed upon amendments from Germany and Canada and China. And I think it should stop at the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Thank you.
Well, I think we clearly do not have consensus on that. Ukraine, you have the floor.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. We support your proposal and, but one clarification. We propose to substitute the word relevant by the word international, or add the word international before the word relevant, because we speak about international human rights instruments. Thank you.
Yes, there's actually a problem with the two texts on the screen. The French says et autres instruments internationaux pertinents, while the English says other relevant human rights instruments. So now the question is the placement of this. Clearly, we're not going to consensus on not having any reference to other instruments. That's a non-starter. I'd say the majority of the room wants reference to the 2 pacts, so my tendency is to keep them in with the reference to other international human rights instruments. There is no compelling argument that's been presented yet as to why we shouldn't include them. So at this point, I'm going to propose that we adopt this paragraph. And I'm only going to take objections and no changes to the text until such time as we have assessed what the room feels. And again, as I stressed before, we're trying to come to a consensus, which isn't unanimity. It is what the room wants, generally speaking. The enemy is the perfect is the enemy of the good, and we need to bear that in mind as we need to get through to paragraph 18 today. I see only 2 flags in objection. I have the Russian Federation, from whom we've already heard. So unless there's something new, I would ask that DRC be given the floor. And we have Cuba now. Democratic Republic of Congo, you have the floor.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente, de la parole accordée. Ce n'est pas vraiment une objection, mais j'aimerais plutôt appuyer l'idée selon laquelle on doit élaguer pertinent. Donc on laisse et d'autres instruments internationaux relatifs aux droits de l'homme. Pourquoi? Parce que sur base de quoi on va apprécier la pertinence d'un instrument international? Sur base de quels critères? Ça suppose que cet instrument international qui a été adopté par les États l'avaient jugé pertinent. C'est ce qui a fait que les États puissent adopter cet instrument. Donc, à notre humble avis, nous considérons qu'on peut se limiter par dire les instruments internationaux relatifs aux droits de l'homme. Nous avons dit.
Merci, Cuba.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta, y agradecemos también la lectura que usted hace de la sala. Ciertamente estamos divididos y somos conscientes y siempre trabajaremos por el consenso y por avanzar. Pero también hay una serie de países a los cuales prefieren una formulación más abierta que incluso no es excluyente, porque cuando mencionamos estos otros instrumentos internacionales quedarían ya incluidos los 2 pactos. Entonces, como usted dice, no es unanimidad, es consenso, es comprensión de las posiciones. Ahí se hace referencia a pactos. No todos los países somos miembros de todos los pactos y eso también se debe tener en cuenta. Entonces, si nuestra proposición es que esta propuesta que hace Marruecos incluye todo y sin tener que hacer mención a los pactos. Realmente apelamos a la comprensión de la sala si estaríamos viendo la evolución, pero bueno, también quisiéramos que se tuviera en cuenta pero la idea tampoco es obstaculizar la aprobación del párrafo, señora presidenta. Muchas gracias.
Thank you. Russian Federation, you have the floor.
Большое спасибо. Тут был смысл именно в этом параграфе поставить акцент на упомянутых правовых актах. А если мы добавим и другие международные правовые акты, у нас размывается сам смысл. Как раз вот эти другие международные правовые акты, они и перечислены у нас в приложении. Поэтому я не вижу добавленной стоимости употреблять здесь другие международные инструменты, относящиеся к правам человека. Они у нас есть в приложении, все перечислены.
Thank you for that. Again, no one else seems to have a problem with at least the Cuban proposal to include other relevant international human rights instruments. Maybe I'm wrong. Republic of Moldova, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I think that from the legal point of view, it's better to stop at other international human rights instruments, because we can't make any preferences for one convention or another one, and still we have, for example, Convention for Children's Rights, and still this recommendation relates to children, for example. So our suggestion would be Universal Declaration on Human Rights and other international human rights instruments. I thank you.
I think we're getting close to a fix here. I'm looking around the room to see if there would be flexibility in the room for us to accept the Moroccan/Cuban revisited proposal to have and other relevant international human rights instrument brought back up in the English text and brought up into the French text after the end of the UN Declaration on Human Rights. France, you have the floor.
Pour proposer une solution de simplification qui permettrait d'inclure à la fois la Déclaration universelle des droits de l'homme et les deux pactes, celui sur les droits civils et politiques et celui sur les droits économiques et sociaux, on pourrait remplacer à ce moment-là la Déclaration universelle et les deux pactes par la Charte internationale des droits de l'homme qui les contient tous les trois. Ce qui permettrait de continuer à inclure les deux pactes, mais avec une seule formulation.
Can we get the French proposal on the board in English as well as French? I feel we're getting somewhere. I think we have it on the board correctly. Cuba, would you like to comment on this proposal?
Gracias, señora presidenta. Solo para agradecer a la delegación francesa por la propuesta, que como solución de compromiso la podemos aceptar. Muchas gracias.
Gracias. I have one other nameplate up, but I am going to ask whether or not we can live with the text as it now is. So I need to know if the one nameplate that's up is an objection. Okay, Sweden, you have the floor.
Thank you. In response to, I think it was Belgium earlier, that where appropriate should be removed from this paragraph, and we support that. Thank you.
Notwithstanding my understanding that we do not want a precedent where we're saying where appropriate throughout what is a voluntary recommendation, I think in any event, it is a voluntary recommendation. So there's an argument either way here for the as appropriate. I have one request for the floor, which I can guess in what direction it's going to go. Iceland, you have the floor.
Thank you. We want to support the amendment that Sweden made now.
Belgium, did you wish to comment?
not to block the consensus, but this is the overarching aim. And in that overarching aim, we are going to introduce a where appropriate. I think this is absolutely not elegant. Then I would prefer that we just delete the reference to the multi-stakeholder approach and put it somewhere else, rather than doing this, because this is absolutely not elegant. And maybe elegance is not important. And if we keep it, I flag the problem of translation. There is en utilisant in French and having, so I suppose it's applying if you keep it.
If we can change the English by taking a multi-stakeholder approach, I think that'd probably be a better translation. Thank you for that. As regards your point on having where appropriate in the overarching aim, I say there's something compelling to the idea that it shouldn't be something that's caveated if it's our overarching aim. I'm going to give Kuwait the floor. Who's going to fix this? Kuwait.
No, I think I agree with our colleagues from Sweden. You know, just bring my memory, you know, when we had the AI recommendation and we said it's a recommendation, this terms comes up a lot. And we end up agreeing that, you know, it's a recommendation, let's not tweaking it. And, you know, this is just to reflect what's happened there. So we know we are okay with removing it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Can we take where appropriate out of the text, please? Norway, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We support removing where appropriate, but we do want to argue to keep the formulation by taking a multi-stakeholder approach. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no more requests for the floor. So I propose that we adopt the paragraph as it's now been modified. I'll have the Secretary read it out so that it's clear. Thank you.
The overarching aim of this recommendation is to provide guidance to member states in their efforts to infuse into education, by taking a multi-stakeholder approach, the aims and purposes set forth in the Charter of the United Nations, the Constitution of UNESCO, the International Human Rights Charter, and other relevant international human rights instruments.
That's inspiring.
I see no objections, therefore it's adopted. I would just ask, too, if we can check on the numbering of the paragraphs in both the English and French, just to make sure that they're tracking with the actual text. And I see Brazil asking for the floor. It's
just editorial, Madam
Yes.
Chair. I was wondering whether in English the correct nomenclature, I'm not a specialist in human rights, but do we refer to International Human Rights Charter or International Bill of Human Rights? I have seen different mentions to this. I'm okay with both. It's just I have seen different mentions to this.
I would ask that we trust the Secretariat to verify and
Absolutely.
to make sure that there is an appropriate reflection of whatever the official nomenclature is. I see nodding around the room. Okay. So let's move on to the next paragraph.
We're starting now with paragraph 3. The French should indicate starting by, this includes paragraph 3 in English as well. There's a 2 there still dangling. That should be paragraph 3. Reading from the original second draft. This includes ensuring all people throughout their life are equipped with the knowledge, skills, values, attitudes, and behaviors needed for effective participation in democratic decision-making processes, awareness raising, and individual and collective actions at individual, community, local, national, regional, and global levels that advance international understanding, cooperation, peace, human rights, and fundamental freedoms.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I see that there are no amendments in French in the text. So now we're just going to read the amendments that are in English in order that they be transcribed into the French. Please, Madam Secretary.
This includes ensuring all people throughout their life are equipped. Germany requests to add, are equipped and empowered with the knowledge, skills, values, attitudes, and behaviors needed for effective participation in democratic decision-making processes, awareness raising, and individual and collective actions at individual, community, local, national, regional, and global levels that advance. And here there are proposals from Korea after advance. Advance, peace, sustainable development. Oh, Republic of Korea, peace. Finland proposes to add sustainable development. Japan proposes to add peace and promote. Then it's international understanding, cooperation. Brazil to add poverty, eradication, sustainable development. Cyprus proposed to add here tolerance. And Japan to delete peace because it was moved above. Sweden to add, in order to ensure the full enjoyment of human rights. And Japan to delete and before fundamental freedoms. Okay, I'll go back to Finland, le développement durable. And Japan to add peace and promote after développement durable. Et le développement durable. And then add Japan to add peace and promote before international understanding. So peace and promote. Après développement durable, il faut mettre entre crochets anglais, Japon. Après développement durable, après. After. Et le développement durable, ouvrez les crochets, anglais, Japon, voilà. La promotion de la paix, la paix et promouvoir, excuse-moi, la paix et promouvoir, voilà, paix et promouvoir, voilà. International understanding. Cooperation. Après coopération. Après coopération en lettres en noir, la compréhension et la coopération en noir. Voilà. Le Brésil propose de rajouter poverty eradication, développement durable, virgule, développement durable. Oui. Pauvreté, virgule, développement durable, virgule, ouvrir les crochets. Chypre propose de rajouter tolérance, virgule, ouvrir les crochets. Le Japon propose d'enlever paix. Ensuite, la Suède propose de rajouter afin de assurer, en anglais c'est ensure the full enjoyment of human rights. pleine jouissance, oui. Pleine jouissance des droits de l'homme. Jouissance, pleine jouissance des droits de l'homme. Jouissance des droits de l'homme. Après, les droits de l'homme est une répétition en français. Ça peut s'arrêter à jouissance, voilà, merci. Après les droits de l'homme, mettre un décroché du Japon qui propose d'enlever et, le petit et à retirer, maintenir les libertés fondamentales. Et ensuite, après, à la fin de la phrase, voilà, la Corée propose de rajouter global citizenship. Et le Japon ensuite de rajouter et le développement durable. Le Japon ensuite de rajouter à travers l'éducation. On peut simplement mettre le développement durable à travers l'éducation.
I think we're getting close to having a text which is being deconflicted. There was just one international in plural in the French, which is sort of an orphan, I thought. Where Japan had struck out peace. It doesn't seem to have an international on the other English side. This is a very complicated paragraph in terms of a number of amendments that have been made that are either overlapping or mutually supporting, sometimes not. I have already had up 2 flags before we even got to the point of having the text on the board, and that is Cuba and Ukraine. I also have Cyprus, Trinidad and Tobago, Greece, and so we'll start with that. I'm going to be heading over the floor at 4 o'clock, so let's see what we can do to impress the chair before he gets back. Cuba, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta. Nosotros enviamos nuestras propuestas en español y ahora aprovechamos el plenario para decirle, solo es una incorporación. Después de que se habla de habilidades, después skill, incluir sentimientos. La palabra sentimientos.
May I just ask the typist to type in your amendment, please, from Cuba. Typist, could speak slowly. Thank you.
La propuesta es a partir de que hoy, cuando hablamos de la formación integral y entendemos los elementos que ahí se expresan, hay un componente muy importante que es el socioemocional, que no solo incluye los aspectos de los valores generales, las actitudes y los comportamientos, sino la formación intrínseca del sujeto, que es sus sentimientos, y cómo expresa todo el resto de los componentes en su formación integral también a través de los sentimientos. Y por eso pensamos que es importante que en esa lista se incluyan también los sentimientos.
Essentially to speak to emotional development, to make sure that that is also on side. Okay, this is now on the board. Ukraine, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry. There are 2 repetitions, the word peace, and there are 3 repetitions, the words sustainable development in the text. We propose to remove the second word peace, Japan propose, because peace have to be in the first place. and the proposal of Free Republic Korea is available. And concerning the word sustainable development, I think we need to leave these words in the end of the sentence, of the text. Thank you.
Thank you, Ukraine. I myself had the same reflex about the peace, and so I'm wondering, is there any objection to some of these suggestions that have been made by Ukraine? Because I think it does serve to just clean up the text a little bit. It would mean that we take out the peace immediately after the first Japanese amendment, so that the Japanese amendment would only be and promote international understanding, with peace already having been listed by Korea. And then we would take out both references to sustainable development in the front part of the text, as it's been added as the bookend at the end of the paragraph. Again, does anybody have an objection to those specific changes proposed by Ukraine? I see none. Japan is also good with the peace being removed. Good. Okay. We shall continue on with the speakers list then.
May I just ask the typist to clean up what has been cleared? Thank you.
I'm going to go one step further. As no one has objected to those changes made by Ukraine, can we take them out of bold? Okay, so that we can move through this text and have a little cleaner text to look at and only focus on those things that we haven't discussed yet. Cyprus, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will agree with the fact that this paragraph is complicated because of many amendments. And I think that it's something that we have to take into consideration with the rest of the paragraphs, and because this is changing the meaning of the initial paragraphs. Now, regarding the rationale behind the addition of word tolerance from the side of Cyprus, is because if you want to to understand each other and create this culture of collaboration, from our point of view, is very important and critical to create the tolerance amongst people. Thank you.
Thank you. Greece.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We had the exact same remarks with Ukraine, so it's settled. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that concision. Trinidad and Tobago, you have the floor.
Thank you. Some of my comments have already been dealt with, but with a view to further cleaning up, just to say I agree with the additions of sustainable development and so on. But this paragraph follows on from 2, which speaks to the overarching aim, which is to infuse into education. So I think adding through education is superfluous. It's not necessary at all, because, as I said, it flows from 2, and it simply says this includes. So we don't need to say through education again. And I also believe that equipped and empowered basically mean the same in this context. So I would suggest we choose one, perhaps empowered because it's a little more modern, a little more sexy, but I think it's too much to say equipped and empowered. And similarly, if you advance something, I believe you promote it. So we are adding several words which I don't really believe is necessary, especially if we want a shorter version.
I think this is going to be a very sexy recommendation. I'm just looking towards Japan to see if we can drop through education. It is, the entire document is about education. Is that a possibility, or do you need to retain through education at the end? It seems to me a fairly easy fix. Just nod if you're okay, and shake your head if you're not. I'm just going to give Japan the floor on that specific point.
May I? Just one quick comment is that I think there are many elements are embedded in this section, but I think that we should be consistent with the title, where we have the similar elements already included. And in the title, I think that it says sustainable development through education.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we also had a proposal from Trinidad and Tobago to move to only having empowered rather than equipped and empowered. I mean, it's sort of having the suspenders and the belt on at the same time. I think we might be able to just have an empowered with the knowledge, skills. And here is a question for Cuba. I'm preempting some other comments from the floor on the issue of feelings. And I'm just wondering if we might have another wording for that, just because if we say we're empowering people with feelings, it doesn't make a great deal of sense in English. But if we're empowering them with the knowledge, skills, and emotional intelligence, or something of that sort of variation, it is about feelings and being able to react to the world in a way which is mastering one's own emotions and understanding those of others. But it gives very specific guidance as to what we're talking about. Anyway, I throw that out. Perhaps the Secretariat would like to comment.
Thank you, Chair. We suggest it would be possible to say skills, comma, including socio and emotional skills, comma.
Emotional skills. That makes sense.
Yeah, so after skills, comma, including socio-emotional skills. Socio and emotional. Yeah.
Sí, Presidenta. Con esa
Please, Cuba, you have the floor.
You
just said yes.
Disculpe. Si se incluye de esa manera y es entendible de manera general, estamos de acuerdo, porque creo que es un componente que es importante que lo entendamos y lo consideremos todos. Coincidimos. Puede ser así. Gracias.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I'm going to go back to the list here. We have quite a long list. I would ask those who are taking the floor simply to support text that's already on the board, to resist the temptation to go into that at length and perhaps just say we can support the text as it is on the board. I have Finland followed by Kuwait.
Thank you, Chair. Finland can support this. I think we are still for the first proposal by Germany, and then from Trinidad and Tobago, the empowered is an important, like if we pick one, it should be empowered. Then a question, shouldn't it be socio-emotional skills? I think that might be what the Secretariat was proposing. And other than that, yes, we are ready to accept. Our proposal for sustainable development is mainly coming from the new version of the title, which included that in that list of things that is otherwise enumerated there. Thank you.
Thank you for your support for the text. Kuwait, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We agreed with the German amendment and also the addition from the Secretariat regarding the Cuba. and also the addition of peace from Republic of Korea and also Japan when they add and promote. And thank to Ukraine, I think they included the sustainable development and the global citizenship. My suggestion, just to give it a shot, Madam Chair, is, after international understanding cooperation, go to human rights, fundamental freedoms, and the addition of the Republic of Korea at the end. I think this will cover the whole thing. So you start from international understanding cooperation, human rights, fundamental freedoms, and the addition of Republic of Korea and Japan that covers both sustainable development and a global citizenship. And I think then we have modest text, and hopefully everyone's point of view was reflected there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Kuwait. So as we understand it, you're asking for 3 amendments to be deleted from the text.
Correct, yeah. He's nodding, so
So we have a proposal from Kuwait to take out the Brazilian, Cyprus, and Swedish amendments. Brazil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Just to ask for a clarification at this point, is this an objection to the inclusion of the dimension of poverty eradication in the text, or is it a matter of wording or getting around the best way to position this notion in the paragraph? Thank you.
Rather than going back to Kuwait immediately, did anyone else want to take the floor specifically on this? South Africa? South Africa? Oh dear.
Chairperson, we feel that a word that's missing there is economic empowerment. It needs to be added to that paragraph.
Could I ask South Africa whether or not the Brazilian proposal for inclusion of poverty eradication would be helpful in covering your concern about economic empowerment? Or did you have a specific place where you were suggesting this text?
Chair, we suggest that you edit where is it? Needed for effective participation in democratic decision-making processes, economic empowerment, awareness raising, and individual and collective actions.
We're getting that on the board. Okay, I now have Sweden, followed by Italy.
Thank you, Chair. We suggested an amendment and just want to make sure that that is kept. We wanted to add the list before human rights, peace, international understanding, cooperation, and so on, should be advanced in order to ensure the full enjoyment of human rights, because human rights in themselves are non-negotiable and inalienable. So those are concepts that lead to the full enjoyment of human rights. That's why we have added that suggestion. We also wonder if the concept of tolerance, we would prefer to remove that as it is already embedded in the concept of peace to make the text more clear and shorter. Thank you.
Italy, please.
Yeah, thank you, Madam. I think that we have to come back to the last sentence. I feel that the word peace must be strictly connected with sustainable development. And in this case, the last sentence is sustainable development and peace through education, or better, sustainable education, sustainable development for peace through education.
Thank you, Italy. With respect to your suggestion, I mean, I would just put out there that this is a list, and peace being as important as it is to everyone at UNESCO, and in this context specifically, we have the list beginning with peace and ending with education. So I think that your concern is a clear one, but I would appeal to you to not add complexity to the text by having peace in twice, when it would probably actually reduce the effectiveness of having it as first in the list. I now have Gambia. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. I think we'll adopt this, but with maybe deleting the issue of community. For example, if you read awareness raising and individual and collective actions at individual, community, local, I would rather we just say awareness raising and individual and collective actions at local, national, regional, and global levels that advance. Thank you.
I do get your point about clearing up the text. Having individual twice doesn't make any sense. Collective actions, of course, are actions that are at all levels. Perhaps we can have that reflected so that we are less busy in the text.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Well, it's been struck out as suggested by the Gambia. I'm just wondering if there is any objection, because at the local level, there can be all sorts of different types of collective actions. It can be from associations, they can be from civil society actors that are in the academic sphere, unions, etc., teachers, communities. Does the Secretariat have an opinion on that?
I agree with your observation, Chair, that maybe not repeating individual makes the text more elegant.
Well, he's just done it.
Yeah, you could retain community.
Yeah. So we retain community.
So perhaps what we'll do then, we'll just take half of your suggestion, Gambia, because I can see that there were some flags going up in defense of community for the idea that a community may be differently composed, might be spread out over a larger region, for example. And of course, I think Canada is probably one of those countries that would have that issue. But before I give Canada the floor, I had Cyprus that asked for the floor.
Maybe an old hand. Is it an old hand? It's down? Okay.
Okay, no, this was an old flag.
There was Morocco.
Canada, you have the floor.
Netherlands.
Bon après-midi à tous. J'aimerais nous rappeler un peu le propos de cet article numéro 3 qui vient préciser, en quelque sorte, l'article précédent, qui débute en disant qu'il s'agit notamment, donc cette recommandation s'agit notamment de veiller tout au long de la vie, de se doter d'un certain nombre d'éléments que nos systèmes d'éducation apportent chez les apprenants. Donc on parle bien sûr des connaissances, des compétences et des autres éléments qui sont ici mentionnés, et ce dans le but de participer activement à la société démocratique, ainsi que de contribuer aux actions que cette recommandation vise, qui sont mentionnées dans le titre. Donc les ajouts qui sont proposés par mes collègues, en tout respect, sont fort intéressants, mais l'éradication de la pauvreté ou encore la sensibilisation à la tolérance sont des éléments très importants et pour lesquels le système d'éducation peut contribuer à favoriser. Néanmoins, dans le cadre de cet article-ci, il me semble que ça vient alourdir le propos de l'article et en ce sens, l'article original me semblait être plus pertinent à ce stade-ci et ces éléments peuvent très bien être ajoutés dans d'autres articles. Donc, c'était la position. Néanmoins, si le plancher souhaite y aller avec une proposition plus élargie, nous allons nous rallier. Merci.
Thank you for that flexibility, Canada. I have Finland, and then I think we're close to having something that we may try to adopt. Finland, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I have one proposal to the kind of an organization or order of things that might make it easier to understand and easier for everyone to accept. I fully endorse the point made by Sweden that human rights and fundamental freedoms are a special case in this list of things, that they are to be fully enjoyed, whereas the other things in the list are to be advanced. So I'm proposing that when we start enumerating things, peace, international understanding, etc., we go on all the way to the list to sustainable development, and then add the Swedish addition. So to the very end of the very end of the sentence would be, or the para would be, whatever it's in the list, and sustainable development, in order to ensure the full enjoyment of human rights and fundamental freedoms, full stop, and that's the end of the paragraph. So just kind of picking out the human rights and fundamental freedoms and the Swedish amendment and put that at the very end of the sentence so that it's much more readable and that the two things are in their correct categories. Thank you.
Can we go forward before we change the text?
Before we move to change the text at all, I have two other requests for the floor. I have Uganda, and I have a plate that I can't. It's Switzerland. Uganda, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with Sweden, but I would suggest that we remove full enjoyment, because I feel if we say in order to ensure human rights and global citizenship and sustainable development, we'll have the full enjoyment within. Thank you.
Thank you, Uganda. Switzerland, please.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Mon intervention va dans le même sens. C'est plutôt une remarque terminologique. Pour le texte actuel, assurer la jouissance du développement durable, ce n'est pas très adéquat. Malheureusement, j'aimerais qu'on puisse déjà en jouir, mais c'est un petit peu trop tôt. Et donc je soutiens les interventions visant à modifier ce point terminologique. Merci.
I'm sorry, but you weren't speaking very loudly into the microphone, so I didn't actually hear what you said because I wanted to hear it in French. Est-ce que vous pouvez répéter, s'il vous plaît?
Was it too quick or too loud? Vous m'entendez comme ça?
Plus fortement, ce serait génial.
Très bien. C'est une remarque terminologique également, donc je soutiens les interventions qui précèdent la mienne. Dans le texte actuel, on a, afin d'assurer la pleine jouissance du développement durable, si je saute vers la fin de la phrase, ce n'est pas très adéquat. J'aimerais qu'on puisse déjà en jouir, mais on a encore du travail à faire. Il faudrait soit rajouter un verbe, soit effectivement inverser le sens, comme ça a été suggéré par d'autres délégations. Merci.
Colleagues, with respect, I think we are running out of time on this paragraph. I certainly was supposed to vacate this seat some time ago. And I just want to ask for your forbearance. There are lots of good ideas that are now percolating up, but new ideas at this point on this paragraph are going to further complicate matters. We're going to end up with another 30 interventions, and I think it's not in our interest. Again, I would emphasize that we're trying to find the good, not the perfect. And I think there's been some suggestions that have been tabled in advance of this meeting that member states have had a chance to cogitate on. And some of the new ones that are coming up now, I think will raise more questions than they answer. So my inclination would be to go with the text as it is, notwithstanding that there have been requests for deletions. But the one thing that didn't quite make it back in is community. We said we were going to keep community and communautaire back in the text. Because on all of these other proposals, I haven't heard groundswell opposition from the floor. The chair is waiting for us to move on this paragraph. Does anyone object to this paragraph as it is currently on the screen? Sweden, you have the floor.
Thank you. We wanted to delete tolerance, and it's deleted in the French version, but not in the English version. Thank you.
I've only had 2 opinions on tolerance. One by the country tabling the amendment, and now 1 opposed. Could I ask if everybody else in the room can live with tolerance in the text? Does anybody object to tolerance in the text besides Sweden? And again, Sweden, I ask for your forbearance. I realize this is an issue. We all have things that we want to perfect, but others have shown flexibility, so we may need to do that here, because unless Nigeria has an objection to tolerance, and I don't think it doesn't, then I think we're good. So let's retain tolerance in the text. Do I need to give the floor to Cyprus? We're retaining your language.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can understand the point of the member states that they're saying that tolerance is included in the terms of peace or sustainable development or human rights. However, this is not something that even is included, is explicit. And tolerance is a core principle in order to create this culture of collaboration, cooperation, and understanding. Thank you.
I would therefore now move to adopt this paragraph. I see no objections. Adopted. Thank you for your hard work.
Thank you very much. The chair will now come. Good luck.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I had to step out a bit to attend an urgent matter, and I want to thank you for proceeding with the discussions with my vice chairs, and I thank the Ambassador of Canada for strongly and ably standing in for me while I was away. And thank you, and I'm back, so we can embark on the next item. I think we are looking at paragraph number 4. You go ahead and read it.
Paragraph number 4. The second draft reads as follows. This recommendation should also help mobilize, guide, and support the actions, initiatives, and programs of non-state actors leading educational activities throughout society for the same purposes.
Thank you for the reading. We want to go. Sorry, you want to read it also in French?
The amendments, yeah.
The amendments are now already, yeah, they are not reflected fully. Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Just to read them through, to align them, starting maybe with the French this time, reading through. La présente recommandation, la Finlande propose d'enlever devrait également aider, et remplacer par aide également, à mobiliser les acteurs non étatiques, qui l'Italie, c'est l'anglais, pardon, il n'y a pas d'amendement en français, excusez-moi. Okay, je vois que la traduction en anglais c'est déjà faite. On commence par l'anglais alors. This recommendation should also help, also aims to mobilize, guide, and support the actions, initiatives, and programs of non-state actors. Italy proposes to delete leading and to replace by involved in educational activities. Thank you.
Fully incorporated? Okay. Now, this is one of the paragraphs I think we should quickly go through. Finland's suggestion to delete should also help. In my understanding, I think, because we are dealing with aims here, I think their suggestion is legitimate, according to me. So we don't have to really haggle a lot about the language there. So this recommendation also aims to mobilize, guide, and support the actions, initiatives, and programs of non-state actors involved in educational activities throughout society for the same purposes. Anybody who is opposed, or anybody who wants to make any changes here? I think it's clear. Kuwait?
Like you said, Mr. Chair, it's very clear, and we are fine with the 2 amendments, and I think we can adapt as it looks on the screen. Thank you.
Oman?
I think both the original and the amendment is very clear, and I think you should go for adopting this article. Thank you.
Any other? Shall we adopt the statement, the paragraph as it is? An objection? I propose that we adopt that paragraph as it is. An objection? That's DRC.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Nous sommes également d'accord qu'on
please wait 1 minute,
adopte ces libellés, mais qu'on Oui, je disais que nous sommes d'accord pour qu'on adopte ces libellés, mais je trouve qu'il y a répétition des « et ». Donc, il y a la présente recommandation aide également à mobiliser les acteurs non étatiques impliqués dans des activités éducatives dans l'ensemble de la société, virgule, à guider et à soutenir. Donc, on doit élaguer les « et » là. Merci beaucoup.
In English, I think it's clear. To my understanding, in English it's clear. The ands that are there, like mobilize, guide, and support the actions, initiatives and the programs of non-state actors, I think there's no redundancy of the conjunction, in my view, unless it is in French. Canada, and then France.
Merci. Petit commentaire pour la traduction. Plutôt que aide également, on suggère vise également. Merci.
France, please, take the floor.
On avait la même proposition qui était d'ajouter vise, donc on est d'accord avec le Canada.
So I propose we adopt this paragraph as is. I cannot see any objection. Adopted. We go to, that is, which one is that again? That should be paragraph 5, not 4. Yeah.
Education should.
Yeah, which begins, okay, we can do the alignment, Secretary?
Paragraph 5, education should emphasize the importance of preventing and addressing war, aggression, and all forms of violence, and bring every person and community to understand and assume the responsibilities for maintaining, fostering, and demanding peace. Education should also contribute to activities in the fight against racism and all actions and ideologies inciting hatred, all forms of intolerance, discrimination, and violence. The text received with amendments, I'll read as follows, first in English. Education should emphasize the importance of preventing and addressing war, aggression, all forms of violence. Germany proposes to add here, and human rights. So all forms of violence and human rights. On a aligné en français, Allemagne, and human rights violations. Sorry, and human rights violations. Sweden proposes to delete the sentence, the part of the sentence starting with, and bring every person and community to understand and assume their responsibilities for maintaining, fostering, and demanding peace. To be scratched out, proposed by Sweden. Next sentence, education should also contribute to. Italy proposes to remove the word activities in. So the sentence would read as, education should also contribute to the fight against racism. Belgium proposes here to add here, and xenophobia, and all actions and ideologies, sorry, and la xenophobie, yes, okay, and all actions and ideologies inciting hatred, all forms of. Republic of Korea proposes to remove intolerance. Well, continued discrimination, comma. Belgium proposes to add here repression. Repression after discrimination, yes. Belgium proposes to add repression. Okay. And violence, which is there already, period. Republic of Korea proposes to add a sentence. Education should therefore promote the conditions for human flourishing based on nonviolent condition for human flourishing based on nonviolent, comma, co-prosperous, comma, and ethical framework for teaching and learning, period. Now from the French, I don't see an amendment. Yes, an amendment from France. I'll read from the beginning once we're finished with typing up. En s'appuyant sur un cadre, non-violent, co-prosperous, an ethical framework for teaching and learning. Co-prosperous. So the order is non-violent, co-prosperous, and ethical. So co-prosperous will come after non-violent. Co-prosperous, non-violent, comma, co-prosperous, non-violent, assure la prospérité de tous, virgule. Yeah, so an ethical framework for teaching, ethical framework, okay. There's an amendment from France at the beginning of the paragraph, which follows et toutes les formes de violence, y compris les violences sexuelles et basées sur le genre. So that would be, and all forms of violence, including, so it's before the German amendment, where it says all forms of violence, yeah, before the German amendment, because it's tied to the term violence, including sexual and gender-based violence, y compris les violences sexuelles et basées sur le genre. Je crois que c'est tout. Oui. Je crois que c'est bon. Merci.
Now, that is Tobago, Trinidad and Tobago. Before we engage, I wanted to say this, that the paragraph has two parts. In my understanding, the first one is that education should emphasize the importance of preventing and addressing war, aggression, and all forms of violence, which goes to where there's a full stop. And the other part is education should contribute to the fight against racism and all actions and ideologies inciting hatred, all forms of discrimination and violence. Those are two parts. I would ask if we could do the first part first, with the German suggested to add human rights violations as part of the first sentence, and Sweden crossing all those words and bring every person and community to understand and assume their responsibilities for maintaining, fostering, and demanding peace. I think I want us to cut it into two pieces, then we handle one after another.
Okay.
So, how many accept the amendment? I would like to see those who accept this amendment by Germany and Sweden. I guess those are the ones who accept the amendments. We have a list here, Trinidad and Tobago.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of the first part, I feel that it's aimed at prevention. And to that extent, I think we would want to delete the words "and addressing," because we believe education really should prevent war, violence, and so on. But when you say it is also important for it to address war, it seems too broad and it can be counterproductive. For example, you could have propaganda, war propaganda as part of education, which is exactly the opposite of what you intend if you simply say addressing war. And I don't think it's necessary. So you could simply say education should emphasize the importance of preventing war, aggression, and so on. And later on, which is the positive part that you're going to do separately, all the good things, including the addition of human rights, the things that education should promote, and the positive things I think should go there. But I think addressing is a very dangerous word to keep there in terms of interpreting a statute.
Egypt. Take the floor.
شكرا سيدي الرئيس. عندي بعض ملاحظات فيما يتعلق بالجزء الأول أول 3 أو 4 أسطر. أظن أن الترتيب المنطقي يعني هو طبعا التعليم يعني يتطرق إلى ظاهرة الحرب بالدراسة والمنع لتعريف الأجيال بخطورتها وتاريخها. أظن أن الترتيب المنطقي يقتضي البدء ب addressing and preventing war. addressing في الأول تعني أننا يتعلم الطلبة والتلاميذ تاريخ الحروب والمآسي التي ترتبت عليها وصولا إلى الاقتناع بضرورة منع الحرب. فبالتالي addressing should precede preventing. نفهم الحرب ثم نوقن بخطورتها فنمنعها. هذه واحدة. الثانية يعني هل السياق يتحدث war and aggression and all forms of violence؟ هل هذا السياق سياق بين الدول، العنف بين الدول، أم العنف الداخلي في المجتمع؟ لأن السياق هنا يوحي بأننا نقصد العنف أو جميع أشكال العنف بين الدول interstate violence، لأننا نتحدث عنها في السابق war and aggression، وهذه أفعال أو ممارسات بين الدول. فأظن أننا يجب أن نحدد، لأننا بعد ذلك سنتحدث عن discrimination, repression and violence في سياق يوحي بأنه داخل المجتمع. فأظن أنه يجب التفريق بين violence في بداية الفقرة و violence في نهاية الفقرة. فأتصور أننا الأكثر منطقية أن نذكر أنه all forms of interstate violence في البداية. وبالتالي بناء على ذلك يعني في السطر الثالث لا أظن أن هناك مسوغ للحديث عن including sexual and gender-based violence، لأننا في هذه الحالة هذا عنف بين الأفراد، أما الصورة التي تسبقها من العنف هو عنف بين الدول، فلا يوجد علاقة بين الاثنين. شكرا سيدي الرئيس. أمل أن أكون قد أوضحت وجهة نظري. شكرا.
You are clear. You raised important issues, whether we're talking about internal or interstate violence. Let's hear Sweden.
Thank you for giving us the floor. What we our amendment, this is not a strong priority for Sweden, so we are willing to withdraw our amendment and accept the original text. And we also want to say that we support France's suggested addition regarding sexual and gender-based violence, and we also support Germany's addition on human rights violence. Thank you.
India, take the floor.
I think when we are talking about emphasizing importance of preventing all kinds of aggression, both individual as well as collective, as well as national or states. And that's why keeping this sentence first part as it is, deleting the part of Sweden and keeping the part which is given by France and Germany is in perfect order. However, in the second part, we are trying to address the issue. When we come there, education should also contribute to the fight against racism and all actions and ideologies inciting hatred, all forms of discrimination, repression and violence. But how is it done? Through spiritual education may be added there.
Burkina Faso, take the floor.
Bien, merci Monsieur le Président. Alors, nous sommes d'avis avec les propositions faites par la France et la Belgique. Cependant, nous voyons une incongruité dans la première formulation. Et quand on dit, par exemple, violation des droits de l'homme, y compris les violences sexuelles et basées sur les genres. Voilà, je pense que c'est un peu incongru à mon sens. Ce serait plutôt préférable de dire, y compris les violences sexuelles et celles basées sur les genres, parce que les VGB, c'est une entité à part. Donc, les violences sexuelles et celles basées sur les genres. Ça, c'est la première suggestion. La deuxième, alors on pourrait faire l'économie de de la conjonction de coordination ici. L'éducation devrait également contribuer à lutter contre le racisme, virgule, la xénophobie, virgule, toutes actions et idéologies incitant à la haine et contre toutes les formes de discrimination, de répression et de violence. Voilà, donc on pourrait faire l'économie des E là pour justement juxtaposer ces groupes nominaux. Et puis, le dernier élément maintenant, on fait la coordination avec E. Je vous remercie.
Oman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to echo my voice with those countries that they raised about this grammatical issue. When we use preventing and addressing, this is a conjunction, and I think it has to be looked at. It is a bit of grammatically. I'm not a native English speaker, but I think the English speakers should tell us about this. It is a conjunction. How can we address, prevent, and address war? Thank you.
I'm an English speaker, but I don't think I'm going to address that. Can I ask? But let's wait. We shall be there. Let's move on to Cameroon as we think through this. Cameroon, take the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Dans les propositions que nous avons faites, nous avions suggéré de changer la conjugaison des verbes dans ce paragraphe. C'est le conditionnel qui est utilisé ici. L'éducation devrait, Nous avons suggéré que ce soit l'éducation devra, parce que le conditionnel, c'est une supposition. Et en même temps, par rapport au texte projeté, on se rend compte que le terme violence revient au moins 4 fois dans le texte. Peut-être qu'il serait opportun de, lorsqu'on parle de violence, et de toute forme de violence, ça peut intégrer d'autres aussi, pour ne pas trop répéter le terme violence. Merci.
Je voudrais simplement aligner la version française et anglaise. L'amendement de la France se réfère à toutes les formes de violence. Si c'est possible de juste corriger pour pas qu'il y ait de malentendus. Donc, et toutes les formes de violence, y compris, voilà, déplacer l'amendement de l'Allemagne, voilà, après la virgule, genre, virgule, et l'Allemagne. Merci.
Korea, take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it would be appropriate to give you some reason for adding the extra sentence, given our purpose of trying to be concise. It has to do with the structure of this item. As you mentioned, the two sentences preceding my proposed sentence seems to address two different messages, one of anti-violence and the other of anti-racism. And it's, to me, it's almost as if the two are intertwined in some way, and they may be. But in order to seamlessly bring together the two themes of anti-violence and anti-racism, a closing sentence, such as the one that I have proposed here, brings them together and provides a direction with a singular sense of purpose. Also, in addition, I would like to retract on crossing out intolerance. I thought it would be redundant with the term discrimination, but I would follow suit with the rest of our delegates. Thank you.
May I ask the typist to withdraw Korea's, yes, thank you, in English and in French? And also, I understand we haven't done that. Sweden's proposal, you are withdrawing as well. Can I see you nodding? Sweden, yes, to withdraw the deletion of the original and bring every person in community to understand that deletion can now be cancelled in the middle of the paragraph. I see it's being done in English. Et voilà, et maintenant également enlevé en français. Merci.
It's already done. Russia.
Спасибо, господин председатель. У меня одно замечание к данному тексту и есть еще одно предложение. Что касается поправки Франции, мы согласны на сохранение в тексте всех форм насилия и не выделяя какое-либо. То есть здесь мы не хотим видеть какой-то градации, что какое-то насилие нам важнее, какое-то нет. Поэтому здесь уже есть все формы насилия, и этим вполне все сказано. Второе мое предложение, если мы вспомним первую редакцию, изначальную 1974 года, там был подобный пункт в целях, пункт номер 6. Хотела бы попросить секретариат найти этот пункт, и, может быть, в изначальной редакции он бы всех устроил, потому что он учитывает все аспекты и даже больше того, что мы видим на экране. И опять же, в самом начале, когда мы обсуждали определение, прозвучало предложение Бельгии, которое цитировало как раз вот этот 6-й пункт, начало этого 6-го пункта, который был в редакции 1974 года и который всех устраивал. Спасибо. Попрошу секретариат найти этот пункт, и, возможно, он всех устроит. Спасибо.
Yeah, we're getting it as we do that. Yeah, it's already here.
Okay.
Yeah, you can read it and see. Paragraph 6.
No,
Where is that?
Not, no, this is not. Sorry.
It's not the word.
This is not the. Could the delegate please repeat the argument referring to the 74?
In 74, they wrote, education should stress the inadmissibility of recourse to war for purposes of expansion, aggression, and domination, and to the use of force and violence for purposes of repression, and should bring every person to understand and assume his or her responsibilities for the maintenance of peace. Now, if we see this, in fact, the second part is already in the text, more or less, and even maybe wider. But what is interesting in 1974 is that war is qualified. And I heard a few questions of what war do we mean. And it's the war for purpose of expansion, aggression, and domination. And the use of force is also qualified for purposes of repression. But I had asked to put repression somewhere down. But maybe there are some ideas of 74 that could be useful in this context.
I think, in fact, I should have mentioned this earlier, that the drafting of paragraph 5 is actually in the spirit of the 1974 recommendation and exactly this particular paragraph. And therefore, we should take it from there, and not necessarily word for word, but we're here discussing the item as it is tabled in our intergovernmental meeting here. What I'm hearing from the speakers who have gone before is perhaps we're almost there. We're looking at almost entirely taken the drafting that was done in the second draft, except for what France has included on line 3 and line 4, line 3, on including sexual and gender-based violence. In fact, the draft indicates, if you can read, it says all forms of violence. Did I read the correct? Yeah, all forms of violence. Now, when we say all forms of violence, I would suggest, if France wishes, then we could have that as included, because we want to list then there are many more forms of violence rather than sexual and gender-based violence. Because we say all forms of violence, we mean all forms of violence. Whether religious intolerance, whatever they are, then they will be covered, so that we can move to the last comment made by Korea. India?
The suggestion by South Korea is very appropriate. Education should therefore promote conditions for human flourishing based on non-violent, co-prosperous, and ethical. Along with that, you can add spiritual here, ethical and spiritual framework for teaching and learning.
Let's finish the first part, and then we get to Korea's. Egypt?
This is not added.
You want it to be added?
Yes, sir.
What is it that you want to add, India?
Ethical and spiritual framework.
Where?
At the last part of
At the last part, adding to what Korea has, then we can add it there to
Yes.
consider.
Yeah.
To consider later. Where exactly at the end?
After ethical
After ethical
and spiritual framework.
and spiritual framework. For spiritual framework for teaching and learning. Okay. Egypt.
شكرا سيدي الرئيس. عفوا اسمح لي أن أعود إلى نفس الجزء الخاص بالعدوان. أظن أن السياق هنا هو أفعال العنف المسلح بين الدول. All forms of المقصود بها interstate violence، لأننا إذا راجعنا الكلمات التي قبلها war, aggression، هذه أفعال بين الدول ولا تشمل أفراد. فبالتالي لا محل لإضافة including sexual and gender-based violence. هذه إضافة لا تناسب السياق وهي خارج السياق. وحتى إذا افترضنا كما قلتم أن all forms of violence تشمل العنف بين الدول وبين الأشخاص، فنخلص إلى ذات النتيجة، وهي أنها عبارة including sexual and gender-based violence لا محل لها، لأنها مشمولة ضمن all forms of violence. وللإيجاز أنا أردت أن أؤكد ما انتهيتم إليه، أن هذه العبارة في جميع الأحوال وتحت جميع التفاسير لا محل لها هنا في هذا السياق، لذلك نرجو حذفها. شكرا.
Morocco, take the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je souhaite revenir sur ce paragraphe. C'est vrai que la version originale était déjà assez bien rédigée. On aurait pu s'en suffire. Mais maintenant que nous avons ouvert la possibilité à l'ajout des amendements, Moi, je défends le maintien de, y compris les violences sexuelles et celles basées sur le genre. Pourquoi ? Les agressions, les guerres actuelles utilisent les agressions sexuelles, ce sont des armes de guerre. Elles sont passibles de poursuites selon la Cour pénale internationale. Et donc, la violence fondée sur le genre également, nous sommes témoins de ce qui se passe dans le monde actuellement. Cette recommandation, elle est d'actualité. Elle doit refléter toute la préoccupation de la communauté internationale. Parce que je vous signale que dans tous les traités internationaux, on parle de toute forme de violence, mais quel est le résultat? Est-ce que les violences sexuelles et fondées sur le genre ont-elles été prises en considération? Je ne crois pas. Et donc, à mon avis, elle a vraiment toute sa place. Par contre, ce que je souhaite attirer votre attention, c'est qu'il y a beaucoup de répétitions. La violence, elle est citée en bas, elle est citée en haut. On parle des violations des droits de l'homme, mais en même temps, on parle d'autres types de violences. Donc, il y a énormément de redondance. Moi, je suis pour le maintien des violences sexuelles et basées sur le genre, et également les violations des droits de l'homme. Quand on parle des violations des droits de l'homme, ça englobe différents types de violations, de répression et autres. Et je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Egypt raised an issue about the first part talking about interstate violence, but the way it's drafted doesn't actually reflect that. It says addressing war, aggression, and all forms of violence, which are not necessarily interstate, yeah, or at any other group level. It could be also include individual. But you said also that it shouldn't be including the sexual, that we have got clearly. And I see members that we are gravitating towards the original text as provided for in this draft 2, second draft, as given in the second draft. And I want us, if you wish, that we could be able to deal with the issues raised by France and Germany. Or we start with Germany. Do we agree that we should actually add and human rights violations to the sentence? Anyone opposed to that? No one is opposed. So that is done. Typists could do that. The German inclusion is accepted. Then we go to the inclusion by France, including sexual and gender-based violence. There are suggestions that we move that elsewhere, or because we have said all forms of violence, then it is also taken care of. I would invite some comments from the floor before we move to the last part of the sentence. And we need to save time here. We have spent sufficient time. We need to really move a bit faster.
1 second, sorry, just to align the text, please.
We are aligning the text, just be patient with, or
Yes,
you can
thank
read
you.
it. Yeah.
The typist, can you please remove, just simply keep in bold, and human rights violations in the English, take out the bracket English in Germany accepted, that is, take that out, take the bracketed, yes, that's considered done. So in French, it would be just, in French, it would read as, y compris les violences sexuelles, celles basées sur le genre, virgule, et les violations des droits de l'homme. En français, on enlèverait ce qui est entre crochets, EN, Allemagne accepté, voilà, merci. Gardez en bleu foncé pour qu'on reconnaisse ce qui a été rajouté, merci.
I want to give the floor to Kuwait.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our position very strongly, agreed on the original text version 2, and we can live with the German amendment, that's it. I think, Mr. Chair, this is what's happened when we start listing, we never end. And I think, all forms of violence, that's include everything. So I think, I think our point of view is very clear, to maintain the original text. and we can live, with the German amendment, and that's it. So that this is our position. And, just to say, and also we don't mind going to the original 1974, to be honest. It was more also inclusive. But this is, I think since we have spent so much time discussing this and Member State 7 Amendment, we respect that. We accept the original text in front of us with the German amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Cuba.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Nuestro pedido de palabra era más bien porque queríamos mantener lo que era la propuesta de Suecia, que nos parecía que era importante mantenerlo, y en ese sentido también agradecemos la flexibilidad que mostraron, porque justamente lo que se proponía eliminar está en el centro, ¿no?, de la recomendación, que cada persona sepa que tiene una responsabilidad con la paz, ¿no? Entonces consideramos que era importante. Y en relación con el resto, estaremos acompañando el consenso al que arribe la sala. Creemos que en algunos momentos se ha complicado, quizás el párrafo original era un poco más sencillo y más claro, pero bueno, estaremos acompañando el consenso que alcance la sala. Muchas gracias.
There is a spirit that is here that we move back to the second draft recommendation, so that it can be the base for us to be able to agree, to strike consensus. And I ask again, any comments regarding the inclusion of sexual and gender-based violence? It has already gone back. She has put the original. Okay, let's look at the original and do a comparison, because as Kuwait suggested, and other members have already spoken, the original spoke well, and we have also read the 1974 recommendation. Let us look at that and see how best, within the next few minutes, and we are done. Shall we adopt the original text as it is? And of course, Kuwait said that we could include, and actually we have agreed that the German inclusion is accepted. We have already accepted, and human rights, so we can include human rights on the original. And human rights violations. Then the sentence goes, and then we go down. Let's go down on the other. Yes. Are we going to live by that, by what we now have in that recommendation, so that we can adopt with those amendments that have already been accepted by consensus? Belgium?
I think when we refer to racism, that we should add xenophobia, because there is a lot of violence on the basis of ethnic groups, ethnicity, which is not necessarily racism, but it's a very important part of the violence, I think.
Shall we add the xenophobia there? Because it's already also included in there.
Those that are on the speaker.
We have added anti-xenophobia. Azerbaijan, take the floor.
Thank you. Dear colleagues, back in our online meeting groups, most of these added terms have been discussed, and then we came to a conclusion that there is no need to serve clarifications. If you are going to add a human rights violation, gender-based violation, you should add also child abuse, child violation as well. But I think there is no need for such clarifications. Thank you.
Sweden, take the floor. Sweden, okay, they don't want the floor. Latvia.
Sorry, sorry, it was a mistake. Sorry.
Latvia, it was a mistake. Okay, Kenya.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving us the floor. I think for Kenya, we were in favor of all forms of violence and also in favor of all forms of discrimination, because when we begin to now describe and list all the manner of discrimination, it becomes very repetitive. So we are in favor of all forms of violence and all forms of discrimination. Thank you.
Yeah, discrimination is at the end of the paragraph. All forms of intolerance, discrimination, and violence. Are we repetitive? Maybe we can remove those redundancies. Education should also contribute to activities in the fight against racism, xenophobia, and all actions and ideologies inciting hatred, all forms of intolerance, discrimination, and violence. I think that's okay, I think. Yeah. Mali, take the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Moi, je voudrais, en tout cas, cette formulation, l'original, on peut vivre avec. Sur la première phrase, l'éducation devrait insister. Moi, je pense que c'est plutôt l'éducation devrait concourir. Il s'agit de concourir vraiment à prévenir et à lutter contre la guerre, les conflits. Voilà, ajouter les conflits, parce qu'en plus de la guerre, nous avons souvent des conflits intercommunautaires dans certaines parties du monde. Donc, je souhaiterais en tout cas qu'on fasse mention de cela, devrait concourir à prévenir et à lutter contre la guerre, les conflits et après les agressions. Et autres. Voilà, merci, Monsieur le Président.
May the typist please clearly state, l'éducation devrait concourir, c'est bien ça, voilà, devrait concourir à prévenir et donc lutter. Voilà, merci.
Okay, done. Iraq.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. فيما يتعلق بالشق الأول من الفقرة أن التعليم يجب أن يؤكد على أهمية منع ومعالجة الحرب والعدوان وجميع أشكال العنف. لدينا مقترح باختصار هذه العبارة أن التعليم يهدف إلى السلام. ذكرنا بالأمس أن السلام مفهوم واسع لا يعني فقط غياب الحرب، إنما يشمل أيضاً القدرة على العيش والتعاون مع الآخرين والعيش بحياة كريمة وبيئة قائمة على عدم وجود العنف. شكراً جزيلاً.
I want to propose that we adopt, because we have consensus on this, not of course the unanimity, but consensus on this, so that we can have the adoption. I propose that we adopt that paragraph the way it is now. Palestine.
نعم، أنا مع الفكرة بشكل الأصلي ومع اقتراح ألمانيا، مع إضافة إذا كنا بنحكي عن حروب فأعتقد هنا ما فيش حقوق الإنسان، لابد من إضافة كمان انتهاكات. حكينا هنا انتهاكات حقوق الإنسان والقانون الإنساني الدولي، لأنه في وقت الحروب المشكلة في القانون الإنساني الدولي مش في حقوق الإنسان، وإحنا أكثر ناس بيعانوا منها. فبعتقد بسوى إضافة والقانون الإنساني الدولي وخاصة اتفاقية جنيف الرابعة. إذا يعني إضافة ألمانيا أنا معها حقوق الإنسان، بالإضافة عليها القانون الإنسان الدولي بين قوسين اتفاقية جنيف الرابعة، والباقي أنا موافق عليه.
I think human rights violations, we had already agreed on this, and it is in the context of preventing war by upholding human rights or preventing human rights violations. I thought we had discussed and agreed on that. Germany?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In general, we are all fine with the amendments and going back to the original version. But the amendment which has just been tabled at the last minute, that education should contribute to preventing and addressing war, in our opinion, this is a very, very strong task for education. It demands a lot that education should try to prevent war. To us, it is unrealistic. So we would rather ask the member state who has presented it, I can't remember which one it was, whether that is really the best solution, maybe withdraw this amendment and go back to the original text in that regard. Thank you very much.
Iraq, I think it was Iraq that proposed that. Was it Iraq or Mali? Mali. He has noted that he is withdrawn. Oman?
I have a point of order, Your Excellency. First of all, there are a lot of countries raising their plate and they are not giving a chance to talk. In addition, there are countries who spoke 3 and 4 times. I think someone has to assist you to see the place that is raised. This is one issue. Then I want to talk. We raised the place for a long time. So please look at these countries who are at the back raising their plates. They need to talk also. The discussion not among 4 or 5 or 6 countries. Thank you.
We are very fair, and I'm not going to leave anyone out. And Soman says that is our business. And all those are listed here. We have Qatar. And once you have spoken, please put down your nameplate. Once, and in fact, once we have seen your plate, the secretary will be able to see it, and then you put it down. Some have been on for so long, even after speaking. Let me confirm those that I'm left with here. I have Norway, I have Kuwait, I had Oman, Oman has spoken, Egypt, Italy, Russia, and Qatar. My list still has those. Qatar. Syria. Syria. Syria also. Qatar, take the floor.
Thank you for giving us the floor. It's been raised for a long time, and we were waiting, unfortunately.
Please put it down now.
Yes, yeah. I think now, first of all, we agree with what's shown in the screen, which is, referred to the version 2. But I think that when we add contribute at the beginning, since the last sentence is also contribute, I would say that violence is repeated into up and down, because both are contribute. There is all violence, and down is only violence. Yeah. So therefore, my recommendation is to remove the violence from the last at the end, because already mentioned up. Thank you.
Okay, that's a good suggestion, that violence is covered up there. So we remove it from the end, because last we are dealing with more or less discrimination. Yeah. So it should be all forms of intolerance and discrimination, yes.
Please align the French.
Correct French as well. Norway, take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving Norway the floor. A little comment, first of all, and thank you for trying to do it sentence by sentence, because that will make it easier in landing this. There is one thing that, in our opinion, is actually missing from the text. And it is to bring every person, comma, community, and member state, because we have to think as a community, also as a member state, to understand and assume their responsibilities for maintaining, fostering, and demanding peace. So I think it's important also to put the member state as an object in the text. Secondly, we are in a way moving a little bit back to the text of 1974, which of course in many respects could be seen as a safe haven, but we are in 2023. Sexual and gender violence is a huge problem throughout the world. It is something that needs to have its place in a recommendation like this specifically. And I would strongly urge the member states that would like to strike that out to reconsider. Thank you very much.
Italy followed by Russia, and Egypt, then Egypt. Italy, Russia, then Egypt.
Yeah, inside this discussion about the role of education, we proposed in the second part of this paragraph, education should also contribute to fighting against racism. Not only a marginal activity to contribute to general activities, but a central role of education in this new role of creating the condition for
point of order.
peace. Thank you.
Yes, point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me the floor. Just a little point of order. We had a concrete amendment. Every person, comma, community, and member state.
Okay.
Thank
Get
you for
get you.
putting it up on the floor.
Thank you. Can we do that? There's a suggestion there, comma, every person, comma, community, and member states. To understand, okay. That's a suggestion. I'll go back to Italy. Italy had finished.
Thank you. I'm just already at the end. No, I said in the following sentence, in order to stress the role of education, our proposal was, and is still, education should also contribute to fighting against racism, deleting to activity in. Is exactly what we said before.
Yes, can the typist get that clear? Yeah. Fighting against racism, okay. Russia.
Спасибо, господин председатель. Как говорили, хочу поддержать моих коллег из Египта и Кувейта по поводу всех форм насилия и вернуться, оставить как на экране первоначальный текст. Нас вообще в целом устраивал первоначальный текст, но мы не возражаем против поправки Бельгии, добавления ксенофобии и не возражаем против поправки к Германии. В целом предлагаем дальше придерживаться первоначального текста, как и многие страны, которые выступали.
Russia wants, what do you want to delete from the sentence?
Мы бы оставили предложение Германии, по поводу которого был консенсус, и предложение Бельгии. Согласны убрать повторение в конце предложения Катара, а все остальные правки мы предлагаем вернуться к первоначальному тексту, к которому мы уже практически достигли, по которому консенсуса, и который практически всех уже устраивал.
we have consensus. I think we have consensus. I propose that we adopt at this moment. There are those who have not spoken. Egypt has given up, it's not going to speak. Kuwait, then Syria, Hungary, Germany and Oman, yes. Let's take that. After that, then we're going to adopt this statement. Kuwait.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, like I said before, I was, more into the original text with Germany, but I can live with some of the changes. But, with due respect, I cannot agree with our colleagues from Italy. And for this rationale, Mr. Chair, I please, over and over and over, I ask our colleagues, this text will go to someone on the ground to implement it. Let's not think, how we draft it, we are in the room. We are a tool to give to the people in the education to implement. So to me is to go to the people who reads it from the education sector in our countries, and he said education should also contribute fighting. He said, I'm an educator, I'm not fighting. I do activities to send that signal. So I prefer to go back to the original text because those, people in the education sectors, that's the tools they have. They have, activities, they have curricula, they have, those kind of things to fight against racism. So this is, I think, we should go back and we have to be very clear what kind of words we choose when it's be implemented. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So please, can you go back to the original text, activities, and the fight? Thank you.
Italy, would you live by the statement as it were, by withdrawing, fighting? With that explanation from Kuwait. Italy, I give you 1 minute.
I'm still convinced on my position, but we are to discuss all together. Depends on the consensus that you have on this position. I'm completely open. I'm not. We are here to discuss together.
Italy is open to live by the as it were in the original text, so he has no problem. Syria.
شكرا سيد الرئيس وفدي يؤيد الإبقاء على الصيغة الأساسية للفقرة وفي حال رأت الوفود إضافة بعض التعديلات فإن وفدي يرغب بإضافة كلمة الاحتلال بعد war, occupation وبعد الأجريشن إضافة كلمة الإرهاب لأن هذه المواضيع هي مواضيع أساسية من أجل تحقيق السلام الذي هو هدف هذه الفقرة وشكرا.
Hungary, then, sorry.
Thank you so much. Also, as an indicator...
Excuse me, just a moment. Yeah, we got a proposal from Syria on language. There are 2 words that have been proposed. Before we adopt, it's the, occupation and terrorism. After war. Where is that? Yes. Addressing war, occupation, and terrorism. And terrorism, there is aggression, conflicts and aggression, then it, occupation, terrorism, okay, yeah, without and. That's Syria. Okay, let's go. Hungary, then Germany, finally Oman.
Thank you so much. So, in favor of Kuwait and Germany's previous comments, I want to emphasize that also as an educator, I don't really see how I can contribute to preventing war or conflicts and how I can fight directly against racism and all that, other than by activities or by raising awareness of the importance of preventing these. So I would go for leaving education should emphasize the importance of preventing and addressing and so forth, and education should also contribute to activities in fight against versions. This is how I see it as an educator for like almost 30 years. Thank you.
Ali did not have a problem with that.
Oui, moi j'ai quand même une remarque. Je pense que le but de l'éducation, c'est d'impacter les apprenants et la finalité, c'est de les sensibiliser. Donc dans ce cadre, contribuer ou concourir ou contribuer me semble plus adapté que insister sur l'importance. Parce qu'il y a une finalité plus grande, c'est que l'éducation devrait être mise à contribution pour changer les mentalités. Et si c'est cela qui est visé, il y a un travail à faire qui est plus important et les mots contribuer ou concourir nous semblent plus adaptés. Merci.
Germany and then Oman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are a couple of things that we have to comment on. First of all, the easiest part is Mali has already withdrawn its First Amendment. So we would really like to ask that it is on the screen here. Mali has withdrawn its amendment to replace emphasize the importance of by contribute to. That was what we have before. It was not on, it's still on the screen. Please withdraw this. Can we see that on the screen now?
That is actually what Mali withdrew earlier. And I asked the question earlier, and Mali actually acceded and said it's okay. That's why I wanted to confirm with Mali if still that's the position.
They want to keep.
Now they want to keep. So now they want to keep.
Then we repeat what Hungary has just said, what Kuwait has just said, that in both places we do not want to overload what education can actually achieve, and we would like to go back to the original wording in the first line, and then also further down where it's the fight against racism. This is our first point. Then on the point raised by Syria, to add occupation and terrorism, in our opinion, these are very, very complicated issues, and we will discuss for hours here whether we could really add them in this place. So I would like really to call upon Syria whether they insist on this amendment here, because we cannot really go along with this to add this here. And the third point that I have to make, because I have raised the plaque already a long time ago, on a comment on this suggestion by Qatar to eliminate violence in the last sentence. Actually, because one word is used 2 times or 3 times in a paragraph is not an argument. The argument here is a different one. This is about incitement towards violence and ideologies and actions inciting violence. This is something different than what we use up here. So we also would like to go back to the original version in all these places, and would really urge also Qatar to withdraw this argument.
Shall we, Oman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nothing better than simplicity. So we are complicating things by adding these terms. I mean, the first thing that you said, that let's stick about all forms of violence. Then again, we put it there, coming back, and we are trying to list things. I think using all forms of violence, that should stop it, full stop. This is one point. The second point, that sometimes we are not using the UN language. I don't know why we are using war. Since we used war, it comes a lot of terms, occupation, terrorism, etc., etc. The UN is using armed conflict. So why we are not using armed conflict, which is comprehensive? Thank you.
there is a suggestion that I see here that is clear, that the original language of the proposal is the better option. And there is a request that Syria, you could withdraw your amendment, and a request that you withdraw your amendment, as well as Oman is suggesting that we use a UN language saying armed conflict or addressing war. But again, this is a language that was in the recommendation, 1974 recommendation. It's replacing it with armed conflict. I want us to agree on this without any further additions. I would request Syria, you have been requested that we could, is it okay to withdraw your amendment, Syria? So that we want consensus. Otherwise, you know, intergovernmental meetings like this also can vote, but UNESCO doesn't want us, we don't want to vote, we want to do consensus. What we can live by. Is it, are you willing to withdraw the amendments? So that we go down, from top all the way down. Otherwise, we go back to the original text and we adopt.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. شكرا سيد الرئيس. وفدي يؤيد الصيغة الأساسية للفقرة، ولكن في حال هناك رغبة من الوفود بإدخال أي تعديلات فإن وفدي يصر على إضافة كلمة occupation الاحتلال، لأنه موضوع أساسي وليس موضوع خلافي. جميع القوانين والتشريعات ترفض الاحتلال بجميع أشكاله. وشكرا.
Oman, sorry, not Oman, Egypt.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. كنت أود أن أؤكد أن نحن نؤيد اعتماد الفقرة في صيغتها الأصلية، ربما مع التعديل الذي أضافه يعني وفد ألمانيا، صحيح؟ لكن نحن نفضل الإبقاء عليها في صيغة مبسطة ودون توسع في الوصف أو في التمثيل، حتى لا ندخل في جدال لا متناهي.
Members, we need to adopt or finish discussion on this and move. Egypt has spoken, then France, Saudi Arabia, and Palestine, and Norway, and Cyprus. France, please take the floor.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Nous souhaiterions soutenir la proposition allemande et également rappeler que l'amendement qui a été proposé par l'Allemagne a déjà été adopté. Enfin, on avait un consensus, donc ne pas revenir sur cet amendement et ne pas réouvrir aussi tout le texte finalement. Merci.
Which is the next? Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think we've reached consensus at the very beginning that the original text is agreeable by most. I mean, Russia, Kuwait, Egypt, Germany, Hungary. So I think we agree with the original text. We don't want to keep repeating or adding and going back to the second proposition that was suggested at the very beginning. So I think we agree with the original text.
Palestine, you have a floor.
يعني أنا مع وجود كلمة الاحتلال، لأنه بعتقد أنه حاليا ما فيش دول محتلة بالاحتلال الكامل غير إحنا 75 سنة. فبكل النص كل الوثيقة، وأنا وديت فيها شيء مكتوب لكم إنه كل الوثيقة بالكامل وكأنه فيه هناك احتلال. بنضل نحكي عن نزاعات مسلحة وعادة ما تفهم مش دائما احتلال لأنها مش مربوطة بالاحتلال. فشو المشكلة إنه يكون في هناك نص واضح؟ وأنا قلت قبل شوية وتجاوزتني، القانون الإنساني الدولي هو اللي له علاقة بهذه القضايا اللي فيها احتلال، مش حقوق الإنسان. حقوق الإنسان صفته هي لا توجد، لا فيش فيها صفة إلزامية. القانون الدولي اللي هو فيه صفة إلزامية واللي هو بالتالي بيرتبط بمحاكم. هذا رأيي. فإذا كانت حاليا بالنسبة للفكرة اللي عندنا رأي سوريا أنا معاه، إلا إذا كانت كلمة وار بدها تنشطب كليا وعندها لابد من إيجاد فكرة في المستقبل، وساعتها نكتفي برأي عمان. أما لابد من وجود شيء في هذا الوثيقة له علاقة يعالج قضية الاحتلال. شكرا.
Norway. And I will close the list. The list is closed. Norway, Cyprus, Cuba, and St. Lucia. Then we close the list and deal with the text.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving Norway the floor. I mean, we see that this is a difficult paragraph, and things are being added on the list. And I would also please urge the Chair to take into consideration that quite a few member states has also insisted on having sexual and gender-based violence in the text. A compromise solution could be to add basically the terms in which the member states have asked for, including sexual and gender-based violence, if it is to be insisted that occupation and terrorism should be included. Thank you.
Cyprus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to address something that is not so clear. In the second line, it's saying preventing and addressing war, armed conflicts. I can understand to preventing. I don't understand the addressing. It seems that are two terms in contradiction.
We had a discussion on that earlier and agreed that we keep both addressing and preventing. Cuba.
Gracias, señor presidente. Cuba, desde un principio, está de acuerdo con la versión inicial. Y quería aprovechar para hacer una reflexión, porque respeto mucho cada una de las observaciones que se hacen. Pero estamos analizando un documento en un acápite que está recogiendo objetivos que deben ser lo más generales posible, porque se supone que cuando se vaya a llevar a su implementación, tendremos que empezar a derivar cada uno de esos objetivos para poderlo concretar en nuestros contextos particulares. Si nosotros desde aquí, muy atinados y justos, todas las observaciones porque son ciertas, pero empezamos a abrir cada uno de los acápites para nombrar los aspectos particulares que consideramos que son necesarios tener en cuenta, particularizamos el objetivo. Y la opinión desde mi punto de vista de este aspecto es que el documento recoja objetivos englobadores, que me den la idea general de lo que se quiere, con la expresión en contra de todas las formas de intolerancia, discriminación y violencia. Me da la posibilidad a mi país de empezar a describir todo lo que a mí me afecta. Y cuando vaya a implementar la recomendación, entonces lo tengo en cuenta. Llamo la atención en que pensemos en que tenemos que dejar objetivos lo más generales posible. Todo lo que estamos particularizando en el objetivo inicial está contemplado. Es cierto que no está explícito, pero sí está considerado. Yo repito que mi país considera que realmente la manera en que está redactado ese objetivo nos da la posibilidad de enfrentar todos los aspectos que hoy nos afectan. Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Llamo la atención. Yo creo que, como alguien dijo antes, un país que expresó que en la medida que empecemos a poner detalles, extendemos demasiado el objetivo. Y nosotros tenemos que decir, el objetivo es la guía para la acción. Si empezamos a particularizarlo, lo vamos desmenuzando tanto que después nos es difícil en nuestros países. Es mi criterio. Pido disculpas a la Asamblea, al Salón, pero creo que debemos hacer una reflexión en ese sentido y hacia ahí va mi intervención. Muchísimas gracias, presidente.
Thank you for your contribution. That also goes along with what Norway said, that if you add something, everyone would want to add something. And we had consensus. Actually, we veered off when there are more options put on the table. And I think we are about to agree. I can see we're about to get to consensus. St. Lucia, you should take the floor, then we move.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'll start by saying that I support the original. I would like to remind everybody that it was already adopted, the first sentence, and would appreciate it if the colleagues stop amending sentences that were already adopted. And I have to say that I fully support the statement made by Cuba right now. Please remember, this is a recommendation about education. This is not a political statement or a political declaration. We're not in the Security Council. We are here trying to have a recommendation with articles, principles, guidelines that are possibly implementable. Already we know how difficult it is to implement recommendations because it's soft law, but at least let's have something with clear text, simple text, something that we could translate into policies in our countries that we could implement. I would also like to tell my colleagues who are not used to negotiating in UNESCO, we adopt everything by consensus, but we also listen to the room. When we present amendments and we see that the trend is going the other way, we are flexible. And we don't keep insisting on amendments that are not acceptable to all. And we have heard an example here by some colleagues that wanted to add gender violence and sexual education, and they saw that the room wasn't going their way, and they were elegant and removed them so that we could move forward. And I really hope that we all have and continue in this spirit, because the way we're going, we are endangering the adoption of this recommendation in 4 days. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's now go back to the document. Of course, I see Kuwait and Russia. Let me first do this before I give you a chance to speak. We had already agreed upon the first part of the statement. We need to go back to what we had already agreed. We recall what was agreed on the first paragraph, which was education should emphasize. Contribute to was not there. Contribute to was not there. Yeah, basically that, and also what human rights violations was there. We had agreed on that. Yeah, we had agreed on that, human rights violations. Then Norway's on the member state, that one also we had not agreed when we had done that sentence. We struck that. Fighting was not there, so activities. And Kuwait suggested that how do you fight? Maybe you can only implement activities in schools. And Qatar, with violence, the violence there was there, and it was suggested that we keep the violence because it's referring to the incitement to hatred and yeah, all forms of violence and all that, intolerance. We're back there. I want to suggest that we adopt this recommendation as it is, because we had consensus on this. I want to ask for, okay, I see it's on Norway and Oman. Okay, we had Russia, sorry, not Russia, Kuwait, then we have Oman and Norway. Sorry. Russia is it up? Okay. Yeah, and Russia as well.
Спасибо, господин председатель. Я хотела бы поблагодарить представительницу Кубы за ту мудрость, которая прозвучала в ее словах. И действительно, мы говорим о рекомендации, и она должна быть четкой, ясной, понятной и простой. Нам не надо вносить очень много изменений, правок, деталей и подробностей в эту рекомендацию, как сказала также представительница Сан-Люсии. Благодарю их за их выступление, опять же, и за мудрость. Надеюсь, что мы дальше будем руководствоваться этими принципами. Спасибо.
Kuwait.
Thank you. I think another thing that the room has, I think, agreed upon, and to be fair, what's Norway added after community member states. And I think this is a good addition. I didn't see people, not agreeing about it. After community, what's Norway? We can live with it. Second thing, we are okay what's on the screen. And like our dear colleagues from the previous speakers, I urge you, Mr. Chair, to emphasize to us, please let's stop listing. We went halfway, 2 days gone. We have 2 more days. So from now on, please not start listing, because when we start this exercise, look what's happened. We end up to the original because we never agreed. Second thing, try to be flexible. So this is, a lesson learned from the last 2 days. Hopefully we take it for the next 2 days. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Before, is that correct? Before we adopt, we put back responsibilities on member states? What Norway, what, was it Sweden or? Norway. Norway, yeah, Norway. Responsibility on communities and member states.
Just to say, Oman wanted to speak, but there's also Germany and Comoros. Germany and Comoros now.
Oman, Norway,
I think I live with this. If you are going to adopt, I think we can live with that text. If you are not going to open it for discussion.
Okay. We can, sorry. Germany, Comoros, and DRC. Then closed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our comment is not about the substance, but about the procedure. St. Lucia has just reminded us, we have already adopted the first part of the sentence. The Norwegian amendment, whatever we think about it, is to the first sentence. So we should not reopen debates. Please, all of us, be more disciplined. Let's not reopen debates. And I would like to call upon our Norwegian colleague to withdraw the amendment, because for procedural reasons only. Thank you.
Thank you, Germany. Norway, you have the floor.
Thank you. We follow consensus. So if there is consensus in the room to remove it, we will remove it. Thank you.
Okay, we remove it. Comoros, then DRC.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je pense que nous sommes tous d'accord sur cette proposition, mais il a été constaté une petite répétition qu'il faudrait peut-être éviter sur le concept de la violence. Juste ici, à la fin du paragraphe, lorsqu'on a parlé de formes d'intolérance et de discrimination. et enlever et de violence pour éviter la répétition dans le paragraphe.
Comoros, some member states had spoken about on that issue, and we actually agreed, or we had consensus. And I remember it was Germany. Yeah, we dealt with that matter. DRC?
Monsieur le Président, je pense que mon intervention a déjà été rencontrée, donc je préfère me taire. Merci.
Canada, is it necessary to speak, or we go ahead and adopt? Okay. You want to take the floor? Okay. I propose that we adopt the statement or the recommendation as is now, as is. Ooh. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we have done not even half of what we're supposed to do for the 4 days, not even a third of what we're supposed to do for the 4 days. It's important that, of course, it is important to dialogue, but also it's important that we make steps forward, not forward, backward, then forward, backward. So we need to quickly see and understand what others have proposed so that we don't do repetitions back and forth. Let us put all our attention to this process so that we are able to complete the task by Friday. Thank you. Today we have a night session which will begin at 6 to 9 p.m. I did that announcement in the morning. I hope you have not forgotten. Just a reminder, we have a night session today. Thank you. Let's move to the next. That is 6, number 6.
Paragraph number 6. Specifically, education should aim to be transformative, seeking to develop knowledge, skills, values, attitudes, and behaviors such as, and then we break down into subparagraph A, B, C, etc. The amended text reads as follows. Specifically, education should, Italy and Poland propose the removal of aim 2. Poland proposes the removal of be transformative, so it's just specifically education should. The French can align. Italy and Poland to remove devrait. Oh no, sorry, not to remove devrait, sorry. Finland proposes to add and building on a strong foundation of literacy and numeracy. And building on a strong foundation of literacy and numeracy. Poland proposes to strike out Poland proposes to strike out seeking and to add seek instead. To develop, after develop, Italy proposes to add able to foster the development of competencies, and to put knowledge, skills, values, attitudes, and behaviors in parentheses. So in fact, Italy and Canada are somewhat similar.
I would request that we put the original text, I mean the text of second draft, just before that, before number 6.
May I explain?
Sorry? Someone?
Poland.
Poland?
Italy wishes to explain.
Italy?
Yeah, we proposed simply education should be transformative for the simple reason that the last General Assembly of the United Nations, last 19 September 22, was opened by a summit devoted to transforming education. And the title of the summit was Transform Education to Transform the World. So for this reason, it's extremely important for us that education should be transformative in order to be coherent with this document with what is done at the General Assembly of the United Nations.
Thank you, Italy. Let's get into the document if they are now aligned. The original text I would like to read loud, and members please take a minute to look at that, examine it, and see how the amendments help improve or do not improve the original text. Specifically, education should aim to be transformative, seeking to develop knowledge, skills, values, attitudes, and behaviors, such as, then we go 1, A, B, C, D, all the way down. The proposed amendments are on there. Italy, Poland, but Italy has spoken. Finland has spoken as well. Finland? Go ahead, Finland.
Thank you, Chair. We noticed that foundational skills of literacy and numeracy are nowhere in the document, therefore we wanted to add them. However, we have been working on this amendment with the UK, and a version of this has been sent to the Secretariat email. I can read the version that we are proposing. It's very, very slight change to what we have on the screen at the moment. So this para would state...
Does it replace Finland, what you had proposed?
It's a slight addition of what we have there. It's a small change to what we have proposed, and I would like to read that because it's better than what we proposed alone. So it is specifically education should be transformative and build on a strong foundation of literacy and numeracy to enable the development of etc., etc. Build on a strong foundation to enable, etc.
To enable the development?
Yeah, no,
to enable the development.
The development of knowledge, yes.
Okay, okay. Typing.
Making the point that these literacy and numeracy are enabling skills, that they basically open the door for everything else that's listed here in this paragraph. Thank you.
It seems like that makes sense, at least, you know.
The UK has an amendment.
UK.
Has an amendment as well, it seems.
United Kingdom?
Yes, we had previously proposed a paragraph on literacy, realizing its absence from the list of skills. But we would be happy, it's to be considered later, but we would be happy to withdraw that paragraph if we can get literacy as an enabling skill into this introductory sentence. We feel it's very important. Literacy is a key concern for UNESCO, the UN, and so on. We all know.
Okay.
If I may just explain for the other participants, if you scroll down, indeed, the UK had proposed an amendment later down referring to literacies. If it's actually quite significantly down, then maybe not necessary. It was an additional para, indeed I'm referring to literacies. It's in the document. Thank you.
So it's already there? Are we saying that it's a skill? Are we saying it's a skill?
UK is saying they propose in a paragraph on literacies, but if we can integrate it here in this paragraph, they will withdraw the other new paragraph.
Okay.
Second comment from the UK.
UK, go ahead.
Yes, so can we just be added with Finland to the amendment? Thanks.
Thank you. Now, we want to go directly for a discussion on that particular part before we move to section A, in relation to the spirit that we have in the original text. Is Poland okay with the suggestion that has been made? Portugal, you have your, also have a list.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. En ce qui nous concerne, nous sommes tout à fait en consonance avec les nouvelles possibilités de texte qui viennent d'être mises à l'écran. Nous souhaiterions juste compléter cette phrase sur ce que l'éducation devrait plus précisément être au niveau transformateur, en rajoutant à la fin, and I will go to the English version, able to foster the development of competencies and values, knowledge, skill, values, attitudes, and behaviors, and now adding, to advocate human rights and promote a culture of peace. And then we continue with the text such as, and we have the following.
What I see in this recommendation, paragraph 6, is the identification of the competencies, if I'm not wrong, the competencies that education develops in the learners. Because but you have made your point. I think we'll have a discussion, quick discussion on this and make a decision. But we are looking at education should be transformative, of course, and build on the strong foundation of literacy and numeracy to be able to develop certain skills, some of which are identified, but we go into detail on analytical, critical thinking and others. So, members, we need to make a decision on this. Any debate? If there's no debate, we can go by this. Brazil?
Chair, we believe that the formulation now that we have on screen by Finland and UK is a good way forward. Also bringing literacy and numeracy to this chapeau of the section makes sense from a logical perspective. And we believe that the concept of human rights, a culture of peace, have been already inserted in other sections of the text in a more integrated manner in our opinion. So we believe this is just the setting of the context in which we will begin to detail any, the skills or attitudes that we want to develop. So I think for a chapeau, for an opening of the section, the text that we have on screen with the solution by Finland and UK is a good way forward. Thank you.
Latvia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We would also like to support the point raised by Italy and further down elaborated by Finland and UK that transformative should remain part of this paragraph, as this is a key notion endorsed by the United Nations Transforming Education Summit, and the member states have committed to actions for transforming education. And this is indeed the core notion around which the further work on the SDG 4 is anchored and centered. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Oman? Oman is not present. Estonia?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And also, we would like to echo our support on Finnish and UK proposal. This would be a very good way forward. Thank you.
Cuba, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. En primer lugar, una observación, porque este objetivo tiene un enunciado, que es el que estamos analizando. Un enunciado de donde derivan alrededor de 7 incisos. El pie de redacción del objetivo me lleva con mucha facilidad a cada uno de los incisos. Con esta redacción, ahora el engarce del enunciado con el resto de los incisos se me pierde. Creo que son observaciones muy oportunas que quizás pudiéramos incorporar como inciso, porque dice el objetivo: la educación debe aspirar a ser transformadora, buscando desarrollar conocimientos, habilidades, valores, actitudes y comportamientos tales como, y entonces inciso A, inciso B y una serie de incisos. Me parece que pudiéramos evaluar si todo esto lo ponemos en el enunciado o lo tenemos en cuenta en los incisos que ya estoy aperturando para enfatizar en esto. Y en ese mismo orden, entonces tendríamos que ver, aunque es muy válido la propuesta de Finlandia, me parece que es importantísima, pero tendríamos que ver si circunscribimos todo el desarrollo de conocimiento, valores, actitudes, comportamientos, solo con la enseñanza de la lengua española, o sea, la literatura, como dice acá, y las matemáticas. Tendríamos que ver cómo redactamos eso para que la incluya, pero dé una apertura a que otras áreas del saber también contribuyan a esto. Por tanto, la sugerencia particular, presidente,
Please
es
mind
que
about time, please. Mind about time. Yeah.
He terminado. Gracias.
Time, 2 minutes, contributions. I think you've gone beyond.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Gracias.
Yeah.
Gracias.
Now, I think we can do this. Let us go line by line. This is an introductory statement before we will delve into the skills and the values and attitudes that are enumerated below. So we're saying specifically education should, and as if I heard well, the proposal by Finland and UK makes better sense than the original text. The education should be transformative and built. Is it build or built with a T? It's built with a T? T, yeah. And built, yeah, doesn't agree? UK doesn't agree. Original English is built. UK, go ahead.
Yes, build with a D, please.
Okay, let's take it the way he wants it to be, on a strong foundation of literacy and numeracy to enable the development of. Shall we agree that this is an important statement to include? I see there is no objection, so we include that.
Germany has an objection.
Germany has an objection. German, go ahead.
It's just a very small change, but it's important for us because as we read this text now, it could lead to the misunderstanding that without literacy and numeracy, all these skills and competencies are not possible. So what we propose, and we have already talked to Finland about that, and they would agree, that we make the following small change. Be transformative, comma, build on a strong foundation of literacy and numeracy, and enable, without the two, and say, and enable development of, and then we continue. So that we avoid the misunderstanding that without literacy and numeracy, people cannot commit to peace and sustainable development and human rights. Thank you very much.
No more. I see Bruce here.
Chair, sorry to take the floor again. It's very simple. As we have on the screen now, it seems to me that the strong foundation of literacy and numeracy is something that pre-exists the education. It's built on. So my proposition would be, according to the adjustments made by Germany, to build a strong foundation. Because education is responsible for building this foundation. This foundation does not pre-exist education itself. It's a logical point, but I believe that it makes sense. Thank you.
I didn't get you exactly. Can you say it again so that we can see how it fits?
Yes, instead of build on, just build a strong foundation.
Build
Education should be transformative. Yes,
comma.
Build a strong foundation and enable the development of.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is that acceptable? If that is acceptable, then we can take that part, and then the rest, okay, there is something we need to do. If we have said and enable the development of, then we cannot say seek to develop. The development of competencies. Maybe we go to the point of competence, the development of competencies. The development of competencies, or the development of knowledge, skills, values without competencies. The development of knowledge, skills, values, attitudes, and behaviors. I think that will read better, without competencies. Development of knowledge, skills, values, attitudes, and behaviors. Then we to advocate. I've had Portugal brought it up, and are we going that direction, Portugal, member states?
Just that the typist had brought it up in the text there, so it's more readable.
Yeah, it's okay, it's okay.
It's clean now.
Yeah, I'm looking at the last bit so that we can adapt and move. Yes, let's read it again. Specifically, education should be transformative and build on a strong foundation of literacy and numeracy, and to enable the development of knowledge, skills, values, attitudes, and behaviors such as. Do we agree with that? There's no objection, so we move. We adopted part of the sentence, of the paragraph. Then let's move to A.
Voilà.
What is it, Mali? Go ahead.
Remarque, je vois développement de connaissances. Je pense que c'est développement de compétences, acquisition de connaissances, quelque part, je crois. C'était pour que ce soit bien, voilà.
Actually,
développement des compétences.
What I could say.
Oui, c'est pas développement des connaissances, moi je pense. C'est le développement de compétences, l'acquisition de connaissances, je pense. C'est pour une reformulation, simplement. Parce qu'on avait une reformulation où on avait proposé, je crois, le Canada, le développement de compétences. C'est sur les mots, en fait. Hein. Voilà. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Mali, you have helped to change the text in French. Canada?
C'était pour faire la même précision, de retirer aptitude pour compétence. Merci.
So it's done. We move to aligning the two languages. Can they be aligned quickly? Then we move.
Connaissance, compétence, valeur, attitude, comportement. No, okay, thank you.
Let's move to A. A, again, we need to align quickly and move, Secretary.
6A, analytical and critical thinking, the ability to question norms, practices, and opinions, critically analyze and understand complex systems and multicultural environments, as well as understand power dynamics and the interconnections between countries, populations, and the natural environment, and between local, national, regional, and global levels. In English, there's an amendment from Austria to add complex before analytical in the first sentence of the subparagraph. So it's complex, analytical, and critical thinking. Russian Federation to then remove the ability to, and to further remove question, norms, practices, and opinions, critically analyze and understand complex systems, and to remove the ability to, right until multicultural environments, to delete right until, yes, thank you. And you just please insert before Russian Federation, Italy. So after la capacité, voilà, the Russie, and then Italy just before capacité. Okay. Yeah. Russia to replace what has been deleted by the following. So after multicultural environments, that has been deleted. Okay. They propose to replace it by, right after the deletion, replace it by the ability to coherently, Russian Federation to add, please start right typing, thank you, the ability to coherently analyze and understand norms,
Vado fuori a fare un giro.
comma, practices, I assume, practices, opinions, and complex systems, and multicultural environment. And then it follows as well as understand, which is already there, as well as understand, yeah, which is already there. After understand, after donc comprendre, after the word comprendre, after the word understand, there is an insertion by the UK, which reads as followed: identify injustices. No, it's the UK, yeah. Identify injustices, after which Italy proposes to add contextualize and analyze critically norms. You don't, is it? No, the, yes. Italy to contextualize and analyze critically norms, practices, and opinions, complex systems, and multicultural environments. Comma. And then power dynamics and the interconnections between countries, populations, and so power dynamics and the interconnections between countries and populations and. Cyprus is proposing here, after populations and, les populations, voilà, et, après le et, Cyprus is proposing to add the connections across our social and. The connections across our social. connections across our social and the natural environment, and between local, national, regional, and global levels. Cyprus to end at the end, new segment, and consider the consequences of actions, and consider the consequences of actions. Semicolon, Argentina to add as well, considering a historical perspective on those processes. And I see no French amendment. When the French typist is done, if I could just see the paragraph. Those, oui, de ces processus. Voilà. Si c'est possible de remonter le texte, merci. Est-ce qu'il y a un amendement en français? Oups. Pardon. Oui, non. That's fine, thank you.
Okay. Now let's just look at the text. It is the original text was on analytical and critical thinking, and this is identified as one of the skills. Oman wants to speak before we start. Oman, go ahead.
No, Your Excellency, thank you for giving me the floor. But what I'm seeing now, I mean, the original text and the amendment is 90% or more, it is the same wording, but we are shifting sentence from top to down, from around. And therefore, I think this text in A is straightforward. And going back to say again that these are aims. We cannot put everything there. We should be generalist, and should be left to the interpretation of the practitioner. I mean, it's very straightforward. That is, I think, the A is very clear. Thank you.
If I can hear Oman clearly, is saying that we need to put up the original text above it and see, then we can adopt if it's acceptable. That is the original text, which reads analytical and critical thinking, the ability to question norms, practices, and opinions, critically analyze and understand complex systems and multicultural environments, as well as understand power dynamics and the interconnections between countries, populations, and the natural environment, and between local, national, regional, and global levels. Because here, members, ladies and gentlemen, the interest here is to identify the skill and say what it is. And say what it is. What is that competence that is built when we are talking about analytical and critical thinking? And I think it's well captured, but it's your decision as member states. That is the original text. Those who proposed amendments perhaps could be kind enough, because we need to make progress, be able to see, because again, to be able to see the really effort made to do that paragraph, as well as also, and I know that for sure, that when countries were presenting this, they did not see what other countries had presented. So each country independently presented, and therefore they were not aware of what the other member states had presented. That's why you can see a lot of repetition, moving words from here to the other side, which actually is consuming a lot of our time in making decisions here. So it's upon those countries to look at this with their two eyes and say, it does not make a difference, so that we can move quickly and adopt. Russia.
Спасибо, господин председатель. Хотела бы пояснить поправку. Во-первых, мы не вычеркиваем то, что есть в изначальном тексте. Мы не вычеркиваем ни нормы, ни правила, ни мнения, ни комплексной системы, ни окружения. У нас поправка минимальная. Вместо способность подвергать сомнению, то есть что такое критическое мышление, вместо способность подвергать сомнению мы предлагаем другую формулировку, это способность согласованно анализировать и понимать. Все остальное остается в тексте, как и было. Мы минимальную правку вносим в первоначальный текст.
The list, we have the list of speakers. Belgium.
Just to support what Oman has said, that given the complexity of the amendments, we could as well go back to the original text.
Kuwait.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Same thing over here in Kuwait. We think the original text covers everything without going into too many dimensions and leaving other dimensions. I mean, if I was going to add, I mean, when you talk about analytical and critical thinking, most important things, logic. I didn't see there, but I'm fine to maintain the original text. I can see it covers everything, so we can move forward. So we support the original text, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Finland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be short and support Oman, Belgium, and Kuwait, and let's come back to the original and move forward. Thank you.
UK, please.
Thanks. We hear the room and your advice, Chair. We are happy to go back to the original and withdraw our amendment, and hopefully other countries with amendments will agree.
Argentina.
Y nuestra propuesta está ahora abajo en pantalla. Era algo muy acotado que pedía tener en cuenta, en consideración, la perspectiva histórica sobre dichos procesos. Si bien no tendría problema en que la quiten, quiero aclarar que ayer, cuando discutimos los objetivos y yo había pedido que se incorporara una dimensión histórica, dijimos que lo íbamos a hacer más adelante. Es el final, es una oración y me parece relevante para pensar justamente en cómo se produce el pensamiento analítico y crítico comparando situaciones entre países, entre lugares y con lo histórico. Es fundamental para producir la capacidad de conocimiento crítico tener una mirada histórica y en la construcción de una mirada sobre la paz y los derechos humanos más aún. No quiero complicar, creo que estoy cansada como todos, pero realmente me parece significativo. Gracias, señor presidente.
Qatar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We also fully agree with Oman and others in the old one. The only word I didn't see in the old one, and it's, has been proposed by UK, is identify injustice, which could be incorporated. This is the only one that we don't see it in the old text. Thank you.
Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think we totally agree with the original text and with others, colleagues from Oman, Belgium, and Kuwait. If we were to accept any of the amendments, is the slight amendments of the rephrasing at the beginning proposed by Russia. Thank you.
Canada. Canada, take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to say that we fully support returning to the original text. I would also just add that under no circumstances would we want to see the Russian Federation's redefinition of critical thinking, which turns it completely on its head and makes it into something which is uncritical thinking. Therefore, we kindly ask, regardless of whether or not we adopt this quickly or not, that the Russian proposal defining what critical thinking theoretically is in their view be struck out. Thank you.
The Netherlands, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We would strongly support returning to the original.
Thank you.
I get the direction of consensus here, that there is consensus that we consider to adopt the original proposal, the original paragraph. Any objection to adopt? I propose that we adopt the original. None. Let's move to the next. Next one, I think we agreed in our methods and rules of work that what does not require any fixing. What do we want to fix? What is already complete? So we agreed that I want to read it for your concurrence, then we move. Anticipatory skills. Go ahead.
So 6B, anticipatory skills. The ability to act as agents of change, the capacity to evaluate and understand emerging and future opportunities and threats, and to adapt to new possibilities with a view to promoting a peaceful, just, equal, equitable, inclusive, healthy, and sustainable future for all. There are no changes, requests for amendments in either English nor French.
Adopted. C.
Not corrected now.
Go ahead.
6C. I understand this is Kuwait, but after I read, I understand. 6C, respect for diversity, the ability to understand and respect the equal dignity and rights of all persons, cultures, including religion, political or other opinions, as well as their needs, perspectives, and peaceful actions in valuing diverse knowledge systems. There are many amendments to this subparagraph. I'll start with the English.
We can put up
The original, you'd like? Okay. We put up the original. It's a complex paragraph. It does help reading and clarity. If you would just have the original without amendments to it, and I will then read the amendments.
Then you harmonize the two between French?
Yes. I'll harmonize the two after now. This is the original that's being put up, as in the second draft. And now we harmonize the amendments. Respect for diversity. The ability to understand. Italy proposes to add, after understand, to value, understand, comma, value. And respect the equal dignity and rights of. Sweden proposes to remove all persons and to replace with every person. It can just be irrespective of person, irrespective of race, color, gender, language, comma. Finland proposes to add in all their diversity, after language, comma. Finland adds language after language. There, Finland. Thank you. In all their diversity, comma, including. Sweden proposes to remove cultures, comma, including. Y compris, il faut enlever y compris également, y compris, voilà, merci. Argentina is proposing to add let me just 1 second, I just need to look at the French to la religion. Okay. Argentina, okay. So before France, yes, exactly that, before France, all sexual orientations, so voilà. All sexual orientations, comma, gender, identities, and expressions. I'm not too sure the acronym, yeah, SOGIE, it should be open in the parentheses, I think it's SOGIE and not J, SOGIE. In French, I'm not too sure the acronym, comma, religion, political or other opinion. After opinion, Sweden proposes to remove, as well as their needs, perspectives, and peaceful actions, and Sweden to remove, as well as their needs, perspectives, and peaceful actions, and before the word valuing, Sweden and Italy propose removing valuing. So Sweden and Italy propose to delete the word valuing. After valuing, Italy proposes to add their. After that, Sweden proposes to remove diverse knowledge systems. Diverse knowledge systems to be removed by Sweden. And Brazil proposes to add and learning activities. Right. Korea proposes to add, while guarding against ethnocentrism. While guarding against contre l'ethnocentrisme. L'ethnocentrisme, voilà. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. We have the two versions projected. Again, members, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, here we're also concerned about defining or describing what respect for diversity is as a basic, I don't want to call it definition, but a description that can then be kind of generic, that if you were to teach a course or a topic on respect for diversity in any context, you'll be able to feed in whatever issues that you have at your local or a contextual level. So it's not something that we need that will actually address content for everyone. It looks like we want to produce content here, and that should not be our concern. Our concern is to have a decision that will be inclusive enough to be able to apply in various contexts as learners. Get the education, or we standardize the education through UNESCO. Now, Kuwait, then Egypt, St. Lucia, then Morocco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, is the AC off or it's me? It's so hot.
Yeah. Sorry?
The AC, the air conditioning, is it off?
I don't know.
Because it starts. So if it's off, please, with all kindness, I'm sure I have co-sponsor, turn it on. You know,
yeah, someone should do that.
So this is.
Thank you. I've suffered all along from morning to now.
Now back to the para in front of us. I have a suggestion, Mr. Chair. I have a suggestion way forward. I mean, you can imagine just reading the amendment, how long it took us, just reading them. Mr. Chair, when I chaired the recommendation of AI, which is approved by the General Conference, we went through the same practice at that time, or listing all of them. At the end, spending hours, we end up with a text that we all agreed, that's been approved, and a lot of our colleagues who participated in that negotiation, I still see them in the room. So if you don't mind, I will read what was approved on the AI, recommendation. And this was agreed language, covers all after several hours of negotiation. So I will read it, and if it can reflect in the screen, so we can adapt where we adapted. One of the many things I learned at UNESCO, if you have agreed language, use it and abuse it. So let's use it and abuse it. And let me read it. So the proposal is, and I read it slowly, respect for diversity, the ability...
May I? Sorry, just realized that there was one French amendment that wasn't read. If I may, just align the two versions. Forgive me. In the French version, there's an amendment from France. It's true, there is a lot of amendments, and we can tend to get lost. France, after la religion, merci. So where is that? En Argentine, toutes les orientations sexuelles, les identités, expressions de genre, OSIG. L'amendement de la France est de retirer le terme la religion et de remplacer par les croyances, virgule, les convictions. Donc ce serait à mettre voilà, les croyances et les convictions. Et ensuite il y aurait et les donc les il manque un et les un and. Ok, ça va, merci. Sorry.
Kuwait, proceed.
Okay, I'll read it again. So, respect for diversity, the ability to understand.
Too fast, too fast.
Am I fast?
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
For dictation.
Respect.
If I may suggest instructions to the typist, if they may, if we use the second draft as a reference, which is above the clean, is that correct? If I may ask the typist after the original, before the amended version, yes, thank you, there to type what the Kuwait delegate is now saying.
Okay, after diversity.
Thank you.
The ability to understand, comma, value and respect the equal dignity and rights of every person, regardless of race, comma, color, comma, descent, comma, gender, comma, age, comma, language, comma, religion, comma, political opinion, comma, national origin, comma, ethnic origin, comma, social origin, comma, economic or social condition of birth, comma, or disability, and any other grounds, as well as their needs, comma, perspectives and peaceful actions, and value their diverse knowledge systems and learning activities. Voila. Valuing and valuing, and valuing they're diverse, valuing, yes, they're diverse. So this is what we agreed upon after, I would say, maybe 8-9 hours of negotiation online, and we end up with this. So I suggest we abuse it and move forward. I'm not reading. Learning activities. Is it there? Learning activities, yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Kuwait has made that presentation. We need to read it. Take a minute to read it. Does it incorporate what all that respect for diversity entails? I can see some flags up. There is. Are those old flags? Because we've already taken them, or they're related to Kuwait's contribution. We've already taken the. Once we have taken, you put them down so that you can see the new flags coming up. Okay. Egypt.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. نؤكد أننا نؤيد الفقرة كما هي مقترحة في الأصل أو كمقترح توافقي آخر، وحتى نوفر على أنفسنا الجدال والنقاش اللامتناهي يمكن أن نقبل بالصيغة التي طرحها سعادة السفير المندوب الدائم لدولة الكويت، لأنها تتضمن مختلف صور التنوع والتمايز التي يمكن أن نتحدث عنها أو أن تتناولها تلك الفقرة، فضلا عن أن وذلك أمر مهم أن الفقرة المقترحة بالتعديلات المدرجة فيها تتضمن أنماطا وتوجهات سلوكية ومجتمعية معينة ليست أبدا محل توافق. شكرا جزيلا.
St. Lucia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to make the same proposal as Kuwait, actually, use the paragraph from the ethics of AI. So I support it as agreed language already adopted by the General Conference. It should facilitate our discussions. Thank you.
Okay. South Africa, take the floor.
South Africa supports. Thank you.
India.
The proposal of Kuwait is fine, except the word cultures is to be added to the list which is there.
India, there's something I didn't hear.
Cultures.
There is culture there. It's not there?
Not there, it is missing.
Oh, culture, okay. Culture is missing. We shall, yeah, he wants it in Kuwait, he wants culture there. Morocco, take the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Pour moi, la version originale, elle est très très bien, mais par esprit de consensus et pour qu'on arrive à une adoption rapide, je me rallie également à la proposition du Koweït, quoique je trouve qu'elle met beaucoup l'accent sur la non-discrimination. Et la diversité, ce n'est pas seulement la non-discrimination, mais bon, s'il faut se rallier par esprit de consensus, je ne m'y oppose pas. Merci.
Korea.
We're happy with the version proposed by Kuwait, and also I think it sufficiently reflects the final phrase at the end of the paragraph that we have proposed. So you can cross that out. Thank you.
Nigeria.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We support the proposal by Kuwait. I want to look at the appearance of origin. Is there any way we can put them together? We have national origin, ethnic origin, social origin, running at the same time. Thank you.
Okay, good suggestion. Please put down the flags because we have already taken the names.
Can we just take a second to integrate? We don't miss anything. So we have culture from India.
Yeah, we have culture from India. Then we have The origin is repeated. There is origin, national origin, ethnic origin, social origin. Yeah, so we can amalgamate that. You could say national, ethnic, and social origin. Yeah, okay. Please, DRC, put down your flag. Your name is already on the list. Norway. And Oman, your name is already on the list.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving Norway the floor. And thank you to Kuwait for bringing forward this potential solution for a compromise on a difficult paragraph. Many of us were part of the negotiations on the AI recommendation, and it took hours and hours to reach this compromise. With that in mind, I think we had to be very careful adding more things into the definition. It's agreed language, and that was based on a very fine and delicate and complex balance when this was landed in the General Conference and confirmed as a recommendation. So thank you so much to Kuwait. I also support the comments from St. Lucia and South Africa, and I think the text as presented from Kuwait hopefully will be the text that we land on. Thank you.
Okay, Oman.
It is the same, Mr. Chair, and I can see there is a consensus on the language provided by Kuwait. It was discussed, agreed, and therefore I humbly request you to adopt that. There is no objection. Thank you.
It's a proposal, and I don't see divergent opinions on this. Shall I propose that we adopt Kuwait's proposal on respect for diversity as it is? An objection? France.
Oui, nous soutenons la proposition du Koweït et nous renonçons à notre amendement, mais toutefois, il semble que le terme culture ne fasse pas partie de la recommandation, de la rédaction de la recommandation sur l'éthique de l'IA. Je ne le retrouve pas dans le texte original.
DRC.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je crois que nous nous rallions à l'idée de Koweït, mais la version française pose quelques problèmes liés à la linguistique. En fait, quand on parle de toute personne indépendamment de sa race, mais quelque part on dit ainsi que leurs besoins, leurs perspectives, on aurait dû plutôt parler de ainsi que ses besoins, ses perspectives. Et voilà, donc partout où il y a l'air, on doit mettre ses. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you. Any objection? I don't see any objection. Kuwait again. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, just to be clear that, what we agreed upon was without the word culture. And I'm bringing it as was it approved. What's on the screen is not approved in the General Conference because you have culture. So please strike culture so I'll be more consistent. That was approved. Thank you.
We strike out culture, then India, that was proposed by India.
I think it was there in the original draft as well, so we should not leave it out and keep it as.
Sorry, can't hear.
You can't hear.
It was there in the original draft as well, which
Okay.
was very comprehensive. And if we are changing, why are we not keeping it?
You are saying culture was in the original?
Yes, it was there.
It is?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I think maybe and I'll explain it again. Culture on the original, what the Secretariat submit to us to negotiate here. The text I proposed was approved in the General Conference in the same topic when we used the recommendation of AI. We went through the same practice in the listing. And we end up with this para that I took from the recommendation of AI which is approved by the General Conference. So we don't go through the negotiation again on the same item. So this is the difference. I mean, it's in the, I mean, what India is saying, it's in the, what's submitted from the Secretariat and version 2. So, you know, and we had the discussion, and when that time, when culture was mentioned, where they said, you know, culture, you are talking about the color, language, religions, you know, all these things are covered in culture. That's why we didn't put it at that time. So if you want to be consistent, to strike culture, and now it's what's approved in the General Conference. Thank you.
The consensus I see, the direction of consensus is that we adopt the statement the way it is, and then if there's any objection, I can record it in my comments, my report.
I think I have my objection because when you originally started off, you did keep it, which has quite exhaustively mentioned about dignity and rights of all persons, cultures, including religion, political, other opinions. Now, if you are delineating from that and increasing the number of items, why are we leaving out something which was already existing?
Are we talking about the same draft or are we talking about a different one? Because we're looking at what is highlighted below, not the original. The original is the one that has cultures, but the lower one doesn't, the one presented by Kuwait. Canada?
Thank you for giving me the floor, and I didn't want to intervene at this point because I think the room has clearly expressed the view that they wanted to stick with the agreed language that was so hard wrung from a long, long negotiation for the recommendation of ethics in AI. I would point out, though, and I would ask India if they would look at the text as it is, because all of those elements that have now been spelled out by the language that we've taken from the AI recommendation actually are the elements which are the foundations of different cultures, whether they're an individual culture, a collective culture, a community culture. I think that the idea of treating cultures in here is amply covered by that listing, which we wouldn't otherwise be able to reach agreement on. And our country is one of many who have given up a number of things that should be added to this list. And if I said them out loud right now, the house would burn down. So I think it's in everybody's interest that we take this broader view of the text, which does outline all of those essential elements that come into defining cultures as we experience them, and go with the text as it is. I would also just point out that there's a second mention of politique in the French, which needs to be taken out because it was put in by accident. So it should say origine nationale, ethnique ou sociale, because political opinion is covered before then. It's just a typo. Et il manque aussi un autre mot, il manque ascendance.
Voilà. Ascendant à quel niveau? After color. So, couleur.
C'est après couleur.
Descend, c'est ascendance en fait, en français. Sa couleur, son ascendance.
Merci beaucoup.
Okay. Thank you. Belgium?
We can go along with the proposal by Kuwait, but the last part of the sentence was not part of the artificial intelligence recommendation. And if we absolutely need culture, we could say valuing their diverse cultures, knowledge systems, and learning activities.
Now, what I get is we want to adopt what is already adopted. So we pick the language that's already approved, the language which was adopted by the General Conference. So we don't add a dot to it. And I request that India accepts dropping the culture so that we can have strike that consensus or unanimity for this matter.
If you press on that, I will accept it, but I think along with diverse knowledge systems, we can add diverse cultures and knowledge systems there. The reason is you're not still understanding there is much difference between culture and color, gender, etc., which you are talking about. You come to India and see the diverse culture which exists from one state to the other state. All 28 states have beautiful different cultures.
India had already accepted that they want to register their objection, so we can adopt. So I propose that we adopt the paragraph as is. Any objection? Adopted. We move to the next. I want to announce this. The technicians want to stretch their legs just for 5 minutes, so we can have a 5 minutes break and reconvene after 5 minutes so that they can stretch. We don't want to cause much problem. 5 minutes, not to go home, but stay in the room so that you are not tempted to go away. But, you know, it's 5 minutes break. Thank you.
And this is also the moment where you wanted to maybe let the Moldova take over?
Yeah, if she's around. Please let us take our seats.
We start with D.
I think we can begin. What? Please settle in. We want to continue. Please settle in. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like us to request that we begin or we continue with our discussion. We were at paragraph D, self-awareness. We'd like to have it read and harmonized, English and French, then we can start our discussions. Secretary?
Thank you. I'll just read it once with the amendments because they're not too many. This is starting with the English for the French typists. Self-awareness, the ability to acknowledge and reflect critically on one's personal values, perceptions, and actions, to know and, deletion from UK, remove value oneself, to be replaced by be at peace with oneself, comma, understand and manage emotions, feel and show empathy. Republic of Korea proposes to add after empathy, curb radical and extreme tendencies, comma, respect for others, and Italy to add for, sorry, radical extrême. Okay. After respect for others and Italy to add for one's role in the local, national, regional, and global community. Amendment from France. After so la conscience de soi, la capacité de reconnaître et de poser un regard critique sur ses valeurs, perception sur ses valeurs, perception et action personnelle, de se connaître et de, la France, et de être en paix avec soi. Voilà, valoriser a été retiré déjà. Donc c'est être en soi, être en paix avec soi, virgule, s'estimer, de comprendre et de gérer ses émotions, de s'estimer. Donc effectivement, after to be at peace with oneself is s'estimer, en tant que self-esteem, s'estimer, to esteem oneself, s'estimer. S'estimer, virgule, de comprendre et de gérer ses émotions, de ressentir et de montrer de l'empathie. Et ensuite, à la toute fin, la France propose d'enlever des communautés locales, nationales, régionales et mondiales, donc voilà, et de rajouter à la place de la société. Propre rôle au sein de la société. Rajout de la France. Voilà. Merci.
We have the text. It's self-awareness. Again, as we discussed the previous skills, here again, the amendments, the UK is saying we cannot say value oneself, but we say be at peace with oneself. Then France is saying esteem oneself, understand and manage emotions. I think we can, let's deal with the first part, the first suggested amendments as we move down. Yeah, to know and value oneself. That is what was on the original text. There are not many amendments there. We keep both, or one means the other. When you strike, UK, you struck one and replaced it, but are they similar? Are they one and the same thing? And esteem oneself, it's kind of more or less the same. In my perception, I might be wrong. I was, I'm not fast English speaker, so UK, go ahead.
Thanks. The reason for our suggested change was simply to reflect the overall purpose of the document as a recommendation for peace, and the view that a foundation for peace between people and communities, a foundation for that is to be at peace with oneself. We're not rejecting the value oneself. We're happy with an alternative.
France suggests esteem oneself. Value oneself, esteem oneself, be at peace with oneself. Many words, isn't it? France, you have the floor.
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président. C'était juste des considérations de traduction et il semblait que c'était plutôt s'estimer qui était le terme le plus approprié en français. Voilà.
Sorry. How are you comparing it, France? Which ones are you comparing?
Value, excuse me.
Value oneself with esteem oneself. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So they're similar. So can we agree we replace esteem oneself or value oneself?
Instead of to be at peace. Yeah.
Instead of being to be at peace, or we can have both, value oneself or esteem oneself and also be at peace with oneself. Because what I see, members, is when you say you're valuing yourself and at the end you're saying you are also respecting others, is you value yourself, I am important, I can make a contribution in the world as it is there in the local, at the local, national, and global level, but I also respect others. So you value yourself. It's very important that we value ourselves. So we need to get Morocco.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Ce que je propose pour que le paragraphe soit harmonieux, la valorisation ne signifie pas être en paix avec soi. Mais par contre, si on veut utiliser le terme s'estimer, on peut mettre développer l'estime de soi. C'est l'estime de soi. Parce que s'estimer, on peut s'estimer heureux, malheureux, chanceux. Mieux vaut le terminer par l'estime de soi. Là, c'est une conscience de soi. Et tant que j'ai la parole pour ne pas la reprendre par la suite, je préfère qu'on garde la mouture initiale en ce qui concerne les communautés locales, nationales, régionales et mondiales. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
If I may, just for the typist, so it's clear, en français, il s'agirait de mettre de se connaître et de développer l'estime de soi. De développer l'estime de soi et ainsi, je ne sais pas si la France...
Oui, ça nous conviendrait. Et on peut aussi renoncer à l'amendement dans un souci de compromis, au dernier amendement sur les communautés.
Les rédacteurs peuvent enlever la version française. Voilà.
We are looking at, members, we're looking at self-awareness. And when you say promote self-esteem, it is not a skill. Yeah, you are going into an activity, I think. It might not necessarily be, because you're describing what is self-awareness. It is the ability, that skill is the ability to acknowledge and all that, value yourself, respect others, and the planet, and all those. So it's not necessary to promote, but it's upon you to make the decision. And I think in the typing there is, it was suggested, I don't know if it was Morocco, which says the last part should be back. Yeah, local, national, regional, and global community should be brought back, if I got Morocco correctly. Czech Republic?
Thank you for the floor, but I had mentioned to another proposal because it's in a bad place, as I think, the next proposal.
I didn't get exactly Czech Republic, what
I mean,
your suggestion is.
I mean, curb radical and extreme tendencies. It's after show empathy and show respect for others. And it's between those two. It shouldn't be there, I think.
Oh, okay, I get you. The recommendation, I mean the comments by Republic of Korea, Czech Republic says it should not be there.
Yes, it shouldn't be in that special place, particular.
Okay. Italy?
Yeah. Thank you so much for coming back to the previous version, because this paragraph is devoted to self-awareness. When we propose the concept of community, was exactly to stress this fact, that self-estimation is also a collective fact that has to build up the communities at different levels. So thank you so much for coming back to the previous version. Thank you.
Okay. Greece?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that being at peace with oneself is not correct, because I know that in the, as a terminology, like happiness is being in peace with myself, like being in internal peace or internal harmony with myself is happiness. It's not self-awareness. I mean, you look it up in the dictionaries. That's the definition of happiness. So we would go more with being able to promote self-esteem, which is a skill, because being able to promote self-esteem is a skill and is connected with the respect for one's role in the local, etc. community. Thank you.
You need to bring it in, just we could type it in.
We can type that.
Being able to promote.
Promote is there. Please lower your name or your flags, because we have already taken your names. Belgium?
Thank you, Chair. I think we are making things extremely complicated. If we have an ability to be able to, I think that the original wording, to know and value or esteem oneself, was simple. And if we go then further in the sentence, curb radical and extreme tendencies sounds a bit like really restricting or containing emotions and feelings. This is already captured enough by managing emotions, I think, because otherwise it sounds more repressive than it is probably meant, and we don't really need that. So I would really suggest that we keep as close as we can to the original text. Thank you.
Can we put up the original text up there so that we do that comparison, please? Okay. Oman?
No, thanks. I haven't asked for the floor. Thank you.
I see I have your name here.
It was at the beginning.
Okay. So please lower your Nigeria. Please lower your flag, your name, the nameplate.
All right. Thank you, Chair.
This might be helpful so that you're sure that you're here. India, Nigeria, Germany, Brazil, Palestine, Korea, India again. So India, you lower your flag. It's been taken twice. Canada. So Kuwait. Canada and Kuwait. So you lower your flags in that order. Let's have India.
See, the original draft is perfectly all right with the meaning of self-awareness is to know oneself and therefore value yourself. Being at peace with oneself is completely different. Promoting self-esteem is, again, you are trying to promote, whereas you have to become self-introspection and self-aware, and therefore, in my opinion, self-awareness, original text is perfectly fine.
So with India's contribution and others, I think we are saying the promote is not about self. Promoting is not about self. Then with the concurrence from Morocco and France, maybe you can start by striking out, remove promote self-esteem. And yeah, and Greece is a contribution. We need to quickly have consensus on this. It's not complicated. And be at peace. It has been suggested, and I want to ask if we can take the original draft, which says value oneself. Value oneself. Or if you wish, and we said we could have both, value oneself and be at peace with oneself. I don't know if that's a repetition. UK, we delved into that. What's your opinion?
If we can have both, that would be good, but if not, we will be happy with value oneself.
Yeah. So we can have both.
Do you want it carried up?
Yeah.
Original? Is that it? No?
Sorry?
You want the amendment
No,
carried
we can remove that. We are just comparing with the original. You don't have to do it. So we agree that value oneself and be at peace with oneself. Value and be at peace with oneself. So that we don't repeat oneself twice. And be at peace. Value and be at peace with oneself. Yeah, I hope that makes sense. Then we have what the Republic of Korea proposed. It has been struck out that it doesn't actually belong. Maybe we'll take it somewhere else. Korea, if you can make a comment.
Thank you, Chair. Well, the reason behind putting that extra clause in there is because given the dangers of extremism that we find today in today's world, I think extremism of any kind leads to individuals falling prey to fake news or propaganda or chauvinistic nationalism, so on and so forth. So we put it in there so as to view individuals as beings who can manage those kind of sentiments. Perhaps the location of that clause is not suitable as it kind of breaks the flow of the sentence, so it can be moved elsewhere. But I propose that given the situation that we are facing today, it is quite in line with the self-awareness that we are trying to put together here.
Where do you want it to be placed? Maybe you want to help us.
After respect for others.
After respect for others. And I think that might also not work there. Might not work after respect for others. Cabradco, it doesn't really come in. Would it be too much to drop it for the sake of consensus?
If it's a general consensus, I agree.
Yeah, he agrees. So we take Italy. Italy is okay, I think. That word "for" was missing. And for one is role in the local, national, regional, and global community. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's correct. It's correct to put the different levels, but anyway, part of the construction of the community that is based on self-awareness and education. Yeah, it's okay.
Italy agrees, and so we can remove the name of the countries that proposed. Then okay. Then how does it read now, Secretary?
Self-awareness, the ability to acknowledge and reflect critically on one's personal values, perceptions, and actions, to know, value, and be at peace with oneself, understand and manage emotions, feel and show empathy, respect for others, and for one's role in the local, national, regional, and global community.
I want to propose, sorry?
France would like to.
France?
France and Greece.
Okay, France, take the floor.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je vais revenir une dernière fois sur value oneself et estime. Pour nous, il y avait un problème de traduction et on voulait s'assurer que value oneself ou value pouvait se traduire par se valoriser et interpeller les traducteurs à ce sujet et préciser aussi que la conscience de soi est une des compétences psychosociales définies par l'OMS et que l'estime de soi est à un moment donné définie dans cette compétence-là. Et c'est aussi pour cette raison que nous avons fait cet amendement.
Pouvez-vous répéter, pardon, on n'a pas suivi. Donc l'amendement précis du texte, c'est
On voulait revenir sur savoir si on pouvait rediscuter sur s'estimer, puisque pour nous, au départ, c'était un problème de traduction et que value oneself ne pouvait pas se traduire par se valoriser. Donc on voulait demander une précision de la part des traducteurs et préciser également que la conscience de soi étant une compétence psychosociale définie par l'OMS, on avait aussi trouvé dans les descripteurs l'estime de soi derrière cette idée de value oneself et on estimait que c'était une traduction meilleure en français.
Well, okay.
So it's the translation.
It's a question of translation.
Yes, a question of translation. So it should be done before we
Exactement,
adopt.
c'était pas une question de fond.
D'accord, c'est ça, ok. Est-ce que les interprètes pourraient simplement dicter la formulation exacte pour les dactylos? Merci. Merci.
I propose that we do not go through this long list of speakers and we go straight and adopt the paragraph. I propose that we adopt this paragraph the way it is now. Greece?
Just as like, I mean, I'll go along with what you say, Mr. Chair, and what the room says, but being at peace with oneself, I've looked it up in the dictionary, in the philosophical dictionaries, is being happy. Is not being self-aware, but I mean, I'll go along with what you want. Thank you. And even Plato says that. Thank you.
Okay, there is consensus that we adopt, and I think Greece does not have a serious issue with it, so we adopt. I propose that we adopt the statement as it is now. Any objection? No objection. Adopted. We move to E. E, connectedness and belonging to a common diverse humanity and the planet Earth.
There are no French amendments. Sense of connectedness and belonging to a common and diverse humanity, and Belgium proposes to add, and to all forms of life and phenomena on the planet Earth.
That is in the title, you remember?
Yep. Colon, understanding, then the UK, yes.
Humans as individuals and community sharing. Then
Understanding, after the call, understanding. English proposes to delete humanity as a global community that shares responsibility, to be replaced by, so UK proposes to delete the humanity as a global community that shares responsibility, to replace that with understanding humans as individuals in community sharing responsibility for a healthy planet and for respecting the needs and rights of each other, of other living beings, and for nature itself.
the text is up in both languages, French and English. We don't have to put up the original text. Since the title is Sense of Connectedness and Belonging to a Common and Diverse Humanity and Planet Earth. Then the skill is described as understanding in the original text, understanding humanity as a global community that shares responsibility for a healthy planet and for respecting the needs and rights of each other, of other living beings, and of nature itself. I would like to ask Belgium, because what has gone to the title actually is covered towards the end of the
Yeah, for the sense of compromise, the title can stay as it is. For us, we will not insist if we are alone. The only problem that we see is that we speak about the rights of other living beings and of nature itself. And in a legal context, that's extremely difficult. We are speaking about human rights here. We can say for being aware of the needs of each other, the other living beings, and nature itself, but nature cannot go to court and advocate the right. I mean, this is a bit strange.
So you suggest that we move it from the title?
Maybe we can put a full stop after Healthy Planet and delete the rest.
That is actually like the title. After the planet Earth.
I can withdraw the amendment on the title.
Okay, thank you, Belgium. She has withdrawn it, so we move. Next is the UK. UK deleted humanity as a global community that shares responsibility, and replaced that with humans as individuals in community sharing responsibility for healthy planet. Okay. UK?
And this is just a slight shift of emphasis given the educational context. This would be in on the fact that it is a skill. So the skill would emphasize the individual in community rather than trying to understand, all of humanity as a global community. We think that it might be a more accessible thing to begin with individuals in community.
Morocco?
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Moi, je trouve que la fin de ce paragraphe, et comme il a été originellement, il est très important. On ne peut pas s'arrêter uniquement à la santé de la planète, mais le respect qu'on doit développer, respecter, et de respecter les besoins et les droits de chaque personne, des autres êtres vivants et de la nature elle-même, c'est quelque chose de très, très important et c'est ce qui doit être développé dans le cadre de l'éducation et dans les engagements des États pour préserver l'environnement et autres obligations. Je trouve qu'il a vraiment de l'importance. Merci.
The end of the sentence is essential. Okay. Respecting the needs and rights of each other, living beings, and nature itself. Morocco suggests that we get that back. Sweden?
Thank you. We wish to support the suggestion of Belgium, as the nature and the planet itself does not have rights, only individuals do. Thank you.
Germany?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have heard the amendment from Belgium supported by Sweden and which was not supported by Morocco. In order to have a quick consensus, because we really moved forward, we would like to make a proposal which combines hopefully the concerns of both parties. Our proposal is we take the very last part of other living beings and of nature itself and move it forward to after a healthy planet. A community sharing responsibility for a healthy planet, other living beings and nature itself. Other living beings, healthy planet, other living beings and nature itself. And then we continue with the rest of the sentence afterwards, and for respecting the needs and rights of each other. And then we have the full context of the previous version, but respecting the concern that Belgium and Sweden have rightfully raised that nature and other living beings don't have legal rights, because that's really a key concern that we share. Thank you very much.
Russia?
Спасибо, господин председатель. Нас устраивала изначальная версия, предложенная секретариатом. Спасибо.
Okay. Russia suggests the original version. Can we put it up there, please? Secretariat, we paste it up there. So we see how far, yes. Okay. Spain.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente, por esta oportunidad. Un poco iba en la línea que ha defendido
Please,
Bélgica.
speaker, please.
Sí, ahora sí. Gracias.
Yes, correct.
Gracias, señor presidente. La intervención es en la línea que proponen Bélgica y otros países en el cuidado que debemos de tener a nivel jurídico sobre la expresión de derechos de otros seres vivos y de la naturaleza. Como ya está dicho, pues quizá podamos coincidir en aras al consenso sobre la definición inicial.
India, take the floor.
I think we are talking about sense of connectedness. And if you are talking about connectedness with humanity and planet, we should not talk about their rights. It is all the more important that we should protect their rights. And therefore, the original paragraph is very, very sound in that manner.
Kuwait, take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Looking at the amendments, to me, the original paragraph's gone. So I prefer to stick with the original paragraph. I think it's clear enough, and I think this is the way moving forward, the original paragraph. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Egypt.
شكرا سيدي الرئيس. وبالمثل نفضل الفقرة الأصلية ولكن مع إضافة كلمة واحدة ربما لإزالة الخلاف بين ما إذا كان للكائنات الأخرى أو للطبيعة حقوق أو شيء، فممكن في الجملة الأخيرة responsibility for a healthy planet and for respecting the needs and rights of each other and the needs of other living beings and nature itself. شكرا سيدي الرئيس.
Norway.
Thank you, Chair. We would like to express our support to Germany's suggested compromise where we keep the text that's in the original wording. I hear other countries also want to keep the original text, so we do that, but we change with the suggestion by Germany to change the order of the wording, so we make sure that we don't state that nature and itself have rights. Thank you.
Chile.
Muchas gracias, señor presidente. Nosotros apoyamos el texto original con la propuesta de Alemania y de Egipto de dar vuelta a la parte final del texto. Gracias.
Brazil.
Chair, if you feel that consensus is emerging on the proposal on the screen, we would be fine. I would just flag that on Agenda 2030, the resolution that adopted Agenda 2030, the text of the agenda itself refers to a world in which humanity lives in harmony with nature and in which wildlife and other living species are protected. This is Agenda 2030, but I don't want to get in the way of consensus. Thank you.
Okay, we have a consensus on this. The proposal is we take the original text. Can we adopt the original text as is?
Maybe read so everybody can understand what you're referring to. I suggest you read.
It should be read. I see Belgium is not agreeing. So let's look at that document, the final one. Okay, France wants to speak.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. On est d'accord avec le consensus et la proposition. C'est juste un problème de formulation qu'on voulait exposer ici sur l'expression « la santé de la planète ». Est-ce qu'il ne serait peut-être pas plus heureux de mettre l'état de la planète de la nature et à la rigueur la santé des autres êtres vivants.
Is suggesting that we state the state of nature or the state of living beings. Go ahead.
Vous avez présenté deux options, donc. Laquelle? Santé de la planète à la place?
Non. L'état de la planète et de la nature et la santé des autres êtres vivants, si on veut garder le terme santé.
De présenter l'état de la planète et de la santé. Attends, présenter l'état de la planète et de la nature et la santé des êtres vivants. Sharing responsibility of the state of the no, préserver l'état de la planète, the state of the planet and of nature et la santé des and the health of living beings. Okay.
It's captured already.
Yes, it's captured.
Sweden.
Thank you, and thank you to Germany for suggesting a compromise. However, there still seems to be the problem with rights, rights of each other. It seems like the planet and nature still have legal rights. Thank you.
Russia.
Спасибо, господин председатель. Мы хотели бы поддержать предложение Египта, сохранить первую версию. И что касается прав, добавить needs and rights of each other, потому что эта правка не была отражена на экране, and needs of other living beings and of nature itself. Это поможет нам решить проблему с правами. Rights of each other and the needs of other living beings.
Once again, please, for the
Was the
typist.
other and needs.
In English, the rights of each other and, in English?
Мы имеем в виду изначальную версию.
The original. It is in the original version. Is that acceptable to those who proposed amendments? Then we can proceed as a compromise. I see Belgium accepting that, and
So maybe read that text.
let's read the original text.
Just so.
Because the content is more or less the same. We're placing words different places. If I'm, I hope I'm right in my observation. All the words, all the concepts are contained. So we brought them down. How does the statement read now? Can we read it?
So it's a sense of connectedness and belonging to a common and diverse humanity and planet Earth. Understanding humans as individuals and communities sharing responsibility for the state of the planet and of nature and the health of living beings. No, this is not.
That's not the original version. The original version is up
So
there.
it's
It's up there.
Okay, so that's what you, okay. Sense of connectedness and belonging to a common and diverse humanity and planet Earth. Understanding humanity as a global community that shares responsibility for a healthy planet and for respecting the rights of each other and the needs of other living beings and of nature itself.
Are we okay with that? Shall we adopt? Egypt, you want to say something? And there is
شكرا سيد الرئيس. هو توضيح
Sweden.
فقط، توضيح
Let's
بسيط. أنا كانت العبارة في الأصل the rights and needs of each other، وهذه لا مشكلة نبقي عليها، وفقط إضافة كلمة needs of other living beings. I did not want to delete needs from the first part. I wanted that it be retained and add needs to the last phrase and the needs of other living beings. So the rights and needs of each other and the needs of other living. That's what I meant initially. Thank you.
Okay, it's clear, it's clarified. Morocco?
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Je ne veux pas allonger le débat. Je comprends l'attitude de l'Égypte, mais juste je veux attirer l'attention que lorsqu'on parle des droits de l'homme, on parle d'une approche basée sur les droits et non d'une approche basée sur les besoins. Et donc, c'est l'évolution même des droits de l'homme. Donc, si on peut parler que des droits de chaque personne, ça couvre également l'ensemble des besoins et laisser les besoins pour les autres êtres vivants. Mais je ne voudrais pas allonger les débats. C'est juste une observation. Merci.
Members, I think we are moving close and close to consensus because we are looking at the skill or the competence in that sense of connectedness belonging to common and diverse humanity and the planet. I think the description really fits that, and I propose that we adopt that paragraph as is now. Any objection? Sweden?
Thank you. We have two suggestions. One is for respecting the needs of other living beings and of nature itself, and human rights of each other. That would be that, because then we will, because what we want to avoid is to give nature and the planet legal rights, as Belgium and other member states pointed out. That might be a solution. Or for respecting the needs and human rights and the needs of other living beings and of nature itself. In that way, we don't give other living beings and nature legal rights. Could that work?
Sweden, you have confused me. Because when you are saying rights of each other, you're talking about human rights, I guess. We don't have to qualify by saying human rights of each other. You are respecting rights of each other as humanity, and then caring for the planet and have that responsibility. I don't think we need to qualify by saying human rights. I would request that Sweden, you withdraw that correction you're making on that. And I think the other part is actually taken care of. If you read critically that last part of the paragraph, I would say that you are well taken care of. Human, the needs of other living things does not imply the rights of those living things, our animals in the parks and in the seas, in the oceans and all that.
Okay, the way it is worded now could be interpreted as each other involves the planet, human beings, etc.
Okay.
That's why our first suggestion was to have, for respecting the needs of other living beings and of nature itself and rights of each other, because in that way we don't give other living beings and nature legal rights, only humans.
I guess Sweden is hard. You have been hard, really loud and clear. I would like to suggest that we adopt this paragraph as is. Any objection? What? Adopted. Let's move to the next. There is F, which is No correction, no comments have been supplied to paragraph F. And as we agreed in the rules and or procedure and methods, when it's like this, we adopt. Adopted. G, decision-making skills. Pakistan has suggested that, we need to have it, let's have it on the screen first,
I'll
in
read
both
through
languages.
the amendments. There is an amendment in French from Canada and France and Morocco. So in French, it reads as follows. L'aptitude à prendre des décisions, la capacité d'évaluer l'impact des actions et de prendre des décisions en utilisant les informations recueillies auprès de sources diverses. La France et le Canada proposent de rajouter, après les sources diverses, notamment des repères scientifiques, légaux et sociaux, et la France et le Maroc de rajouter crédibles. Les sources, des repères scientifiques, légaux et sociaux, et le Maroc rajoute et crédibles. And in English, amendment from Pakistan and Korea and Cyprus. Decision-making skills. Pakistan proposes to add problem-solving skills in the title. Right. Ability to right? Ability to evaluate the impact of actions. Republic of Korea proposes to add, after actions, to reflect on ethical implications. To reflect on ethical implications. And make decisions. Cyprus proposes to add, in a cautious and timely manner, even in situations of uncertainty. In a cautious and timely manner, even in situations of uncertainty. Comma. That's it. Thank you.
Okay. Now the text is up. We need to examine it. Decision-making skills. Pakistan says we should combine it with or add problem-solving skills. Kuwait, you're already up. Take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I mean, from the title, decision-making skills, this is a very common thing in the scientific education fields. And, you know, I remind our colleagues, the people who's going to use this recommendation, people from the education sectors. With due respect, they're not lawyers, you know, they are more in education. So, to me, the original text is very clear. I mean, this is decision. I don't agree problem solving. Problem solving is one of the dimensions. So definitely it has to be decision-making skills. Then you always in your decision-making, you evaluate things, you come up with a solution using the tools available. Why would we restrict ourselves in using, you know, like ethics? I mean, how? Then, you know, you're saying scientific, for sure they're going to use scientific. For sure you're going to use legal information. So all these things are, I think, you know, it's a giving in our, you know, I've been in the higher education for 20 plus years. From first day one, that's what teaches us this, you know, the methodology of decision-making skills, how to improve it. So I think the original text is very clear. We are confusing them, to be honest. You know, because we're putting, you know, you have to have a legal, social, you know, and the education, creativity comes from diversity, from thinking outside the box, not to restrain them within the box. So I think the original text is a clear, simple. We should maintain and move forward. I think so.
20, you said 20 what years in education? You sounded like my age mate in education, and I agree with you. I think I agree with the Ambassador of Kuwait, because we want to define decision-making skills, because when we now introduce ethical implications, then there could be financial implications in decision-making, there could be political implications, there could be local environmental considerations, there could be many. So let's put, I would suggest that we put up the original text so that we can make quick progress. Someone is typing Morocco after seeing Morocco's. No, don't take the floor yet. Let's. Someone typed your name on the screen. Okay. So that is the suggestion made by Kuwait. Let's evaluate it against the suggestions made. It should be as the minimum as possible in order to give room for the teachers to be able to craft curriculum to support that. Morocco?
Merci, Monsieur le Président. C'était juste pour préciser l'emplacement de crédible. Le Maroc a rajouté uniquement le mot crédible. Pourquoi? On parle de la diversité de sources qui doit être utilisée. Et ce n'est pas toute source qui doit être utilisée comme étant une source crédible. D'où la proposition du Maroc de rajouter auprès de sources diverses, crédibles, et donc il y a également le rajout du Canada qui parle notamment des repères scientifiques, légaux et sociaux. C'est pour faire le distinguo entre source et source. Nous avons des étudiants tout le temps maintenant qui nous ramènent des informations en utilisant certaines sources qui n'ont aucune crédibilité. Merci.
Egypt.
شكرا سيدي الرئيس. كنت يعني أدلي بعض التعليقات فيما يخص المقترحات، لكن إذا سمحت لي أن نفضل الإبقاء على العنوان decision making skills أفضل، لأنه أشمل وأعم من مجرد problem solving حل المشاكل. وأيضا بالنسبة للمقترح المقدم من قبرص الخاص cautious and timely manner، ربما أتساءل أليس من الأفضل أن بدلا من استعمال cautious manner ربما in a wise and timely manner ربما تكون أفضل. أما إذا رأينا الاستناد إلى الفقرة الأصلية فيعني إذا سمحتم لي أود إضافة كلمة واحدة فقط قبل اتخاذ القرارات and make substantiated أو well-founded decisions using available information diverse sources. يعني لأننا نريد أن نعلمهم كيفية اتخاذ القرار المنطقي المؤسس على أدلة ومعلومات سليمة للوصول إلى القرار السليم، وليس مجرد أي قرار في هذا الموقف، لكن نريد أن نعلم النشء والأطفال طريقة اتخاذ القرار السليم المتبصر بناء على الأدلة والمعلومات المتوفرة ذات المصداقية طبعا. شكرا.
Nigeria, take the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We are of the opinion that the original text should be maintained, because when you talk about problem-solving skill, at the end you still take a decision, because you will take subjects, you will evaluate, you will still take decisions. So needless crowding this. The real context of decision-making has been captured in the original text. We'll go for the original text without any amendments. Thank you, please.
Netherlands, please, take the floor.
Thank you, Chair. We fully support going back to the original text. As Kuwait and yourself has said, I've some years as a teacher, not 20 or 30 years. We fully support going back to the original. Maybe adding reliable sources instead of credible sources. I see some nodding on stage. Thank you.
So we can do that, reliable sources, add it to the original text, and we'll see how it goes. From reliable, diverse, reliable sources. Okay. Saudi Arabia.
Thank you. I think the original text should be adopted. If we start adding specifics, then we will keep going with an extensive list. The original text is sufficient and very clear, especially for educators in general education and in higher education. Thank you.
I think I would like to propose at this point, because there is direction in terms of consensus. We move towards the original text with the addition made by Netherlands on reliable sources of information. I propose that we adopt the paragraph as is now. Any objection? I see none. Yes, Azerbaijan.
Dear colleagues, problem-solving skills are much broader than decision-making skills. When you solve some problem, you have to make as well decisions. So we support the idea to remove decision-making skills to change it with problem-solving skills. Thank you.
Madam Giannini, I could give you a chance to speak, because it could be totally a different item altogether, or paragraph altogether.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, I lost it, I see there. So while I fully understand and agree with the contribution from Azerbaijan, there are two different, absolutely, notions, and problem solving possibly to discuss is something broader, but the definition, the original definition you find here, decision-making skill, it's related to the decision-making process. So if you want to separate, the other option is to add a different paragraph to define problem-solving skills, which is a different issue. What I think is the right way to go from the Secretariat perspective to respect the rationale behind this proposal, the original one, I mean, is to keep it as I think member states were in agreement, the original version, because there are two separate notions for sure.
I want to propose again that we adopt the paragraph as is now. Any objections? Adopted. Next, collaborative skills. So we take up H, collaborative skills.
Collaborative skills, the ability to effectively communicate feelings and opinions in a constructive manner, engage in collaborative interactions, participatory planning, and UK proposes to add shared problem solving, and Argentina to add considering a comprehensive perspective of care in school fields. No amendment in French.
we have this. Argentina, I think you need to take the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente. En función de la dinámica y por el detalle y el tenor de esta propuesta, puedo retirarla para que avancemos y sin problema.
Thank you, Argentina. You made my work easy. So, UK is adding shared problem solving. Does it read better with shared, or it reads better without shared problem solving? Again, UK, I'll ask you, fast English, you're a fast English speaker, so you can tell me if, go ahead, UK.
Thank you, Chair. And we just felt that this strengthened the skill because it is a collaborative skill, and as we've just heard, problem solving could be another, skill set in itself. So this just places it firmly within this collaborative area if we put shared.
I propose we adopt, as the statement is now, Cuba.
Gracias, señor presidente. La propuesta nuestra es incluir al final lo siguiente: resolución de problemas con normas de educación que favorezca conductas responsables de respeto, fraternidad y solidaridad. La propuesta tiene que ver con los acápites anteriores en que hemos planteado la necesidad del desarrollo de conocimientos, habilidades, comportamientos, aptitudes, y lo hemos dejado de manera general. Y esta habilidad es el momento de aplicar consecuentemente lo que hemos dicho anteriormente en nuestro documento. Por tanto, si hay que tener colaboración, participación, resolución de problemas conjuntos, estamos proponiendo que se deje explícito que en ello prime lo que hemos dicho antes. Colaboración con normas de respeto, de solidaridad, de fraternidad, de entendimiento. Pudiera ser, presidente, que alguna no se tenga en cuenta, pero creo que es importante que seamos consecuentes con lo que escribimos antes. Muchas gracias.
Let me make a comment. Maybe I'm not, I didn't understand what Cuba is saying. Now, when we are looking at problem solving and we are saying with education standards that foster respectful behavior, you know, we are talking about a skill that the students will gain through training. How does that connect or is related to with education standards? I need to get a bit explanation how that is a skill with education standards to foster respectful behavior grounded in fraternity and solidarity.
Gracias, presidente. Es posible que en la palabra que yo utilice y la traducción no esté dando el sentido que queremos. Quizá no es norma, para que se entienda mejor en la traducción, quizá debe ser actitudes, el comportamiento, la colaboración. Lo que estamos diciendo es que tiene que primar lo que hemos dicho anteriormente, que todo proceso en la participación colaborativa sea de entendimiento, de comportamientos adecuados, de solidaridad, de fraternidad, nunca colaboración o encuentros conflictivos ni de desaveniencia. En ese sentido que queríamos decir y nos parecía que esta habilidad es importante que la incorporemos teniendo en cuenta algo que ya nosotros definimos y que dijimos que teníamos que trabajar en función de una formación para lograr conocimientos, aptitudes, valores, sentimientos y competencia en los educandos. Y por tanto, en sentido general, esta habilidad nos tiene que llevar a implementar lo que ya dijimos antes. O sea que la propuesta tiene que ver con un nivel de correspondencia entre lo que dijimos antes y una aplicación práctica, porque esa es una habilidad, es la aplicación práctica de algo que yo estoy aspirando a obtener en el sujeto. Y este es el momento de poderlo declarar. Si no lo decimos abiertamente, es nuestra opinión, es posible que podamos negociarla y quizá no se ponga completa, pero es importante que nosotros seamos en nuestro propio documento consecuentes en lo que venimos escribiendo antes, en objetivos y en definiciones. Muchas gracias, presidente.
Okay, Cuba. Comments from Belgium?
Thank you, Chair. Belgium would prefer to go back to the original text. Even the addition of shared is maybe not completely necessary because we have already participatory planning and problem solving, and it's very close to shared. What Kuma presented is, of course, extremely important, but I think that the importance of learning about solidarity and fraternity can be addressed in the context of the curriculum and the content of education rather than in this narrow sense here of a skill.
Finland.
Thank you so much for the proposal. Our consideration is slightly in the line that we think that basically considerations by the Cuban colleagues are already covered if we look at the original part above in a constructive manner. But then to add, we are now speaking of a recommendation which covers basically all ages. So we speak of lifelong learning, we speak of non-formal education and learning, informal learning, etc., etc. So it's quite tricky if we start thinking of what are the norms and standards, which, by the way, in Finland there are quite few. There are not many standards. We have the national core curriculum, some legislation, naturally, but more or less we don't have that many standards, so that's a slight problem for us to begin with. But then to add, if we look at problem-solving skills, how can we define those in advance and looking in advance what specific is needed to solve those problems? We don't even know the problems of tomorrow and what is required. So that's why we would go along with the more simplest text. So we would go back to the original added with the UK's proposal. Thank you.
Kuwait, take the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I promise I'll be shorter than my colleagues from Finland, to the point. Mr. Chair, I agree with the original text. Let me give you the rationale. We are talking about skills, not how. And I urge, please, all our colleagues, whenever you have an amendment, think of it, how it's going to be implemented. You have, everyone has the right to add an amendment, but let's think how those people in the education sectors, how they're going to reflect that into action. In our language, in the profession of education, we used to call this, in collaborative skills, teamwork. It's, in our language, teamwork. Teamwork is what, collaborative skills. You have a good communication, you understand. So I think the original text covers, describing it. So I urge everyone to go back to the original text and like, also our colleagues from Belgium, I agree with her, without the shared problem solving. And we move forward from there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Norway.
Thank you, Chair. We'd like to second that. We believe that constructive manner does imply Cuba's consideration, so we believe that going back to the original text with the addition of shared is the way to move forward from here. Thank you.
Mali.
Ok, merci Monsieur le Président. Je marque aussi mon accord pour la version d'origine, mais en notant quelque part que chaque fois qu'on parle de problème, de résolution de problème, il s'agit de résolution de situation problème. Voilà, c'est une remarque que je fais. Je pense que la résolution de problème implique la résolution de situation problème. Voilà, mais je marque mon accord sur l'ancienne version. On peut vivre avec. Voilà, merci.
Qatar.
I don't want to repeat. We also go with the consensus of going to the regional. Thank you.
Morocco, finally.
Monsieur le Président, je suis également favorable à la version d'origine, mais je trouve que la proposition de Cuba ajoute un élément important en mettant l'accent sur les comportements responsables, le respect des fraternités et des solidarités. Donc si on arrivait à trouver un équilibre en ajoutant à la fin de ce paragraphe, ça serait vraiment très bien parce que c'est l'aptitude à la concertation. Et quand on a des comportements responsables, respectueux, on peut arriver et développer une aptitude à la concertation. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Cuba, go ahead, take the floor.
Sí, gracias, presidente. No, nosotros hemos estado analizando y en aras del consenso podemos hacer una rectificación de lo que estamos proponiendo para ver si se está de acuerdo. Quizás podemos eliminar cuando decimos normas de educación, porque en realidad nos estamos refiriendo no a normas, a estándares, sino a comportamiento, actitudes, en ese sentido. Pero podemos quitar eso y dejar resolución de problemas que favorezcan el comportamiento responsable y respetuoso. Y lo podemos dejar ahí, pero no... A ver. Comportamiento responsable y respetuoso. Nada más.
I hope you're done. Canada?
I'm very appreciative of the flexibility that Cuba has shown in taking out the issue of the standards, because that also caused a problem for us. I'm just thinking that in terms of the English, it might be easier if we say marked by responsible and respectful behavior, because the problem solving itself may be on other things than fostering responsible and respectful behavior. So if we said shared problem solving marked by responsible and respectful behavior, then we were really focusing on what we want the outcome to be in terms of collaborative skills. Puis en français, ça pourrait être essentiellement la même chose.
Caractériser.
If it poses a problem for Cuba, of course, we would withdraw it, but we think that this is actually the intent of the language as it's been modified by Cuba. It just reads better, I think, so that we're not talking about one type of problem solving.
Okay. So we removed that foster, isn't it? Are we removing that, Cuba? I think it makes no sense if we retain that foster and say shaped by, that foster shaped by, or shaped by. I think we take one, isn't it? So we say problem solving shaped by responsible and respectful behavior. Can that work for you, Cuba? That is an affirmation. Cuba has affirmed that. So we can take that as an agreement or a consensus, then delete the names of the states, member states. That's what it reads now. Collaborative skills, the ability to effectively communicate feelings and opinions in a constructive manner and engage in collaborative interactions, participatory planning, and shared problem solving shaped by responsible and respectful behavior. Want to suggest? Canada?
I'm terribly sorry, but the French is a reflection of what I've said, but the English has shaped by, and that is not the same thing as caractérisé par. What I had said was marked by responsible and respectful behavior.
Marked by, not shaped by, marked by.
To make sure that the English and the French are actually tracking with each other, I think it's a better choice. Thank you.
Okay. English speakers, is that correct? It's correct. Then I suggest we adopt the paragraph as is. Any objection? No objection, I see none. Adopted. We have adaptive and creative skills. Adaptive and creative skills. Can we have it up?
Just to mention that there's only 15 minutes left to the session.
We have about 18 minutes before our closing time, and we'll need a few minutes to make some housekeeping announcements. So we need to perhaps move to the next and ensure we finish within 15 minutes. Yeah, because we are running late, so we can do the next before we break. So put it up, please.
Adaptive and creative skills, the capacity to adapt, engage, innovate, and thrive in a fast-evolving environment and in diverse and shifting contexts. Pakistan proposes to add, strengthen the state-owned educational institutions with respect to infrastructure, teaching professionals, and enabling technologies within a stipulated time frame, and monitor the progress with due diligence. There's no amendment to the French.
In French, let the typist finish, then we discuss. I think this should be a quick one. Should be a quick one. Done? Okay. Now, the proposal by Pakistan, I don't know, maybe to me it looks like it's not supposed to be here. It's talking about strengthening education. It's not a skill. It's not a skill. Educational institutions with respect to infrastructure. We would like all these things to be done, but not here. Am I the only one who is seeing it that way? Belgium has a point to say. Take the floor.
Thank you. We are in favor of keeping the original text. Concerning the proposal of Pakistan, we think that the ideas that are put forward here would fit very well under paragraph 16, which talks about private and public institutions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Thank you. We can adopt, I propose that we adopt the paragraph as is originally, which is adaptive and creative skills. I should propose, then they can speak. Okay. Nigeria?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we agree we adopt the original, but there is a keyword missing, create. Because if you don't create, you cannot innovate. So as part of the definition, after engage, we should have create. Because you create ideas and then you innovate by using the idea. I think that word is critical, it's missing. Let's add it. Thank you.
Okay, okay. Where do you want create? To create, adopt or adapt, create, engage? Nigeria, where do you want that correction?
Before innovate.
Before innovate.
Yes.
So engage, create, innovate, and thrive. Okay, we got you. Norway?
Thank you very much. I'll keep this short. Unfortunately, our amendment to this paragraph wasn't included in the text. So I just want to support Nigeria that we need something in this text that reflects on the creative skills. So we have one sentence, if we could type it and see if there's any consensus to our suggestion. And it's the ability to ask questions, comma, explore, comma,
that's here.
Invent and experiment, comma, and this is the most important part, so that new ideas can be transformed into action. Because it's important that learners not only learn to adapt to changes, but also that they can make changes and contribute to new solutions through creative skills. Thank you.
I'm trying to check. I think we covered those skills under a different subtitle and a different paragraph. So they are familiar. I think we dealt with them earlier, those skills that you mentioned. Was it citizen? Was it?
Later in the document.
It's later in the document?
Yeah, there's a proposal later.
By mistake,
The Pakistan and UK talk about the conversion of knowledge into action, and also in citizenship skills. Some of these ideas are found later.
It just goes there.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
It makes sense?
Yeah.
Under
It
citizenship
makes sense
skills.
to put there. Under citizenship skills, I was.
Okay. Okay. To shift. Okay. I thought I read them somewhere.
Under citizenship skills.
Yes. So she.
Lydia.
Norway has made that proposal.
Possibly, yes.
Yeah.
We had moved
Norway
into
make that
citizenship
proposal.
skills.
Yeah. Who else wanted the floor? DRC?
Merci de la parole accordée. Nous considérons que un texte juridique ne doit pas avoir un caractère personnel. C'est-à-dire, cette recommandation en tant que texte de droit doit être abstraite, impersonnelle et générale. Donc, le but de cette recommandation, ce n'est pas de donner des explications. Il appartient aux États de pouvoir, en voulant mettre en œuvre cette recommandation, d'aller dans les détails. Et à cet effet, je considère que la première mouture est bonne, c'est globalisant et on peut l'adopter. Merci beaucoup.
It's not clear to me if he wants to Norway to remove? It's not clear. Is that a statement? To clarify? Is that clear what he means by what?
DRC, are you saying you're removing Norway's comment or inclusion?
Oui, j'étais en train de dire que la proposition de la Norvège n'est pas tout à fait mauvaise, sauf qu'elle a la prétention d'aller un peu dans les détails, alors que le but d'un texte de droit doit avoir un caractère abstrait, impersonnel et général. Et je considère que la première proposition, elle est bonne dans la mesure où elle prend en compte les aspects qui ont été énumérés par la proposition de la Norvège. C'est ça notre avis quant à ça. Merci.
Yeah, we get you. Again, I could see Norway's good suggestion, and it goes down to talk about invent, and we talk about innovation and experiment, so that new ideas can be transformed into actions, adaptive and creative skills. Any comments from us remaining, or we adopt Kuwait?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I tend to lean to the original text and understand the rationale with Norway. It's a bit too detailed, and the title of it, adaptive and creative skill, it's a skill of someone. I don't see it, we are tying up the transforming into action and to the success of someone who has adaptive and creative skills. This is out of his hand. Him, as a person, as a student, we want to improve his adaptive creative skills. If he has a great creative skills, but for somehow did not turn into action, that doesn't mean he doesn't have a creative skills. So tightening up, I don't think, I understand their point of view, but it's not here into defining the creative skills. So I think, maintaining the original text, I think, so we don't, back again, we are going to educators, and we're telling them, and we are giving a bit too much details. When you say, ask questions, explore, invent, this is not the only way to have creative skills. This is part of them. So we go back, a bit more generic. So I'd rather the original text. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Norway is up again. Take the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. So we can agree on not being too detailed on the text. However, I would like to argue that keeping the last part of the sentence we suggested so that new ideas can be transformed into action is not saying that any invention that isn't transformed into action is useless, but I think it's important that we keep focus on action as well. As the text, as it is now, it focuses on adapting to changes. I think it's important that we are also agents of change. So I would suggest that we keep the last part, and for consensus, we can skip the details that we added.
Which last part? Be a little clear for us.
So that new ideas can be transformed into actions.
So that new ideas can be transformed into action. I had Finland, Chile, and Saudi Arabia. Do you still want to speak? Finland, yes. Saudi Arabia, yes.
Thank you,
Finland.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For Finland, we would have preferred the original proposal by Norway, so the lengthier version, where you have the ability to ask questions, to explore, to experiment. That all is part of the creative skills. It really is the core of problem solving and everything that we want to achieve. So we really would have preferred to have the lengthier version of Norway's proposal as it was previously. But of course, we go along with the consensus, and we've heard Norway, so this is fine with us. This is the minimum for us, we would say like that. But we would have preferred the original. Thank you.
Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think we agree with the shorter original version of the text, and we can benefit from adding create as well as innovate. And it should be sufficient and enough to cover the last statement so that new ideas can be transformed into actions. Creating and innovation would mean the same thing. Thank you.
Okay. There is consensus. I think we need to adopt this paragraph. Shall we adopt it the way it is? Then let's clean it up. I guess I see there's consensus in that direction. Let's clean it up and adopt that, hopefully unanimously. Okay, the statement reads as it is now on adaptive and creative skills, the capacity to adapt, engage, create, innovate, and thrive in a fast evolving environment and in diverse and shifting contexts so that new ideas can be transformed into actions. I suggest that we adopt that statement the way it is, the paragraph the way it is. Any objections? I don't see any objections. It's already 9 o'clock, almost.
You can at least present the item.
Secretary, you need to give me some peace. Okay. She wants to put up a new paragraph. I think we say that Rome was not built in one day. I don't know if that's true, those who come from Rome. We have a few housekeeping issues. I had promised that today we'd start a discussion on the title after today, after this session. So we'd like to engage in that process, and we would like to have those who would like to participate in crafting or looking at the title and coming up with a proposal on an agreeable title to register their names with the secretary, and I want the secretary to give clear instructions on that registration process so that they can start meeting, but we shall be meeting concurrently so that we are able to save on time.
The idea is to go back to the item on the title once we've completed the aims. So, and that will be done tomorrow once there's a sense of the aims. That then the committee is in a position to discuss the title. And the proposal to do that will start, but then they'll break out into working groups to meet in parallel to the plenary. Those who are interested in joining the working group on the title can write to the 1974 recommendation at unesco.org email address. And we will be writing back to give details of which room and at what time they can meet. And there'll be a UNESCO resource person there to set you up. And then the group will be able to identify their chair. If necessary, the vice chair can support, but the participants are invited to elect their own chair and can start work with the support of the Secretariat. So we'll see that tomorrow. So otherwise, there are some other housekeeping points, if I may just go through them quickly. Coffee tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. before the session here in front of the room 2. Once again, observers are invited to sign up by 12:30 tomorrow should they like to speak after lunch at 3 p.m. And there will be, in principle, a night session tomorrow. and a Bureau meeting tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Thank you.
Thank you. Good night. Thank you very much for your participation. Au revoir.